Is Happy silenced? Right click. Oh, misses the right click.
Looking for surrounding and he gets it on the DK. There's no TP for him anymore.
Got it. That's locked in.
Oh my god! Get those farm! This is not a fight that Kiwikaki can win here in the upper right. Can he win it somewhere else? Oh,
but this is enough moon. Does he have enough damage? Does he miscalculate this?
no
way!
Last
serious?
tunnel dead. Right click, Happy. How can you save this DK? You have no resources for a potion. Trying to nuke. Doesn't work. Step out.
Funny composition, not the right one by Johnny Cage.
Stormbolt,
Where all the trees go?
Perfect shockwave. You don't have much time. Shockwave. Here we go. One more right click. Lin, Guagua. Oh!
I thought I clicked the button. Why is Neo always in the chat when this happens? I feel like Neo curses me. Neo, be gone! Nah, I mean, now it's turned on, so we're all right. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Anyways, hope you have a wonderful start to the week so far. That's what I was about to say. Haven't been here the last couple of days, but I'm going to be here all week long for you and me and all of us. Today we have the WSB starting. Now, technically the WSB, the Korean tournament, started yesterday, but as you may have heard over the years, WSB is the one tournament that we're not allowed to cast live, unfortunately. So we have to do VOD replay casts. This is going to be happening this week. There might be more as well on the weekend. Hasn't been announced yet. Hopefully it's going to be something else as well. But yeah, we're going to be doing WSB VOD replay cast. And today, a special presentation. My balance, feedback, suggestions. It's not feedback, actually. Feedback would be to Blizzard PTR, but there's no PTR yet. But I want to put forth my suggestions to balance the game and, most importantly, actually, make it more interesting with more options and more variety. That's going to come after the WSB VOD replay today. So that's going to take like, I don't know, 3-4 hours, depending on how long those games went. Neo already gave his suggestions on the weekend. That was on Saturday. And yeah, I'm going to give mine today. Neo, I think, didn't go always into very specific suggestions, but rather pointing out issues. Almost all of them I agree with. I'm going to have a lot of specific suggestions today. I wonder how long it's going to be, by the way. I had so many notes on my suggestions, and to compile them all took a long time. I had to, I don't know, it took me like 2 days or something to compile everything into the presentation. Did a little PowerPoint presentation to make it look nicer. I used to have always just this Google Doc, white color background, which looked kind of shit. So I was like, you know what? Let's make it a little bit prettier. So yeah, that's going to be coming later. And yeah, I thought it was going to be like 2 or 3 hours, but I think that was me wildly over-exaggerating. Over-assuming how long it was going to be. Maybe an hour, maybe 1.5. Sometimes I'm pretty bad at gauging how long it's going to be, though. Now we're going to see how it goes. There are a couple of things I want to get into in detail, a couple of wild suggestions, a couple of obvious suggestions. I have like 2 or 3 in there that I think are a no-brainer. We're going to get to that later. Don't want to blue ball you guys too much. But yeah, first we're going to do WSB, and then after, right away, we're going to do my suggestions. All right. So far, so good. So, WSB. We're going into Season 5 of this year, the Korean tournament. 1-0 was able to win Season 4. Before that, it was Focus winning Season 3, one of the sickest series of the year. 1-0 met Lin in the... So, Season 4, 1-0 wins, beats Lin in the grand final, 4-2, fairly one-sided. Season 3, I think it is worth pointing out again, that was a crazy grand final. That was so sick. That was so dope. Lots of mirror image play by Focus there. I think that might have been my favorite series of the year. Lin versus Sok was also pretty cool on the weekend. I thought mine was 20 minutes, turned out to be 1.5 hours. Wait, wasn't it a lot... 1.5 hours? Wasn't it a lot shorter?
Is one of the most hated.
Oh. It's 50 minutes, but I guess this is with the dead air time edited out, right? The YouTube audience, they always want to have it nice and tight, nice and no moments of quiet, no moments of quiet contemplation. Neo brought up one really good point by the way, in the video. The Night Elf reliance on Demon Hunter Bears and the interplay. That was really cool. I'm actually going to show that as well for like 2 minutes or so during my video later, because that was a very good explanation. But yes, that is for later. Okay. Now, how about we watch some actual pro players? That sounds like a good idea. Moon versus 1-0, our first game of the day. This is the VOD replay from the Korean stream, so we won't have the perfect audio quality that normally we're used to. This is certainly a drawback of this tournament and not being allowed to cast live, sadly. I asked them again, by the way, a couple of weeks ago if we can cast it live. Nowadays, the answer is still no. And the reasoning is they view Twitch as a rival to their streaming platform. Apparently, doesn't view the Chinese streamers as rivals, so they are allowed as live streaming competition, but we are not. I also think that's dumb. How many Koreans are not tuning into their stream because of us? But it is what it is. We're still going to be able to enjoy these high-level players playing in this meaningful Korean tournament. Let's get into it. Springtime here, bottom right, Moon top left. I almost was about to say this is a Play All 5 series because we've seen so much Play All 5 recently. But this is just a normal, regular, old school, if you will, best of 5 series. First to 3, of course, is the winner, moves on in the upper bracket. Winners are going to have a chance in the lower bracket. Moon has been looking, or had been looking, quite good over recent months. But over the weekend, thanks to Lin and thanks to Sok, all of a sudden Moon has been losing a lot more. And those used to be considered his stronger matchups. This was always considered his weak matchup. So maybe Moon is falling into a bit of a slump right now. Not a great sign, perhaps, for Season 5 in the WSB. Nice punch there, though, on the Acolyte pull. 1-0 always loves going for the Acolyte pull to slow down the Night of Creeping a little bit at the start. And it's going to be Demon Hunter Naga versus DK Lich, of course, all game long. Actually, it might be DK Lich Worm or DK Naga Lich Triple Hero. From my observation, I feel like it appeared that way, that 1-0 plays Worms more against Night Elves that he deems weaker in this matchup, and against the top Night Elves, like Life. I guess there's only one, there's Life. He plays very few Worms, because I think he feels that Life is too strong in early game and mid game to get ahead, while the Worm strat is weak, and then the Worms don't have the impact that he wants. But if he's going for Worms, slow mid game, then against lesser Night Elves, so to speak, who don't look so strong in the mid game, who can't punish you as well, their Worms work out better. And that has worked against basically everyone in recent months, except for Life. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Stufka in the chat. What's up? Stufka the legend. He's saying there's 40 versus 1-0 happening right now. Now, question is, can I get into that lobby? Because, of course, live games are always preferred. Is that... What is that in terms of tournament? Is that Don't Force Me Cup? UTR streaming the first map. Okay, well, boys, little change of plans. Is that a BO5? Play all 5. Okay. Stufka the Savior. Don't Force Me Cup. Okay. Alright. Hopefully I will be able to join the next lobby. Oh man, KK is lagging hard for me. Give me a second here. KK is looking pretty unresponsive. Come on, bro. Please. Connect. Oh my god, this client is so shit. Ah! My friends list isn't loading. Okay, whatever. Of course, if 40 versus 120 is happening, we have to check it out. Sorry for the poor quality here on map 1. I'm going to try to get into map number 2. When that comes up next. So, we're still very much in the early game. We didn't miss too much yet. That's nice. Last refuge here, our first map. Okay, we missed a couple of minutes. This was definitely a very good start for Fortitude. Lots of experience on the Archmage here. He cancelled the Undead expansion at least once. Got the tech started already. This is a fantastic start for 40, actually. Of course, over the weekend, Sok was doing amazing. At times against 120, but especially against the Night Elves. Ooh, another cancel coming in here. I think 40 is feeling the breeze of a new wind blowing in this matchup, and maybe also for the humans. Oh, it's another cancel. That is bad news for 120. Also lost the Shadow Priest here. This is terrible right now. Which needs to get level 4 and needs to start to pull ahead with damage and high levels. He doesn't even have boots yet. Doesn't even get the Berserker kill. Oh my god, this is absolutely atrocious. Perfect start for 40 right here. 120 had two series against Sok on the weekend. I think it was 1 win going each way, if I remember right. Yeah, this is a gigantic lead for 40. Honestly, normally, player of 42's caliber and level should never give this game away. He's got a huge gold lead, and a huge tech lead, and an experience lead so far. This normally never happens. This happens when 40 plays ladder games normally, not against 120. 120 likely slipped up a little bit, messed up a little bit in the early game, but game's not over. Lich is a very good comeback hero. Once the Lich gets level 5, the damage gets crazy. The best thing for 40 is here, he bought himself a lot of time. It's going to take a long time until 120 has the tier 3 and the triple hero and the big army And the good upgrades. It's not going to take long for him to get to level 5, I imagine, but all the rest is going to take long. .40 canceling the altar here. That's also really annoying. Oh, that might delay tier 3 even more. No, might still be in time though. Remaking the altar at the expansion. Lich is of course very scary right now. Level 2 Dark Ritual is really, really good. No boots on the Lich seems very weird though. No Red of Necromancy on the Lich also seems pretty weird. Keeping these strength items would be very good for the DK, so there's certainly value in that. Cancel the altar again. Oh man, now it is going to be a delay, I believe. 40 here with a fantastic start. 40 almost sounded depressed on the current patch. He was having a tough time, he was losing lots of games, dropping lots of elo, complaining a lot on his stream as well, saying that there's no room for mistakes anymore for human. If you make one mistake, the game is over. Maybe he was being a bit melodramatic. Oh, MK shows up. If the Lich dies, the game's over. Yeah, I think the game's over, isn't it? Ooh, slow on the MK. The Narrow Tower. Oh, Narrow Tower slow, barely keeping this game going, but clearly it's a bad position. Wait. Ooh, heal potion. Oh, he didn't use it. That's GG. All right. Now, let me try to get into the lobby. Please. Dude, this is how my KK looks. There's just nothing on my KK right now. What the fuck is this? No, like there's nothing is loading. Hello? Oh my god, this platform is so terrible. This is my friends list. Believe it or not, I normally have some friends. Oh, come on, bro. Laggy, buggy mess. I'm trying to relog again. Nothing's loading. Absolutely nothing is loading. This is the first time this happened. Oh, wait. I have a friends list now. I think. I didn't make it into the lobby. All right, hold on, guys. Why is this being so difficult today? Okay, we had Last Refuge first. Tithe Hunters is coming up next. This time we're going to see the early game right away. Okay, give me a second here. I have to try to reach somebody to invite me to the next lobby. All right. Archmage first opening, of course. Going for... Oh, Death Knight first. Oh, shit. 1-0 is playing Ted Fiends. Oh, classic 1-0 play. Wow, I have not seen that in forever. 1-0 loses faith in the Lich first. Can you believe it? Man, I'm not sure if I saw a single DK first game all year in this matchup. Crazy denies. So that's 3 peasants killed, but 2 denied. That's a big deal. Sick item, by the way. By far the best item for the early game. Robe of the Magi. Crazy good. Ted Fiend build, of course. As you may still remember, this used to be the meta. This used to be played all the time in this matchup. And over the years, humans got better and better against it. Started looking more and more human-favored, especially if your name wasn't happy. And until the Undead expansion finally became a thing. With the Rod of Necromancy, with the Skull, with the Lich or the Crypt Lord and so on. And with how strong the Lich has been looking lately, it seemed like there was not much of a reason to go for Ted Fiend openings. Ted Fiend's indeed very slow at the start, but does get kind of scary when the Lich shows up, gets even scarier when the statues arrive, and gets terrifying when Tier 3 finishes. You need to be ready for the Tier 3 push that hits pretty fast with the Ted Fiend build, because while it's slow in the beginning, weak in terms of pressure potential and army size early on, it hits a Tier 3 timing very quickly and becomes deadly with it. Against that, you need towers, you need to have the expansion running for a good while, you need gyros, you need Tier 3 on the way, you need knights and triple hero at some point, staffs and good micro, good responses, good usage of militia. You need to be sharp. But if you're playing sharp here, I would say human is favored. Right now we see a 2-level lead on the Archmage. Gave no easy steals to the Death Knight. While still scouting here with 2 footies, DK is getting level 2 pretty quickly. That's also important. The longer you're missing that aura, the more painful it is. 1-0 finishes with the Tier 2 tech. Lich joining right away. Goes for the Slaughterhouse. So it's going to delay Tier 3 a little. You could also rush Tier 3 immediately. But then, when you reach Tier 3, you don't have that big of an army. It's very important with the Ted Fiend build to not lose any units in the early game. You have very few units. You cannot afford to lose a Fiend to a Surround. You cannot afford to lose a hero, of course, or also a statue. You need to be microing very clean, and kiting properly, and indeed not losing any units. Tech timings here are very important as well. And the Tier 3 has now been started. And Ford is doing well right now. As I mentioned, the Ted Fiend build slow out the gate. Only 2 Fiends for a long time. Now the Lich shows up, gets a little bit stronger. But really, it's Lich plus statue plus 4 Fiends when then it is finally strong. So 40 here is doing really well. Utilizing the time that he has before the power is really there for the opponent. Working with some good Archmage items as well, as pointed out earlier. Ooh, losing Acolyte would be a disaster. But he jumps with the Acolyte, but has only 1 coil. Use it on the Lich. Still dancing with the Acolytes. That also costs gold. Might need a mana potion here, the Death Knight. Yeah, and I think here it goes to show how a really well-playing human can dictate the pace quite often if the Undead doesn't get lots of kills and steals in the early game. A couple of footies went down now, but it was mining time reduced, mana forced. Oh, and the Lich goes down. And that's a huge problem. Ghoul lost, mining time lost, Lich lost. This is a very tough spot now for 1-0. Very well done by 40. He strikes before the Undead. Strong timing is coming together. And it's easy to forget about that, because this is not the meta that we've played for the last years. This is not what any Undead has been doing. I asked you, Tiao, to invite me to the next map on WeChat. Didn't respond yet. Does 40 have a Shredder, by the way? Yes, he does. Also hugely helpful in a game against Tetfiend build, which is going to be leading to a Destroyer timing push. Because you need lots of towers, and for that you need lots of lumber. AM keeps the pressure on, slows down the Undead creeping, doing a little bit of statue damage. And of course those statues can't be healed, can't be coiled at least. So that is significant damage. Early Masonry upgrade. Love that as well. Look at the Destroyer timing. It's about 1 minute off. And towers are finishing along with Masonry just exactly on time for that. Forty in position for a counterattack. If 1-0 moves out, he can hit the Undead main base. Fiend count is really low. He only has 2 Fiends? Only 2 Fiends, that's crazy. Normally here we see a Pit Lord third with Rain of Fire to try to break the towers. Yeah, 40 going for the shop. Here's the Pit Lord. It's not too many towers, by the way. 4 towers only at the moment. 5 towers now. Okay, this is a decent number. 40 needs to be fast with the repair. Oh, look at the Masonry timing. Masonry just hit now, just a second ago. And the shop taken out, by the way. This means no more statues. What you see here is what you get. Workshops, though, on the way, not finished yet. Gyro's production has not started yet. First tower taken out, but also Pit Lord got mana drained there by the Arcane Tower. GG is called, and 40 gets the 2-0 lead against 1-0. Last couple of encounters were clearly going to 1-0. Yumiko Arena 2-0, Sister-in-Law Cup. What the hell was that? 4-1, 2-1, 3-1. Before that, we had a couple of wins for 40. But in general, 1-0 was rising way more. 40 was dropping. 40 is in rank 4 again in the Elo standings. I thought he was lower. I guess he peaked a little bit over the weekend. Had a disappointing year so far. Normally the big bout machine. Is there any way for me to follow these guys somewhere? Hmm. Oh, this is so bugged right now. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not going to get into the lobby here. We may have to live with the restream for now. They didn't say anything in the group, did they? Nope. All right. Restream it is, I guess, for this series. Two-0 lead for 40 right here. It seems to be the month of the humans. After suffering many months over, leading to June, it took Sock on the weekend. Sock was able to beat Moon finally. Then 40 was able to beat Moon as well. Sock was able to beat Lin as well and 1-0. Sock was leading the charge, and I think Fortitude is feeling that power surging within the human race and within himself once again. If this was Labby playing here, I could maybe see a Cryptlord first. This always used to be a very good map for Cryptlord. But no, it is the Lich. It's crazy how shifting trends, shifting momentum in the scene, in the meta, can make players and strategies sometimes look so much better. You may remember last year, middle of last year, summer, let's say, nobody was playing Lich first at that time against human. Everyone was playing Cryptlord, Fast Expo. And that was before the Ghoul nerf, by the way. Even more exacerbated, though, by the Ghoul nerf. Anyways, everyone was playing Cryptlord expansion back then. And Neo and I were saying for a long time, man, Cryptlord can be good in the early game, but he really falls off heavy in the late game. Lich is the better way. Lich is the better way. Lich is the better way. We kept on saying, and some people told us, "What the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're saying. The pros know better. They're playing Cryptlord. They played better strat." And we're like, yeah, I mean, they mostly know better what they're doing, but not everyone is right all the time, and sometimes there are blind spots. And for that case, we both thought the others had that blind spot, thinking the Lich wasn't good enough anymore. Sometimes we used to see Lich play, but it seemed okay. Didn't seem that good, seemed like it was too fragile early, you got your expo cancelled all the time, and didn't seem, all that powerful. And it took a couple of months, and then towards the end of the year, towards the beginning of this year, all of a sudden everything changed. The Lich wasn't changed, the Undead expansion wasn't really changed, people just started playing better, and all of a sudden the Lich worked, and the Lich progressed to the late game, and the Lich looked insane. So sometimes it needs that experience, that practice, and that belief that things can work for things to finally look better. And it feels like that's what's going on with the humans right now. They were absolutely devastated over the last few months, saying they can't win anywhere. And I think they were right in some regards, and also a little bit melodramatic in some other regards. It wasn't hopeless in every matchup, but I would say they were unfavored in every matchup. I still think that's true. But now it seems like they have some hope again, some belief again. All right, here we go. First attack against the peasants. Archmage, he's going for the counterattack, by the way. He crept up level 2.8, which is notably not level 3. Would love to get some ghoul kills here. Ghouls or acolytes to hit that level 3. Denies for 1-0 are now very, very important. Love that Sentry Ward as well. Gonna give him constant vision down here. Every bit of experience now goes a long way. Multitasking here, of course, going to be very important. Reacting to your opponent's expo attempts, going for your own right ones. Wait, that was enough for level 3? That one Acolyte. And that's a deny missing, by the way. That's a small mistake by 120. When you don't see the human for such a long time at his expansion, he's obviously going for a counterattack. In that case, the Acolyte has to be away from the expansion. There's no reason for the Acolyte to be at the expansion. He can't repair or power build the Haunted. That doesn't work. Only works for human. So Acolyte being there, giving the experience away, you know, it's a tiny thing, but that's a big mistake, actually. It's now level 3 Archmage. Crazy how different these players in this series looks one day to the next, 1 week to the next. Counterattack, though, by 120. He also gets the cancel, so neither player is allowed to expand here so far. Humans, for the most part, in recent weeks, were going for level 2 instant expansion into aggression to cancel the undead expansion. That oftentimes led to footies going down, AM being low level, Lich pulling ahead in experience. Yeah, 120 made the big mistake. He gave away too much XP. Especially that Acolyte, like I mentioned, but also, I think he gave away maybe a Ghoul, certainly some Skellies. Because that creep route is not supposed to be enough for level 3, and that level 3 really changed everything. This is a big lead for 40 once again. And there we go, double level 2 water elementals. That is what undeads were painfully feeling for a long time. The expo's getting cancelled again and again and again. Nova here is going to be big, though. Oh, that was a chunky Nova. I think that hit 6 peasants. Okay, that's kind of crazy. The ghouls are here as well. It's going to cost a couple of ghoul lives. 120 is expanding now again. Lich would love to get level 3 right here, and he's very, very close. Arcane Tower finishes, though. That's quite a big help. Lich now level 3. He has to start putting the fear in this Archmage. Use Nova on the AM, keep spamming Skellies, get more mana. But it's a big lead regardless for 40 here. The expo's done. That's the big advantage of human, that they weren't able to utilize for a while. They can get their expo up guaranteed. It may come at a heavy price if you lose lots of peasants and footies, perhaps, but they can get it up guaranteed. Undead cannot. If the human is in the perfect position to counterattack with footies and water elementals, undead expansion will get cancelled. But of course, at the same time, the undead, by being aggressive, can also force the attention on the other side of the map and make it impossible for the human to be in the right position. Hollow Man CFC with the resub, thank you. Oh, Lich in the main base. That is pretty painful, but the AM is again going for the counterattack. Oh, there's going to be a close call here. If he gets the expo cancel again, game is likely over. The ghouls could try to block the entrance here. If the water elementals don't reach, then the expo is certainly finished. 10 seconds. Or rather, now. 10 seconds. Should be enough. Water elemental took a long time to get into range here. Acolytes. Oh my god, it is a cancel. Oh, it is a cancel. GG. Man, I thought for sure this expo was finished, but I guess not. I guess not. GG it is. 3-0. Oh, 40. He must be feeling relieved. His brother, Sok, showed the way. Yeah, I'm gonna change this title, by the way. I know, Neo, you like to be provocative, but just because Human has one good week, it's a little bit... It's a little too provocative to call it human supremacy or Humba right now. Let's not forget, the humans were getting their ass handed to them for the last 5 months. So, this is... Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Hammerfall is coming up next. One to 0 here. Not playing his cleanest game so far. We have seen him do much, much better in recent months. He is the most successful player of the year so far, by the way. Tournament winning wise. Surprisingly, it's not happy on top for once. We got 1 to 0 in first, then 40, then life, and then happy only. Not even too many players in the lobby here, by the way. Too many observers. It could be a 5-0 for 40 right here. If things keep going this way. Of course, you also 5-0'd Moon. Mr. Fortitude. Didn't play much at all, by the way, in the recent month. So it was 4 days ago, 5-0ing Moon. This was part of the Can Humba Beat Moon second season. Moon was unbeatable for the longest time, but all of a sudden, the humans found a way to crack him. But look at the gap here. There was basically 1 month of 40 not playing anything. From May to June. Maybe he was spending time with a therapist. Maybe he was getting drunk, or I don't know how, but he seems to have overcome his depression in terms of Warcraft, because he was sounding very, very demotivated and frustrated. Now he is looking way, way different. Like 40 of old, maybe? Maybe? I wouldn't say definitely, because it's too early for that. Again, the humans are having, finally again, a good week. You could perhaps even call it a great week. Will it continue that way? We'll see. Lich first opening here by 1-0 again. Lich going for the rock golem creep as well. Of course, players on this level know how to perfectly manipulate the creeps. Make sure to take little damage here. Oh, lag. Hello? Come on, bro. Okay. Oh, Archmage is not going for level 2 creeping. He's not going for rock golem into aggression. I think 1-0 is making a mistake, not going for the haunted goldmine first. If you go haunted goldmine first, if the human goes for level 2 aggression, then you can punish him, kill lots of footies, get ahead in experience. And if he goes level 3 creeping into aggression, then he is too late to cancel your haunted. By the way, where is the haunted? One to zero seems very, very low on lumber. Ooh, big Nova on the Archmage though. Oh, is that a surround? Oh, huge surround. That surround wins the early game. Now the AM has to be very cautious. Not only is the TP gone, also he's low HP. He cannot really get aggressive anymore here. That should be an easy expo for 1-0 this time. Best early game so far. Still no haunted though. Nice Google Scout. Sees where the AM's moving. Where's 1-0's lumber, by the way? He's so low on lumber. Oh, Archmage playing a dangerous game here.
Remo. 40. 120. What a way to start the day.
Yo, Zinrock with the resub. Thank you. AM dead. Claws on the ground. Get destroyed. Yeah, this game's over. 1-0 finally getting on the board here. Sometimes one surround wins you the game, and that basically is what happened here. Was nicely executed by 1-0, by the way. Nova into Ghoul surround. It sounds easy, but it's not that easy. Oh, now he's starting tier 2. What the hell? 1-0 even sees the tech timing. Oh! Lich gets surrounded! Oh my god, 1-0. No way. No way. And he knows the wrong footy to fight his way out. Oh my god. Gigantic mistake. Jonathan, thank you for the resub. Maybe the Haunted still finishes. Maybe not, though. Yeah, 1-0 way over aggressive with those ghouls. Now, in retrospect, it's clear. But I guess the Haunted does still finish. But 1-0 is a bit slow today. 1-0 is a bit slow, a bit shaky. Ooh, nice deny. And this looks similar to how Undeads looked when they weren't very used to Lich First anymore. When Cryptid First was the meta. They're a little bit slow, reactions weren't there, they were always low mana, there was never enough Lord of Necromancy. When you're playing Lich first, you need to have always Rod. I don't care if you get backpack or boots or staff or shop at the expansion, whatever it is, but you need to have Rod all the time. How much mana per second is Rod again on Skellies? It's 35 mana per 20 seconds. So let's say 35 plus 17 is 52. Let's say 50 mana. 50 mana per minute. Region. On level 1 Dark Ritual. You need to spam that shit non-stop. It is really good. Hilarious all of a sudden, elves and undeads are making critical mistakes every game just before rumors of a patch. Oh yes. That's the conspiracy theory that boils up every time before a patch. They're just losing because they want to look bad. It is going to be a Pally rifle game, if you will, with Pally second, rifles late. What is there now doing a pretty good job rotating in and out those ghouls. Going for a lot of towers here at the expansion. A Goblin Sapper could be incredible here, by the way. I think Wonder should start eating ghouls. Drop the pendant on the ground, eat the ghoul. Lots of profit. Right now, mana is more valuable than gold, aka ghouls. And look at the altar timing, by the way. Altar timing also really late. So much gold on 120. Where's the second crypt? Where are the fiends? Where's the altar? It's all a little bit lacking today. Okay. There we got the fiends now coming. Alright. I guess that one is almost in time. But the altar is certainly late. 120 could be on the way to tier 3 here already. Level 4 is the big level up here. Normally this human strat is doomed to fail. The thing is, even if 120 loses the expansion, he still wins on one base if he gets to tier 3. This creep rep was also bad, by the way. He should have just been creeping safe camps, close to the main, take the orange, get level 4. Level 4 is huge. Level 2 Dark Ritual, plus 4 intelligence. Right now he's just hemorrhaging ghouls. He does slow down the human creeping a little bit. Perhaps you could argue it's worth it. He can go for Nova last hits, that would be big. But he is too late for the big creep. DK now arriving. Statues on the way. This is still a fantastic position for 120. Not a flawless game, but a solid enough game. Where's the game sound? Yeah, we didn't get into the lobby, sadly. So We're gonna have to go with restream here for this series. After this, we're doing the WSB VOD replay casts. And then my big patch suggestions. Yeah, I mean, the Blizzard is doing well here at least. But surely there can only be one winner here. But he's barely perhaps stabilizing in the main base. Tier 3 now done. Frenzy, upgrade, researching. Not much gold on 1-0 actually. Yeah, there was a lot of losses. DK should creep one more camp here to get the level 2 at least. That aura, as we know. Always amazing. Oh my god, look at all the corpses in the main base, by the way. The ghouls are very hurt, actually. I think what is it? Just stall for time. Just leave the base. Heal up. He definitely has some time here. Destroyers won't even do anything, to be honest. Dark Ranger would be crazy good here. He could sell an item, go to the middle, get Dark Ranger. He definitely should get the Dark Ranger. Silence or Black Arrow first, both would be amazing. Okay, he's going Cryptlord. That also works. Surprisingly, Fortitude has the slight supply lead here. There's going to be two big additions coming in for 1-0 in a moment. Cryptlord and A-Bomb on the way. And now you want to eat those ghouls. Level 2 Dark Ritual. Very nice. Or eat skellies. That also works. Blizzard starting to do some serious damage here. Now it's the time for 1-0 to react. Tank items currently on the Lich. Those should be given over to the Death Knight probably. Tally has the big Invul Potion, by the way. Oh, wow. 1-0. Is he giving this game away? No way. He might be. Oh my god, is 1-0 really this cursed today? We're certainly not done here yet. Pally had sick items, by the way. Big Invul and big Mana Potion is absolutely tremendous here. Heal Scroll coming in. No heal scrolls left. Trying to go for the Pally kill. Oh! Invul's over. Pally might be dead here. Is dead indeed. Healer down. Crypt Lord also almost down, though. Ooh, if he kills the Archmage, that's an easy way to win this game. Where's the Pally? Oh, not here yet. Crypt Lord died, but AM dies as well. And there is finally the W 4-0. Can't believe he struggled this hard, though. That got way closer than I thought it was going to be. Pally is back. Still has that mana potion here. Going for the Pally kill was definitely the right idea. This is also where you want to eat A-bombs. It is 600 mana for eating one A-bomb. Very crazy. What is this? Pally dead again. The nuke on Undead on tier 3, too scary against the tier 2 human army. Might get the Death Knight here in the end. Oh! Oh! Still surrounded! He actually gets him, doesn't he? Oh! Got the DK. Hey, that was a nice move. Little moral victory. Oh, did you see it? He ate the A-bomb. Back to full mana on the Lich. There we go. GG. 40 does make this game close, despite basically winning after 5 minutes. The confidence, boys. The confidence is back. One last map for this show match. Then we're going to go back into WSB. My PowerPoint presentation later, by the way, for the patch suggestions is 24 slides. I really wonder how long it's going to take me to get through it. I think 80 minutes. I'm going to guess 80 minutes. Maybe longer. Springtime is going to be our 5th map here. This also used to be a good Crypt Lord map, by the way. Skip show match, skip WSB, give balance. Nah, bro. We want to see WSB. By far, most of my suggestions, by the way, are not really touching the balance issues. Of course, there are some, like Frenzy Ghoul nerf, Destroyer nerf, Dryad change, you know, those things. But mostly, it's about elevating the unusable things. You'll see later. You'll see later. Just stay patient. Stay with me here. Stay on the stream. Never tune out. When Back to Warcraft is online, never tune out in general. The best way you can spend your life is by always watching Back to Warcraft, watching all the ads, contributing, putting in the Prime subs as well. It's your best place to be. Okay. Map 5. 1-0 needs to play a cleaner game than map 1, 2, 3. Honestly, map 4 also he made a couple of big mistakes. But he got that huge kill early game, TP force into kill that catapulted him insanely far ahead. Creep routes, expo timings, tech timings, level up timings. These are the most important questions for the early game. Who's going to reach those when? Who's going to get ahead? I would say a very even game is a game in which heroes are even in experience. Human expo is a little bit faster. And human tech is just a little bit faster. Man, 40 just playing it so different. He's going for the big creep. Isn't 1-0 making a mistake here? Shouldn't 1-0 just go straight up for the instant expo, instant haunted? If you build the instant haunted, the AM level 3 reaching your side of the map is going to be too late. But maybe he feels if he does that, he doesn't get level 3 fast enough. And then fighting level 2 versus level 3 is going to be a losing battle. Kind of like what happened on Northern Isles, where he was so far behind in experience all the time. Shadow Priest early, by the way, very nice to have. On Springtime, I feel like in general, this early Merc Camp creep is being neglected way too much, especially by humans. And 1-0 is teching. Lich, 1 base. I think here again the human has the playmaking advantage. And Nova on the Archmage. I think that's a mistake when there's a Shadow Priest. Oh, and they're just surrounded! I mean, game over. GG. 3 minutes 40. 4:40 to take the 4 and 1. Game over. Fortitude for the first time in a long time, looking confident in this matchup, looking pretty good. And 1-0 also making a lot of mistakes. A little disappointing when you see 40 versus 1-0. You know, on the board, you're expecting a little more than that. That was honestly not the best showing by 1-0, especially. Sometimes that's the way it goes. It almost seemed a bit too easy for 1-0 recently. All right. Kind of a wild week. The last 7 days. Wait. Sock. When was Sock versus Moon? Sock versus Moon, 5th of June. Friday. Since Friday, the Warcraft world is turned upside down. All of a sudden, things are looking way better for the humans. They're hoping, they're dreaming, they're daring to allow the idea that the struggle times might be over for now. Stock looking way better, 40 looking way better. My, what a breath of fresh air it is. Humans were indeed getting absolutely bodied the last couple of months. Is that just a fluke, or will that continue? Going to be very interesting to see in our following days, following weeks. Okay. I think I gotta play an ad break here. Yep. Now we continue with the WSB VOD replay cast. This is the games from yesterday that we cannot show live. And guess what? We're continuing with 1-0 here. He was facing Moon yesterday. Let's get in. Oh wow, they are very far zoomed in here. Are they always this zoomed in? This looks crazy. This is like playing under a microscope. This has been Moon's worst matchup for a long time. I think at least for like 6 years. Been having a tough time against 1-0. Also against Labby when Labby was doing well. And most notably against Happy, Moon has been having a terrible win rate. Terrible record. Ooh, nice timing right here though. Comes in with a detonate. DK is not allowed the creep camp right here. And some good mana burns. Lich second by 1-0. Now, I've been trying to see if there's a pattern here for 1-0. I think I talked about this with Neo 2 weeks ago or something. If 1-0 goes Lich second, does that always mean Worms? Oi, did he get it? Oh, not really. Hoo-hoo, that was close though. The Skelly was looking for the last hit there. Amazing item for the Demon Hunter. Big heal potion. Phenomenal. And yeah, about the Frostworms, I think every single map that I saw, with the exception of one, it was Worms after Lich. So normally when the Under doesn't have Naga, the Knight is supposed to get ahead early, get more creeps, get ahead with his own Naga, wait for the Dryads to come out, then get some kills with Dryads. You really have to capitalize on the timing advantage that you have with Dryad and Naga when there's Lich second, like we see here from the Undead, trying to take into Worms. You need to get ahead in the mid game. If you don't get ahead against Worms, I'm not sure if you can win. Not finishing the creep here, not getting the item, losing the Ancient of War isn't great for Moon. Also, it's only a single ghoul that went down so far. This is your time to fight. You got the Dryads now. This is where you need to strike. Getting one green camp here. Demon level 3. Having that big healing, of course, is wonderful. Replenish! Oh my god, the replenish is so good right now. Next big item going to Moon as well. This is a pretty good mid-game so far. He's getting some good items, getting some good experience, getting some phenomenal drops. big invul and big healing is absolutely perfect. And here is the Boneyard. That Frostworm timing is very scary. I've seen Life now beat the worms multiple times. And he always did that when he was ahead, coming out of the mid game. Yeah, this is the right time to fight, like I said. With the Dryades, with the double slow, this is what you need to do. Find kills early and get ahead. One Fiend picked off, not bad. You gotta be fast with the Dryads here. Ooh, he's going for a statue kill as well. And he's gonna get it. Oh, this is nice. This is very nice. Fiend and statue taken out. Did he lose something? No, he saved the Dryads. Dryads on low HP though. They're hard to heal up. I guess with Rejuve, he's gonna be able to do it. Moon understood the assignment though. He knew he needed to get to strike earlier. Before Orb, before Worm and all that. But this is well done so far. But when the Worm comes out, also needs to have the right response. I still feel like Night Elves don't focus the Worm enough. If you go for the Worm target fire, you have a lot of piercing damage. It takes a lot of damage right away. Also, Naga plus Dryad double slows the Worm. And then it has very slow attack and move speed. But of course, if you focus the Worm too much and he pulls it away, you waste damage uptime. The ghouls are there in your face. You also need to deal with the ghouls. So it's easier said than done. It is not easy to micro these fights perfectly. The Worm makes things a lot more complicated than it would be normally against just a Fiend Destroyer army. Legion Doomhorn here, not good for 1-2-0. Oh, look at the levels on Moon. If he gets 4-3 before the first big fight, that would be insane. And he's almost there. You can creep the red camp normally very easy with Dryas. This is also well done by Moon. Demon Hunter items aren't that good, by the way. Helm of Valor would be insane right now. Foot of Cunning is a lot worse. But it's also some decent stats. Ideally, the other ones to come out of the early game either ahead or even, and then go for the Frenzy, Worm, timing, and then most Night Elves just die. But of course, this early game was rather bad for 1-2-0. Next item picked up for Moon, Claws of Attack, TP home. One Moonwell's gonna fall, needs to make it anew. Moon's inventory is looking really good here. There's targeting on the Worm right away. DK low mana, by the way. Orb of Venom, of course, spreading lots of damage around, but the Dryads are now also taken out. Now there's no easy slow anymore. Ooh, Demon Hunter, Invo Potion last second. Needs to pass the heal pot. That one's still on the Naga. Moon did lose a lot of units here. The Bears especially, of course. Get absolutely wrecked by that magic damage. And yeah, that's the thing about Frostworms. You can never underestimate them. It's kind of crazy. Worms are not good enough to be played in any other matchup. But against Night Elf, they can look so, so good. Chad told me that recently on ladder also ended up playing more Worms against Orc. Which sounds kind of terrible against Ensnare and Berserkers, in my opinion, but maybe there's a build there that has yet to be discovered. Oh, yeah. there, someone is saying again. Worms played against Orc if they go Tor and Headhunter. Tor and Headhunter is what I play. As Orc against Undead. I have a 100% win rate so far. But I only have like 10 games or something. There you see the damage on the Worm right away. And when the ghouls are gone, all of a sudden the archers especially have an easier time. But of course the Fiend piercing against the Dryas can still be tremendous. Demon Hunter doesn't have the heal potion here. Should be given to him if you ask me. We got the dust now. We got some Fiends going down. We got a pretty even game here now, it seems. Naga level 4. Going for a mana shield. 1-0 needs mana potions. Worm is obviously a very, very important unit. You need to have that mana potion ready if it comes to a desperate situation where you need to heal it up. Remo didn't see Lin versus Happy? Wait. Lin versus Happy? When did that happen? What? I certainly didn't see that. When the hell did that happen? Wait, did I see that? I guess not. A couple of months ago. Lol, bro. Couple of months ago. Come on. I have the memory of a goldfish. You can only ask me about yesterday. The day before yesterday is already too long ago. Okay, now we're just sitting at 50. The math's been crept up. This is where undead sometimes go for late game, like ultra late game necro wagons. Oh, we're seeing Disease Cloud here by 1-0. He has 2 ghouls only though. That means he doesn't have too much lumber income. Oh, that Naga, a little bit out of position. Needs to get some rejuve. There it is. Demon still has the big healing potion all the way from the early game. Great to have still. Another Fiend goes down. Oh, I think he saw the shade somewhere maybe. Demon almost level 5. This is going to be a huge level up. Often, Night Elves will expand when they're rich on 50 supply and then build an army to back it up. That's also what 1-0 is looking for. And there's the temple. Yeah, this is going to be necro wagons. I think 1-0 made a mistake here making that 4th Fiend. After losing the Fiend, should have made a ghoul instead. That would have led to more lumber. Because you need lots of upgrades with this kind of stuff. The necro trainings, of course, and the exhumed corpses. Does anybody know the resource cost of exhumed corpses? Guys, can you look that up for me right now? It's a very, very, very fast upgrade, like crazy fast. How much does it cost? I guess it doesn't cost much, does it? A couple of months ago, 1-0 didn't know how this worked, by the way. We had a game where he was trying to load up corpses on the wagon, but didn't have the upgrades, so we were just standing there at the graveyard. Didn't know that interaction. 7550. Oh, okay. That's almost nothing. Yeah, Necro Adept training also isn't heavy on lumber, but Master training is pretty heavy on lumber. And the worms are 120 lumber each, so... Still feels like 1-0 is a bit low on lumber here. Maybe it's gonna work out though. Meanwhile, Moon is going for MGs. He knows what's coming. MGs certainly do better against Fiend Necros than Bears do. That's true. But where is your damage coming from? Normally we see Night Elves trying to go chims against this.
원래는 키메라 패드 위습이 맞는데
근데 멀티가 없다 보니까
다
아군비하기는
뽑기가
현실적으로 힘들고
결국은 그냥 마운틴 자이언트가 어쨌간에 오래 버티잖아요. 그래서
예.
그냥 마자로 앞에 그냥 세워버리고 키메라 갑니다. 근데
Oh, they're the Chim Roosts. They're very late though. Chim Roost takes a minute. Chim takes a minute.
그러네요. 어떻게 딱
Literally 1 minute.
놓치고 있었는데 있는 곳에 와줬어요.
I feel like those should have been earlier.
의도치 않게 바로 발견해 버렸고요.
장재호 선수가
But when are you gonna break into upkeep?
이러면
1-0 has the advantage of having the Shade Scouting.
120이
Moon has the advantage of having insane upgrades. He's gonna have 3-3.
나오기 전에 봤던지
Wait, 1-0 has no upgrades?
냅둔 다음에 키메라를 카운터 치던지를 해야 될 것 같고
Oh, 1-0 has 0 upgrades. Yeah, that is what he was missing out on because of the low lumber. Yeah, look at the lumber. 39 lumber right now. I am vindicated. I told you. He needed another ghoul. When he lost the fiend, he should have made another ghoul.
다시 마법 그 벤시 마법까지 한다? 아주 부담스럽게 하죠 119도.
Okay, can unsummon the sack pit. That's a good amount of lumber.
유용하게 쓸 수 있기 때문에
Oh, Moon.
생각인 것 같아요.
Those chim roosts are late, buddy. Very late.
쉽게 잡을 텐데 지금 나무가 너무 없어요. 굴이 3개는 있었어야 되는데 2개다 보니까
Oh my god, they take so long. Finally, chims in production.
나무가 그렇게 안 들어오네요 이게 생각보다는.
Where are the MGs, by the way?
알타도 팔고 막 이거
Moon's resources are looking well balanced. Mountain Giants, Mountain Giants. Where are the Mountain Giants? The great thing is also, when you have a big-ass Necro army, Necro wagons, it is too big to focus fire everything perfectly with orbs, so you have to be on A-click a lot. And if you're just on normal A-click, then MGs are really good.
70에서 가야 되거든요. 저 완성
MGs are gonna have... Wait, how much armor is it again with 3-3? It's 12 armor, right?
돈도 거의 다 됐는데 나무가 지금 급해서
Where are the MGs? There they are. Okay.
이거 혹시 나을 것 같습니다. 아니면
This is gonna be an amazing army for Moon.
야드 파는 것도 괜찮아 보이거든요.
그죠? 또폰 뽑을 일이 없어 보이긴 하거든요.
I was a bit worried he wasn't gonna get him out in time, but he will. 1-0 really struggling with the lumber here. This is the most insane upgrade difference I've seen all year.
저거 업그레이드가 공방이
3-3 versus 1-0.
지금 해볼들 일으킬 거니까
Wait, he cancelled the Mountain Giants. Interesting.
어떻게 한번 장재원 선수
I feel like at least one MG would be really good. Again, so much of this is going to be A-click on the ground. One MG could soak up so much damage.
아예 키메라 잔뜩 뽑는 걸로.
But he's just going mass chims.
좀 활용할 수 있는
I think this could be a mistake.
그냥 멀티 짓고 있어요. 엄터이티는 이거는
블레싱업도
생각은 아닌 것
딱히 하지
같고요.
않았죠. 근데 진짜 6키메라까지 갖춰지면은 그냥 쑥 들어가서 고기차부터 다 부셔버리면 되거든요.
근데 그 쑥 들어가기는 쉽지 않을 것 같긴 해요. 앞에는 해골 잡는 용도로 써야 될 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 어쨌든 핀드도 있다 보니까
핀드 숫자보다 이제
Normally at this point in the game, as the undead, you're supposed to have at least 1-0 fiends, rather 2-1. And now also 1-0 or 2-0 skellies and wagons. Of course, those upgrades don't carry over.
인가요?
Unlike the Knight of Army, where every good late game unit has the same upgrade type.
이게 좋아 보이긴 하거든요. 자, 지금 풀업입니다. 장재원 선수는. 자, 풀업에 자, 로어
6 chims,
세긴 하거든요.
possibly with Roar, are gonna have a lot of damage.
80대 80인데 영웅 레벨과 그 아이템
Question will be, do they have enough to blow up all the skellies fast enough?
다 장재호 선수가 좋아 보이는 게 사실이거든요.
Moon also wants to bring a lot of wisps for detonate if he needs them. How many wisps does he have? 14.
막 호바 같은 거에 죽지만 않으면 돼요.
맞습니다.
Main base is dry. Here's the second attack upgrade for 1-0. No upgrades on the fiends. The fiend destroyer worms aren't that strong with 0-0.
댐도 2개 팔아버리고
He double sells the temples of the damned. Interesting. I think he's expanding again here 1-0.
120의 이 선택
자, 그래서 또 어눌 프렌지를 푸엄이랑 핀드 리치한테 걸어주면서 자, 이게 어떻게 보면 제일 중요한 교전이
I'm looking forward to the chims, dude.
대동하면서
Maybe you should try to get the chims to the wagons. They could blow up the wagons instantly.
총
if he comes from behind. Shouldn't he be coming in from behind here? Anyways, in we go. Yoi! Look at that lightning. We got fireworks going on over here. Wisps in position. Oh, beautiful position for the detonates right away. Oh my god, so much damage from the chimps. Holy hell. Lich in trouble as well. DK out of mana already. Has a mana potion still. Holy hell, those chimps. Dude! Very hard to tell what exactly is going on in the fight. Necros are going down though. We don't have too many skellies left. DK level 5. Worm is dead. Moon is low in supply as well. He is losing all those chimps in the end, but they did a lot of damage. The remaining army is stronger for Moon, and he gets the GG. 1-2-0. Loses the first map in this series against Moon, where he has had the upper hand for the longest time.
그래도 마지막까지 인구수는 비슷비슷하게 흘러갔지만 영웅의 파워에서 장재 선수가 건재했기 때문에 자 110 선수가 GG를 쳤습니다.
And that was pretty well done by Moon. I feel like Night Elves are figuring out more and more how to beat worms, and the key is you beat the strategy before the worm is out, or at least you get far ahead. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we are getting into map 2 next. Onto beautiful Tidehunters. Keeper first by Moon. What? It's kind of a Kaho special. Don't know if you guys remember this, but Kaho used to play Keeper first all the time on this map, and only this map, and even defeated Happy here a few times. Keeper hunts opening. What the hell? Once upon a time, Undead liked to fast expand on this map, but nowadays, Undead fast expo is kind of bad against Night Elf, it seems, where Night Elves counter expand so well against it. Fast level 2 for the Keeper. Keeper hunts against Undead. What the hell? That's very, very rare to see. Interesting. Both Keeper and Hunts will get a lot weaker in the late game. So you need to get ahead early. Normally, that is with an expansion. There's 2 Wisps moving in the bottom left. Yep. Oh, is he going for a 1-base AP push? What the hell? Dude, what is Moon cooking over here? Oh my god, he does. He is going for an AP push. What the hell? And the Undead army right now in a different position. Moon can keep his opponent busy here for a while. What the hell, dude? Moon, just such a interesting player. Nope, gets 1 ghoul kill here. Dude, I need to look out the window right now. Sounds like there's a storm. Yeah, dude, there's a crazy rainstorm going on outside right now. And now we got APs in the main base, even an Ancient of War over here. This proxy Ancient of War to make glaives, most likely. Okay, very interesting. 1-0 needs Slaughterhouse. Oh, he's laid on the graveyard. Late in the graveyard means late in the slaughterhouse.
첫 경기 내주고 나머지
Slaughterhouse into wagons right away is what he needs. He's got room in the back of the base there behind the crypt. Meanwhile, he's gonna need a lot of repair to keep these buildings up.
끝까지 방심할 수가 없어요.
There it is. There's a slaughterhouse.
맞습니다.
Meat wagons are very, very good
해주면서 확실히 자, 지금
against these APs.
지금 준비 중인 장조 선수인데 자, 슬래터 수 이제 올라갑니다 1, 2공도. 세컨 리치도 뽑아.
One of the big advantages for Undead here in holding this push is your workers always heal.
돈이 좀 빠르다 보니까.
The acolytes on Blight.
을 잡아주려면 그 노바 있고 그리고 이제 영웅킬이나 이런 것도 리치가 있고 그거 차이가 있다 보니까
자, 근데 프로스터 일어났다가 자, 위험 뺐고요. 잘 앉았습니다.
지금 구울 하나씩 죽는 거는 그렇게까지 아프지는 않긴 합니다.
장재호도 지금 프로스터 위치가 너무 과감한 위치에 앉아가지고 그러니까 1, 2공도 지금 스플릿하고 변신할까 말까 좀 고민될 것 같긴 하거든요.
돈만 있으면 진짜 확실히 그냥 스피리타워 2개 변신해 놔도 스피리타워가
Lots of mana still on the DK. Lich is soaking up some damage here from the towers. Can blow up some wisps.
자, 그래서 일단 말씀하신 대로 일단 리치는 그냥 노바로 위습 수리해주는 위습 위주로 일단 잡아줍니다.
It's a hard push to make work. Lots of damage on the AP already.
나무 끼고 있는 애들.
The glaives will have to take out the
뽑아놨어요.
meat wagons to allow the APs to stay up.
수리 잘해주고 있고요.
근데 이거 진짜 각 이쁘게 잘 들어왔거든요, 장정 선수가. 아예 완성될 때까지 모르고 제대로 허를 찌른 그런 러시였는데 이게 만약에 먹히지 않는다면은
Death Knight now starting to run low on mana here.
되게 좀 어려울 것 같네요.
First meat wagon gonna be a huge tool to deal with this. Second meat wagon normally puts an end to the push.
그냥 물 데리고 와가지고 자,
Ghouls now coming out to put some damage on the glaives.
안 돼요, 자 리치. 자 포일만
Oh, Lich hurt already. Goes for the heal potion.
깰 만한가요? 깰 만한가요? 깰 만해 보이는데요. 지금 에콜라이트가 다 술이 안 붙었고
Needs some mass repair. The Black Citadel, of course.
글쎄 색이라
Ooh, Death Knight. Low HP as well, but it's only level 1 entangle.
것 같아요. 리치도 위험하고
1-0 not making... Oh, wait. Oh, he's gonna lose. Oh, he loses the Halls of the Dead. Oh, shit. No way. Moon is winning with an AP push. Are you kidding me?
하나가 금강 저 타격이 가능해가지고
Oh, before the second meat wagon was out.
뽑아놨으면
No way, dude. What is going on here?
금강 터진 건 아니니까 옵시랑 뭐 고기차 하나 더 있었으면은 나 여기서도 게임 계속 할 수 있어 할 수 있겠지만
One base AP push, dude. What the hell is this? When I used to lose on ladder to this strategy, I would always feel so bad. I would feel like the worst player in the world. Thank you, 1-0. This is like retroactive therapy to see that you also can lose to this strategy. There used to be this one guy on War 3 Champions. I don't remember his name, but he used to play the stupid strat all the time. And of course, once you knew it was coming, it was terrible.
터가 하나도 부서지지 않고
But I still lost to it,
플레이를 너무
I don't know, 2 or 3 times. Moon is executing this really well, by the way, macro-wise. He had exactly as many hunts as he needed, exactly as many APs as he needed, and most importantly, he had glaives exactly when he needed them to really pressure that Halls of the Dead. The proxy Ancient of War here was hugely important. GG! No way! No way! Keeper AP push. What the hell? No way. Crazy. That's some crazy sauce. Okay. Moon goes up 2-0 against 1-0. A player who he has been struggling so much against in recent years. Great position now for him to get the revenge and win this series. 3 match points. Map 3. Autumn leaves back to Demon.
경기처럼 좀 빨간 양말이 좀 나와줘야 될 텐데요. 자 120은 첫팀 어택글러. 자 드디어 이제 120도 첫 팀이 좋게 나와줍니다 이제. 근데 120도 바로 알고 있어요.
이게 약간 공식 정성 루트다 보니까
예.
역시나 여기 먹는구나. 오케이. 지능망토.
Very bad demand items. Gloves and mantle, not good at all, but will be great for a Naga second.
자, 이 정도 2렙 찍으면은 뭐 찌르기 같은 좀 수월하기 때문에 어느리랑 포일 다 들고 있다 보니까
네.
강재 선수 그거 방해하기 위해서 일단 가는데 일단 일단 스틸은 쉽지 않아 보입니다.
저 레벨업은 뭐 사실 그냥 하나만 먹으면 돼서.
The big important question here will be
주지 않으려고 해요.
Lich second for the undead or
자, 그쵸.
Naga second.
해볼
As we notice now, most of the time Lich second means worms. It could also mean tier 3 expo though. Some Night Elves, especially Life, are way over aggressive against tier 3 expo in my opinion. I think they should just counter expand. Can you guys hear the thunder outside? I don't think so, right? Normally microphones don't pick that up, but it is thundering and raining hard outside right now.
이제 아까 이몰레이션 찍은 걸 봤기 때문에 2배점 때문이라서 탱킹력이 안 좋은 것도 알고 있어요 지금 110이.
A summer storm.
이거 때리는 족죠. 뭐 빗나가면 안 되기 때문에 피 관리 쉽지 않긴 하거든요. 대부분.
Demon doesn't have boots yet, by the way. Yep, that's dangerous. And that's a surround.
D2에도 그쵸 막혀 있죠.
하루푸탈.
이거는
120이 못파는 시작 초반 그림 너무 좋습니다. 노빌까지 하나 사줬고요.
데몬터
자,
빨리 와야
예측
돼요.
아차 한 번?
Where do you live? I live next to Karlsruhe,
여기다가 분명히 아처가 근처에 있을 것이다.
which is in the southwest
하고 다시 가나요?
of Germany.
영리한데요. 자, 그리고 다행히 아처가 일단 인스에 묶이지 않았습니다.
Right next to the French border.
콜 방어도 좀 충분하기 때문에 못 노리죠 이거. 잠깐만요. 데몬도 그냥 또 노려버리는데.
Demon does have boots now. Putting a lot of damage on these ghouls here.
제대로 다 비비고 있거든요.
Did the creeps deny that one? I'm not sure. Ooh, another ghoul goes down. This is sloppy bone to 0.
다 빠졌거든요, 이러면.
Losing 3 ghouls. Wow. I mean, the demon is very hurt, but losing 3 ghouls here is great for him. Naga second for 1 to 0 this time. Okay. No worms anymore. Ooh, the demon. The demon. Oh, he's not expecting the Naga. Not expecting the Naga. Oi! Oh! B2W rip. Oh, Moon. Oh, Moon. That was very risky.
다 많이 되죠. 자, 데몬 잡고 여기 사연토까지 아이템 빼먹으면서 다시 한번 120이 분위기 가져옵니다.
Too bad. This game looked great for Moon until the demon loss. Now he lost the demon and the Ancient of War. That is not great at all anymore.
이번에는 루어 먼저 올리고
B2W rip indeed.
차이가 날 수밖에 없습니다.
딱 서드 타이밍, 그 서드 리치 타이밍에 들어갈지 뭐 중머를 먹을지는 뭐 봐야겠습니다만
120도 좀 안전하게 하려고 중멀 하면서 들어가지 않을까 싶긴 하거든요 느낌이.
어차피 에콜라이트가 하나 남아 있어서 활용할 수 있거든요.
자, 진행의 재개 오래 봤는데 진행의 체 그냥
1 to 0 now, pulling ahead. Taking camps away from the opponent.
그거 쉽지 않거든요. 지능 영웅 있는데 데사이트가 지능책 먹는 거는.
뭐 마나 리젠이나 뭐 코일 쓸 때 생각해서 그런지는 모르겠는데 좀 저렇게 치더라고요.
휴먼 같은 경우야 뭐 이제 암의 마킹일 때 이제 마킹이 많아도 좀 써야 되니까 이제 마킹 주는 경우가 많긴 한데. 근데 뭐
Naga level 2, DK about to hit level 3. This is a really good position for 1 to 0 here.
이게 공격력도 중요하다 보니까 웬만해서는
Also, look at the Demon Hunter items. Oh my god. That is terrible. We all know the Demon Hunter can be amazing in the late game, but he needs some items. This is gonna be a paper demon.
데사이트 3렙쪽을 그 와중에 네콜레트 디나이.
Yeah, this position is terrible, horrible for Moon.
다 주다 보니까.
그쵸. 이게 처음에는 뭐 그냥 들고 있다 정도였는데 이게 데일포라도 뽑아야겠는데요.
Yeah, if 1 to 0 doesn't convert this lead,
안될 거라서
that would be pretty bad. This is the kind of game you have to win.
차라리 무프가 더 나을 수도 있어.
He could expand super easily now.
똥규지.
이번 게임 뭐 그냥 어차피 불리한 김에
He could also just go for a frenzy timing push, of course. But that bears the risk of not killing the Night Elf, the game dragging out, and maybe you falling behind.
아시가 지금
Man, the Demon Hunter items are so bad. My goodness.
이거 진짜 이제 커뮤니티 나오면은 점사에 데몬터 제가 봤을 때 못 버티거든요 이거.
네.
He doesn't even have a circlet. He has 0 stat boost right now. Outside of move speed. What is going on? The demon has nothing. Going for an invis potion here. Lich showing up. Is he going for the skull? No, he isn't. Probably for the last hit. 1-0 knew something was fishy with the demon not being here. Using that one over the win right away. And the demon, hoo-wee, almost goes down. Just turn around, kill him. What? Cold arrow turned off. Because of creeping. Demon lucky there to get away. That could have been his end with better focus fire by 1-0. Happy would have killed him there probably. Level 3 Naga. Good bone gems, of course, not so nice, but the undead hero levels are looking pretty damn good. He's about to hit 4-3-2. Demon gets a Ring of Regen, that is okay, but not that good in the late game. Oh my god, look at the demon. Look how he melts! Gets saved with the staff, though. That was a good Fork Lightning on the ghouls. But only level 1 Fork Lightning. Oh my god, the Demager. He's just utterly melting. Invo Potion now. Bear's also getting picked off here one by one. We got the DK now almost on level 4. And the demon's dead. GG. 1-0 gets on the board. Easy game for 1-0 here. Bad luck for Moon, getting no good items at all for the demon. And also one big mistake, of course. Even if 1-0 goes a lot for Lich second and goes a lot for Worm play, you cannot be sure that it is gonna be that. You can't be sure it won't be a Naga. Gotta be a bit more careful there, Mr. Moon. Still, 2 match points for Moon here in this series. Next up, we're going to Echo Isles. Used to be always a fast expo map, but as mentioned before, undeads don't really fast expand anymore in this matchup. With very few exceptions. Demander wants to creep the green camp away from the opponent here, maybe even go for both small greens to pick up the small items. DK trying to show up for the steal. A little bit too late. Again, good Naga items. Not great demon items. But the nice thing about this map is you can always buy a Ring of Protection. And there should be at least 1 ring on the demon. Honestly, I feel like in this matchup there should be 2 rings on the demon. Question is also going to be, though, how much inventory space do you have? Slippers! That's nice.
타이밍에 저거 사면은 그냥 말도 안 되죠.
좀 살만하지 않을까 싶긴 한데
예.
일단 장정수 어쨌든 이게 돈을 좀 빠듯하다 보니까 이게 살지 안 살지 모르겠어요.
3원짜리 아니 그 100원짜리기 때문에
예.
여차하면 그냥 지능망토 팔고 사도 잠깐만요. 120이 지금 12시 먹는
Ooh,
그-
perfect whiz scout. Look at that. Wow. Amazing timing by Moon here.
자, 푸테닝
Sees the movement right away by 1 to 0.
둘 다 사면 되죠.
Taking a look at the market. Sells! He sold the mantle. How dare you?
만든 거기
What about the Naga?
맞나요 이거?
Demon's surrounded, but he's fighting back pretty well. He's got some really good right-click items here. And 1 to 0 is feeling the pain. Demon has barely fought out.
돈 하나도 안 죽어서 나이스 손해만 돼요.
And that was a pretty good trade, I would say. DK lost all the mana. Ghouls are kind of hurt here. Demon Hunter going back to the movement, and he's expanding.
푸팅님까지 그냥
On the way to tier 2. Oh, there was this one game as well, Moon versus, I think it was 1 to 0. It was a Shattered Exile game last week. Was that Gladiator Championship, maybe?
살만했거든요, 돈이. 왜냐면 푸팅님
It's really cool on this map because normally you can always get away with this tier 2 expo if you don't buy boots, because boots are so expensive, right? And Echo Isles, the shop is so far away that if the Night Elf doesn't get boots of speed, it's not as suspicious as it would be otherwise.
이거 주기 싫어서 120도
Wisp already at the tavern, getting ready for a Naga second. Both might be going for Naga second.
싸우지 않을까 싶긴 하거든요 중앙에서. 일단 장정수 먼저 샀고 자 119도 샀고
장교수 생각해야 되는 게 이미 문해를 한번
Indeed, both are.
예.
문해의 양이 충분하지
No
않습니다.
boots for either player.
빨리 데몬터는 마시고 와야 돼요. 지금 나가시랑 아처는 좀 시간 끌어주면서 그래도 여기서 풀피 되면 다시 한번 오면은
Demon again falling back to the Moonwells.
피가 안 될 거예요.
It's not going to be nighttime forever, of course, so he can't just do this endlessly.
아처 하나 일단 잘 숨었고
Nice Shadow Meld again on the Archer. Again, abusing the fact that nobody made it to the shop yet. The shop on this map is just too far away from the early important area of this market.
가 진짜 지금은 안 된다고 생각하거든요.
자 근데 또 그거의 키포인트는 얼마나 멀티를 빨리 안 치냐가 좀 문제인 것 같긴 한데
Double lures on the way, a Dryad soon to show up.
웬만한
And so far there's no indicator that Moon is going for this expansion, by the way. That's the cool thing here. This expo is hidden, so to speak.
그거를 캐도 안 먹힌다고 저는 생각을 해요.
Where's the Naga going?
그래가지고
Moon is afraid his Naga is going to get targeted. Did she run into the creeps? She almost ran to the creeps.
전략적으로 한번 시도를 한 것 같은데
Demon healed up again, but he couldn't get back to full HP this time.
특히나 이 맵은 아이템을 사 모을 수 있어서
First Dryad now on the way.
브레드가
That Dryad is going to be a big addition to the army.
좀 많이 모아버리면 게임 더 어려워져요.
Oh, big last hidden item right here up for grabs with a mana burn. Maybe he can steal it. Didn't use the mana burn. Small mistake by Moon, but still gets a ghoul at least. Big heal potion for the Death Knight. Would have been insane for the demon, of course.
이 빌드로 그 싸워볼 수 있는 최소 조건이 말씀하신 것처럼
Shadow Melds are excellent here by Moon.
멀티를
Very quick reactions every time.
빨리 먹어도 힘들다고 생각하는데 저는
Now that one archer is slain.
이거 그냥 그쵸 이게 그냥 포기 제가 봤을 때 이게
But the Tree of Life there, already in a good position down south. When is 1 to 0 going to find out, I wonder?
이거 피 회복이 안 돼서
And this is going to be the last time of Moonju's healing, by the way. Now the demon has to be a lot more careful with how he trades hit points. Needs an early shop, I would say, to get heal potions out.
먼저 맞다 보니까 피 관리 안 돼가지고 막상 딜을 못했거든요 데몬터가.
Oh, there's the shop.
결국에 어쨌든 이 언데전의 이뮬레이션은 사냥을 초반에 위해서 어쩔 수 없는 선택이긴 한데 참 계륵인 것 같아요 진짜 이뮬레이션은.
그나마
Cool build by Moon.
기대할 수 있는 건 이제 장재호 선수의 드라이어드 컨트롤.
Basically, nobody does this on the pro level.
120 선수가 이게 정말 많이 당했거든요. 장정 선수의 중멀 땡드라에.
그리고 120의 지금 오늘의 이 태문. 지금 1렙 아이템은 다 푸팅링만 나왔거든요.
아 이거 어떻게 그래도 이거 산 건가요?
네, 둘 다 산
The
거
DK bought a ring to prevent the demon from buying it. Really?
같으면
Really? I've never seen that before.
오브 딱 들고 와서 한 대씩 툭툭 때리면 못 버티는데
Interesting.
장정 선수 돈이 없어가지고 일단 힐스는 못 샀고 일단 무프만 샀습니다.
Good catch.
자 나오는 일단 3티어 됐고 이제 리치도 곧 나오는데 저 리치 나오기 전에 프렌즈 굴 되기 전에 이즈좀볼 수 있으면 좋은데요.
좀 애매한 이 타이밍에 이득을
Invo potion on the demon. Naga in trouble. Giving her the heal potion. Oh, big impact of the heal pot right there. And I think now 1-0 knows.
위한 움직임.
This is too many dryads. Not enough bears for the state in the game.
잡아내줍니다. 아, 근데 디나이.
I think 1-0 now knows about the expansion, but this is only when he really found out.
드라스 봤으면은 이 중말이구나.
Oh yeah, and look at the healing from Moon now. Ooh, it is looking rough. As I'm gonna get into it in my patch suggestions later, this is the biggest design problem for Night Elf. If you don't have bears, you never have enough healing.
좀 번 거죠.
This is the #1 problem.
눈치 싸움을 잘해야 될 것 같아요. 3티어 올리고 50에서 이제 자원 세이브해 놓은 걸로 뭐 업그레이드를 잘 누른다든지 그런 걸 하든지 아니면은 그냥
장정수도
상대가 좀 애매한 타이밍에 50 과감하게 깨서 박아버리든지.
장정수도 여기서 일단 50 유지하면서 이때 수 있으면 좋겠지.
I like the Shadow Priest pickup here. Just anything to get more healing.
빨로 한번 언데드 교전에서 승리를 해야 될 것 같거든요.
1-0 not going for a push, by the way. Looks like he's getting ready for a counter expansion, going for Disease Cloud as well, which is great against mass dryads. Oh, Moon got a ring +5. That's amazing.
것 같거든요. 째다가 터질 수가 있어서 지금 아이템 나온 거는 좋아요. 푸팅님.
자, 어느새 공방 1렙까지 해놨고 그냥 리젠링 좀 원했긴 했을 텐데 뭐 프로텍션님도 지금 탱킹이 좀 돼야 되기 때문에 뭐 나쁘지 않고요.
네, 풀피만 어떻게 채울 수 있으면은 푸팅링 하나 나오는 거 너무 좋죠.
자, 120 고기 차예요. 자, 나무 없거든요. 중물은 아닌 것 같긴
아,
한데
고기 차면은
Actually, 1-0 is not going for the expansion after all. It is the push. Love the fact that Moon is picking up heal scrolls here,
딱 드라이어드 상대하는 그거거든요. 그냥 카이팅하면서
but the army's pretty far away from the main base. Also, there's no dust on Moon here.
계속 그냥
That is definitely an oversight.
키워서 이기는 거.
Now 1-0, however, behind this is going for the Necropolis. Still no Haunted, though.
할만해 보여요. 지금 나가시 탐레벨
Oh, Moon's gonna lose the lore.
좀 아쉽긴 하거든요.
Needs to remake that immediately. He needs to have mass production ready. By the way, where are the upgrades? Ah, no, he's got upgrades. Excuse me. I thought he had none, but he has 1-1 on the Dryads. That's pretty good.
파고 들어가지고 자, 옵시 자, A로 붙였고
Ooh, perfect mana burn. Right before the coil.
얼리고 그냥 여기서 압박하면서 멀티할 생각이네요.
장전수 일단 50 깨놨기 때문에 50 깼으면 일단 여기서 이득을 좀 보긴 해야 되는데
Heavy focus fire on the demon here.
데몬터 점사 데몬터가
There is a staff for him and an invuln. Ooh, and the wagon now can do a lot of damage.
아, 데사이트 잡기 전에
So good against the Dryads. Heal scroll committed already. Team Hunter still hurt.
자, 노바만 있어요. 노바만 있어요.
There's one Nova ready! Ah, Moon, the staff was ready!
안 됐어요.
B2W rip! Where's that staff, Moon? If he just gets the staff save. Look at that, he even kills the MG. Not the MG. The wagon. Where was that staff, mister? Old man Moon, not fast enough with the reaction.
본 거라서
예. 자, 일단은 원래 같은 장전수가 여기서 좀 이득 받다 싶으면은 트위트를 올리는데
He's got a wisp close to the undead expansion, by the way. I'm not sure if he scouted this.
상황이 됐습니다.
텔포를 무조건 사야만 합니다. 선택이 아니라 좀 필수가 될 것 같은데요.
Going for a heal scroll. It seems like he knows.
지금 장전수
If he knows, though, he has to go tier 3.
PS 목부터 쿨타임
Dryads will not be enough anymore in the long run here.
사줘야 되면은
만화가 없어서 데모터가 그냥 텔포 사서 폭발로
Why don't you have instant reaction, Moon? It was far from instant reaction, dude.
중머린 거 위서
The team was low HP, he was clearly getting focused. The DK used the mana potion and then the coil. Long range.
포지션은 중간에 오는 병력
There was a lot of time.
자, 핀드 하나 이제 곧 내려올 거거든요. 자, 그쵸. 핀드 하나. 왔는데. 자, 그쵸. 때려줘야죠.
Nice interception here, though.
자, 장전수가
And there's no burrow actually yet. Surprisingly. So, these fiends are easy to pick off.
장전수가 휴먼전 최근 29연승 했을 때
Moon is a bit low lumber, so it's not easy rather, to get to tier 3 right now.
또 누적되면은 또 승리를 챙길 수 있습니다. 그리고 노바를 방금 코볼트 잡는 데 썼어요. 지금 120도.
그거 하나 먹는다고 레벨업이 된 건 아니었는데요.
Demon can't really mana burn too well. He came back from the tavern without mana, obviously.
자, 그러니까 데모터 좀 노려주면서 코일이
Keeps chasing, going in with the Invo Potion here.
이어가지고
This is looking very all in by Moon, though.
근데
He's got no lumber. He's got no tier 3. If 1-0 holds right here, this should be his game. Ooh, Lich! Oh, the coil is too late. Naga also getting chased. Demon without boots. We'll see if he gets the kill. The Naga is super hurt. The masked rides here are still doing well for a while, but they're getting worse and worse over time. Especially against wagons. Quite a few kills for Moon right here. The demon getting ready to re-enter the battle. Got a couple of heal potions, but the damage is seriously lacking. Without the Orb of Venom. Oh, look at all the fiends! Look at all the fiends! There's gonna be 3 fiends picked off in a matter of seconds here. A lot of losses for 1-2-0. He doesn't have a mana potion anymore. Naga has a heal pot. She should be safe. DK! Oh, DK gets surrounded. The mass drives for Moon. I thought it might be falling off too fast, but no, he wins! Moon gets the win! 3-1 victory against 1-2-0 finally. Moon, who had such a tough time against 1-2-0 and in general against undeads for a long time. I was worried that Moon was going to have a really bad week or month coming up after he was getting battered on the weekend. Losing to Sok, losing to 40, losing to Lin. All of those were very one-sided series. But now beats 1-2-0. Moon finally looking for a big success in WSB again. One that he hasn't had in a long time, to be honest. It was 1-0 and Lin and Focus. Most dominant this year. Last year, it was all 40. 40 had a crazy run. Last year in WSB. Okay, we're gonna see both players again later. Moon in the upper bracket match. And 1-0 in the lower bracket match. And we keep going right away. Next game coming up is Sohin versus Kaho. And we start things off on Northern Isles.
저는 요즘에 좀 동족전 깔쌈하고 재밌던데요. 저는 요즘에 옛날에 원래 저 나는 싫어했거든요. 근데 요즘에 나는 좀 보는 맛 나름 있어가지고 저는 뭐 동족전대도 저는 뭐 좋을 것 같습니다. 저는.
아 그러니까 이제 소인이 졌으면 좋겠다라는 거네요.
그런 의미는 아닙니다. 예. 제 말 실수했네요. 저도 동족전 보기 싫으니까 살짝 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
클럽.
Blade versus Demon here, of course, is going to be our duel for the entire series. Soin for a long time was considered to be bad in this matchup. I feel like he got quite a bit better, though certainly still doesn't have the same level of play against Night Elf as Focus or Lin would have at the moment. I've been pleasantly surprised with Kaho as well lately. I feel like Kaho has had some stronger games again of late. Going for the Circular Industrial early on. Nice quick level 2 for the Demon Hunter, and the Blade wasn't far behind. He wants to reach for that mana burn. Does not quite get it. Little mini game early on. Goes to Soin. Of course, the Orc has the faster tech here, as always. Oh, Soin going for the Arachnithid camp early. It's pretty unusual. Finds a crystal ball.
돈 아깝긴 하더라고요. 아, 근데 여기 지금 라스타 지역, 아 이게 정갈 지역을 사냥하는데 여기는 예상하기가 힘들죠. 여기 사냥 또잘 가져갔습니다, 소인. 아이템은 구리고요.
아직까지는 영이 시원찮습니다.
Gets a ring of protection for his efforts. Not his favorite item, but not too bad. Demon here has 2 rings already. That's great. I think he bought one of them. Yeah, must have bought one of them. And now gonna get the next bigger item, Periapt. Oh, this is a very tanky Demon Hunter already. If he also gets Talisman of Evasion, this would make a perfect demon inventory. So in here with a double bestiary. Kind of rare to see these days. Normally it's Bestiary Torn Totem, Quake Raider Walker. Maybe Soin is a bit concerned about mass Dryad play. Staying on tier 2 from the Night Elf, although that is pretty rarely seen these days. For the most part, it seems to be a quick move into Bears. Nice play here by the Blade Master. He saw the demon in the middle. The grunts gave him the information. So he knows there's nothing to interfere right now with this creep. He's going to take away the big consumable from the opponent. Could have huge impact here. Big mana potion. Can be very nice for the Shadow Hunter, but also worth a lot of gold. Quite a few orcs tend to sell that item these days.
본진을 확인을 한다면은 이몰 이스킬을 찍을 만할 텐데 아직은 몰라서 그런지 스킬을 아껴두고 있습니다.
Shadowhunter is holding the skill point so far, by the way.
좀 불만 많아 빼놔서.
Okay, now he's going for Hex. Oh, big item here up for grabs. This one normally always goes to the Orc. But Kaho is feeling strong right now. Hex is in. Last hit to the Shadowhunter. Item goes to the Keeper. Only a bit of accuracy. Not really good for either player. You know, maybe you could make the argument it's good for Orc, because late game he's going to go for Walker Kodos as his main army. Chasing after the demon though with the speed scroll. Oh, he's blocking himself. Speed scroll wasted. Shadowhunter couldn't get in front. Kind of strange. Demon didn't even have boots here. I thought he was gonna get there. So in there, a little bit off with the control. Yeah, this is normally the point in the game where the Orc is supposed to be very strong before the Bears are ready. This way you're supposed to set up your expansion with a tier 2 power advantage. Doesn't really seem that way. Looks like Kaho is perfectly comfortable here in his position. Working with a very strong demon as well. Has to be said. 4 great items on the Demon Hunter. As I've said many times in this matchup, item luck is very, very important. Because... Oh, hold on, Demon. Playing it risky here, not using that TP. And I guess he was right, he didn't need it. But yeah, in this matchup, it's mostly small armies. For the Orc even, it's only tier 2, not even tier 3. So, the percentage power of your army that your first hero carries is extremely high. Of course, both those heroes also scale very well into the late game Blade and Demon. If you're looking at an 80 supply human army, for example, late game either tier 2 or tier 3, doesn't matter, with Archmage, the Archmage items aren't that important. It's nice to have nice Archmage items, sure, but they're not really important. With these armies, both Blade and Demon items are insanely important. Similar case for Death Knight, by the way. Death Knight doesn't really need items. So far, the Demon here has the stronger inventory. By quite a lot. And normally Night Elf also needs an Orc needs an expansion late game to deal with the Night Elf tech advantage. Oh, by the way, thank you, Leon, for the raid. Hello, hello, everybody.
레이더 타이밍이나 이런 거 보면은 이거 그냥 뭐 투비스구나.
이러면 급할 게 없어지죠 카오가. 여기서 그냥 대치하고 있어도 돼요.
지금 꿀도 없어가지고 섀도우 헌터라도 누구라도 가서 꿀이라도 좀 사와야 될 것 같은데.
아니 백팩업이라도?
좀 가네요.
예. 자 시간 빠진 사이에 다시 카오 건드렸고 바로 이게 또 워 하나 있는 게 너무 좋아요.
그쵸.
공간이 결국에 카오가 먹을 것 같은데요. 자
Big item right now to be picked up. Oh, Healthstone. That is amazing for the demon. You could trade the TP for the Healthstone here.
살만한 템은 좀 있긴 합니다만. 나이트 엘프는 템이 완성돼가지고 굳이 살 건 없고요. 오크도 지금 여기서
이제 나일이 시간이거든요. 나일이 공격 들어옵니다. 자 코도도 아직 하나밖에 없고 또 이제 보통 오크가 나일 텔프 또 이기는 그림이 3코도가 교전 시작할 때 바로 3코도.
So I was thinking about going for the demon here for a moment. Doesn't do it. Oh, nice move. Goes in right away with the ensnares. Eats a bear. And the raiders in the back trying to go for the dryads. It's only level 1 mana burn still. Shadowhunter has some more mana to work with. But he's only level 2. So no level 2 heal wave here for the Shadow. Immolation and Orb of Venom, of course, doing a lot of damage. And Soen just calls it. GG. 10 minutes 50. Kaho takes map number 1. And I would say this again looked like Soen didn't really know how to handle Night Elf too well. Little too passive maybe when getting level 2. Ideally want to put pressure on, hunt for some wisps maybe, look for some kills, stop the Demon Hunter creeping. But most importantly, you need to set up the expansion at some point. There wasn't even the natural being crept by Soen. Seemed a little bit weird, seemed like he had the wrong priorities here. But maybe on his map pick, things are gonna look better. As we're now moving on to Hammerfall on map number 2.
그나마 이제 그 해지 선수가 이제 랜덤으로 하다 보니까 한 번씩 이제 오나전 자기가 나일로 할 때 이상한 빌드를 쓰긴 쓰는데 처음에는 좀 이제 재미를 보는 듯 싶었으나 요즘에 또 승률 안 나오는 거.
Oh, it's a nice efficiency right here. Look at that immolation. Hitting all of the creeps. Very nice, very nice. Ancient of War creep on this map, especially efficient in terms of how much experience it gives you in such a short amount of time. Demon can get level 2 here really quickly, pick up 2 items. Blade goes for the tome and the little item. Gets half a level here. Is that normal? That the troll keeps attacking the shop? It's kind of annoying. It takes a long time to fall, but the shop might go down. As opposed to the Demon Hunter, who might never go down. Again with the double ring of protection. Oops. Got the healing cancelled by the creep, but shouldn't be too painful. Okay, so we're now going for a big play. Trying to snipe the Warlord item right here. It takes a while. But he does get it. He's got a speed scroll as well if he really needs it. Oh, ensnare! Oh, that's unlucky. Well, in that case, the speed scroll doesn't save it. Good movement, good scouting by Kao again. He was like, oh, something weird must be going on here. Finds the grunt, gets the kill. And that's going to make Shadowhunter creeping pretty tough.
아 근데 이번 판도 지금 카우가 너무 좋은 게 그러면서 또 아마당
That's a really quick level 3 demon this game.
3렙을 너무나도 잘 찍어줬어요 지금.
네.
자, 일단 양쪽 아또 리빌 뿌려봤습니다.
어차피 가도 늦기 때문에 야 이물 찍고 여기 몸 대고 잡아도 될 것 같은데요.
그렇죠. 그 좋네요. 좋은 판단. 자, 저는 무적 포션 좋아요. 아, 근데 불마 템이 너무 빈약해요. 근데 이번 판 그러니까 노빌도 현질 안 한 불마긴 하거든요, 지금.
상점 자체를 들리지 않았었기 때문에.
네. 자, 여기서 발클러. 자, 블레드 마스터가 상점 가 보지만 이미 사연터는
이미
어느 정도
끝났습니다.
끝났고. 아, 이러면 소연도 대충 이제 게임 해보면 느낌이 올 거거든요. 아, 이번 판 너무 불리한데 잠깐만요. 이거 블레드 마스터.
괜히 한번
Ooh, Blade Master here getting kind of cornered. Ancient of War, ouch. 19 hit points, 16 hit points.
끝날 뻔했습니다.
But the Blade does get away.
잘 썼어요. 진짜 톡
Look at the experience on the demon though. Level 3.7.
아니, 벌써 카우가 분위기가 너무 좋아요 지금. 소인도 이제 대충 알 거예요.
It's kind of wild.
지금 이 상점까지 사냥이 있다 데몬터가? 이거 3렙 중후반 됐겠는데? 곧 4렙이겠는데? 알 거거든요. 자 그러니까
또
이제 반대쪽
바로
상점
뛰어오는데요.
사냥하는데 좀 걸려 있어요 지금. 보이죠 이거 시야?
또 불마가 먼저 때리면서 슬로우를 맞아서 불마가 다
And look at Kao, he's right back on the case. You get the beautiful Wisp Scout here to see his opponent. Comes in with a big mana burn. No, wait, that's a small mana burn. Level 2 Immolation, it is. But the level 4 timing here is going to be so good. If he seals away the item from the Sasquatch, that would be criminal.
바로 이러면 지지 타이밍이 돼 버렸는데요.
Kao's position is really good already. If he gets the Sasquatch here, it's amazing. Threatening an entangle here. Gets the last hit, gets the item. Circle of Nobility. Always great. Long range entangle. He's even got the Wisp ready here for the detonate. Man, Kao is playing really well. And Soin isn't really up to the task right now. This is looking like
다 살아가고요. 데몬 사렙에
a 300 MR difference. Soin's just getting owned.
견적 자체가
Speed scroll used to finally get the archer at least. Alright, he got that one. But he got no mana left. Lost 3 grunts in the early game. Roughly.
던지지도 못한 상황이고 야 아예 각도 안 나오는
That's a disaster. Level 4 demon already. Insanely fast.
딱 원래 아직 들어갔긴 했었네요.
네, 아직 첫 드라도 안 나왔어요.
It is the last bit of moon juice though.
보통 드라 타이밍에
Now we're gonna have a long daytime ahead for Kao.
전에 게임이 갔어요.
맞습니다. 그런데 카우도 근데 너무 좀 유리하다고 키퍼 혼자 저기 깔짝거리다가 레이더 있으면 웃기고 참교육 당할 수 있어요.
뭐 죽어도
근데
이거 잡아봐야 1레벨인데 잡아보든가 약간 이렇게 좀 하는 것 같거든요.
거리 간격 너무 잘 지어요 지금 카우가. 너무 얄밉게 잘 지어요.
이거 데몬터가 4레벨 데몬터가 만화 채워서 와서
예.
아처들과 레이더 둘이 교환된다? 이거 교환비 말도 안 되죠.
이제 드라 두 개.
Archer trade for Raider. Kao will take that any day. Finally we have a disenchant here.
사실 카우가
But look at that demon.
그냥 싸워줘.
This demon is such a baller. He's not afraid of nothing. Shadowhunter almost going down here. 35 hit points.
그래도
데몬도 만화가 다 떨어지긴 했어요. 근데 이러면서 소인이
He wants to get that Raider here. Very close.
한번 해볼 텐데.
멀티를 잡지도 못했죠. 문제는.
맞습니다.
Good save by Soen.
자, 이제 곰 나와요.
But Kao being so active here, being so aggressive, that makes it impossible for Soen to creep this expansion in the first place, to get up that second base that he needs so bad.
소인 선수 항상 이제 이 50 가는 인구수 타이밍 때 보로 막힌 게 작거든요. 자, 이제 짓습니다. 자, 한시 쪽에 혼자 원자 저 싸우고 있다가 또 살았네요. 잘 뺐습니다, 뭐.
저 워까지 이 게임이 갈 수 있을지 모르겠어요. 저 워를 다시 만나는 때가 올지.
Yeah, having level 2 burn and immolation so early is just so damn good. But the demon is very low on mana. He will need to get some clarity potions sooner rather than later. Question is Kao gonna get over aggressive here? He does have very few units. He's got a very strong demon hunter. He had a good early game, but right now the unit count is still very, very low. This is the wrong time to fight right now, especially with Kodos out. Demon with the staff home. Clarity, clarity! Get that clarity, cow. Yeah, there it is. Clarity potion, very nice.
카우 입장에서는 급할 게 없어지는 거죠 이게. 수영 어디 가죠?
큰 거 먹으려고.
거북이 빼먹으려고 가는 건가요?
Got a wisp at the bottom as well, looking for the expo timing where the peon is starting to set up.
가죠.
그쵸.
못 잡아요, 못 잡아요.
Shadow Hunter is level 1.
이거 싸움 전판이랑 똑같은 양상 아닌가요 이거?
그렇죠. 뒷라인으로 지금 들어가기도 힘들고 디스펠도 잘
Catches the bear in GNL form. That is very nice. And the Kodo trying to reach for the Devour gets one.
다 죽었어. 세개다 잡혔어요.
Level 2 Shadow finally, but out of mana already. Oh, that Kodo Beast doesn't survive for too long. Easily sniped with an Entangle Focus Fire. Walker can't be saved. Immolation finds that kill as well. But the demon is again running out of mana here. Dispel on the rejuve. Didn't heal for too long here. Someone calls it again though, GG. Again, doesn't see the chance to bring this one home. Again, kind of a short game. This is a pretty one-sided affair so far, you guys. So in now, staring down into the abyss that is the lower bracket, where 1-0 already is. Loser of this game faces 1-0. We're going to see that game today as well. Yeah, this is very one-sided so far. So he needs to step it up a lot if he wants to have a real chance here against Kao.
책이랑 아이템 둘 다 중요한데요.
아하 꽝꽝.
책 뭐였죠? 책 못 봤거든요 저.
힘의 하이드망토.
소인 오늘 템팔 너무 못 봤는데요. 다음 매치를 위한.
근데 다음 매치가 그러면 120인데요.
120 때 이제 막 쌍코에 같은 거 떠가지고 이제 120 잡으려고 한번 없애지르키려고 지금 하는 건가요 이거? 템이 너무 안 나와줍니다 소인.
여기서부터 양말이 나와주면 이제 새로운 또 시작이거든요.
Nice little start for the Demon here. Picking up 3 items right away. Circlet, Ring of Superiority, Gloves of Haste. Good with scouting as well. He takes his Ogre Camp early because he knows that Orcs love to go for this Ogre Steal a lot these days. Demon items here are decent. Not that good, to be honest. Gloves not good. Cloak of Shadows not good. But still, it's a couple nice little boosts.
동선 확인이랑 사냥 못하게 해주는 움직임인데 대문만 혼자 가서 한번 건드리려는 건지.
Soen didn't lose a grunt in the very early game, so that's kind of a good sign so far.
지금 미습을 사방에다 뿌려놓긴 했지만 불마의 위치가 명확하게 지금 파악이 안 됐거든요. 이제 봤어요.
괜히 사냥 건드렸다가 갑자기 윈터크 불마 와가지고 막 스틸한다거나 막 이럴 수도 있기 때문에 자 그래도 건드나요? 카우? 일단 중앙에서 일단 위습으로 본 것 같죠 불마 위치를? 자, 근데 이거 주면 안 되는데. 제가 지금 블레이마스터 일단 가 보거든요.
여기는 위습적으로 온 것 같은데.
지금 용병에 껴 있는 저 위습 건드릴 때가 아니에요 지금.
저 위습은 미끼일 뿐이거든요.
Demon again creeping very well, and again I feel like this blade isn't being aggressive enough.
자, 1, 2, 3 경기 다 비슷한 그림으로 흘러갑니다.
Now he's getting to the main base, but now the Demon is level 3 already. Again with some good items. Not as insane as before, Not the double rings and the periapt. But he's got some really good DPS this time around.
세 마리.
지금 남은 위습이 6기거든요.
일단 뭐 게임들에 비해서는 가장 괜찮다고는 보여지지만
네, 전 게임들에 비해서
Oh, look at that little block by the demon. Archers get behind that little pathway. Demon blocks the way.
피니시가 잡아놨기 때문에
And Keeper, Shadow, Radar Walker Bears.
템 많은 게 더 좋기 때문에 그나마 이거
Unless Kao wants to stay on tier 2 for a long time, which I wouldn't assume.
확실히 이게 방템 입고 오고가
It's likely going to be tier 3 Bears once again. Which is very understandable. As I've mentioned many times, if Night Elf doesn't play Bears, they never have enough healing. So,
한 2기, 3기 막 이렇게 더
Bears are just by far the most comfortable way to play the game. And at the moment also the best way to play the game.
얻어가야 하는데 반드시 근데 이거 잘 끌었는데
엇갈렸어요.
좋은 거
밤시야가 엇갈렸고 이거 헥스로 빼먹게 할 수 있겠죠?
그리고
M10에서
Ooh, nice little hex around here. That's a cool move. You don't see that too often.
빼냈구나 하고 오른쪽 바로 가보는데
It's gonna be a big item here to going to sew in right away.
아이템 마나 스톤.
Mana stone for the Shadow Hunter. Alright, alright.
좋네요. 3렙까지만 잘 찍으면은. 뭐 그전에도 일단 뭐 마나 리젠 좀 올라가기 때문에 괜찮긴 한데 근데 카오가 너무 좋은 컨디션으로 지금 세컨 키퍼까지 와서
그렇죠.
왔거든요.
지금 빨리 퇴각하라 해야 됩니다.
Keeper entangled. Pretty scary at the moment. We don't have the dispel yet. The first walker is on the way.
묶이지만 않으면 돼요. 묶이지만 묶이지만 않으면 뭐 70원 아꼈다.
Oh, the steal for Kao here would be amazing though as well. And there's no mana on the blade. Can't try to go for a steal. He just takes it away. I drink your milkshake, Kao says.
여기서 소인이 이제 판단해야 되거든요. 중앙 쪽 저기 영수를
That's a reference from There Will Be Blood for you guys.
아니면은 저기 그냥 날 주고 11시
The real ones know.
멀티 빨리 올릴 것이냐 판단해야 되는데 자 중앙 가는 거 판단합니다.
Are you guys looking forward to the new Jackass movie, by the way? Dude, I'm actually so excited for it. New Jackass movie coming to the cinemas in like 2 weeks or something. I'm gonna be going with the boys. I think it's gonna be a blast.
텍스 계속 쓸 거면은 근데 확실히 그나마 다행인
In
건
general, lots of cool movies coming out
오미 타이밍
the next 2 months. Jackass, Disclosure Day, Odyssey,
한번 썼죠. 워크한테 쓴 것 같아요.
The Death of Robin Hood,
그냥 바로 문에 맞고 갑니다 데몬터는.
PogChamp.
자 이게
Are milkshakes a thing in Germany? You can order them, sure, but it's pretty rare.
이리 와.
In America, you guys
먹어야 돼요.
drink a lot of milkshakes with burgers, right? With burgers and fries. We never do that here.
아 도망갑니다.
We only have milkshakes like in cafes with ice cream or something.
아끼고 먹으면 좋긴 해요.
But yeah, in cafes, there are indeed milkshakes.
진짜 힘들게 먹었는데
Backrooms is good. You should go see it. Yeah, I heard about that. I think it's a really cool idea that they had. Finally, not just another prequel, sequel, reboot. Stupid shit, you know? Okay, now let's focus on the fight, though. What do we have here? For the first time in a while, seems like Soren's taking a good fight. Getting some Dryad kills here. He's got a decent army still standing.
아 근데 결국 이번에도 소인이 멀티를 못 가져갑니다 이거.
근데 교전은
Best position so far for Soen, I would say.
엄청 봤어요.
포탈도 한번.
Demon Hunter will need to TP out here, waiting for the last moment. Keeper was trying to creep the camp on the side. Oh, he doesn't make the TP. Nice catch with the end snare.
아, MC공을 못해서
Don't tell me he gets away.
있습니다.
With the next end snare, that is kill guaranteed. Okay.
빨리 소인 1시 11시 가가지고 사냥하고 멀티 지어야 돼요 지금.
지금 멀티 던져도 늦지 않았는데요. 이렇게 많이 벌었으면.
네, 가뜩이나 지금 카오가 3티가 늦은 상황이기 때문에 이제 빨리 멀티 일단 먹어줘야 됩니다.
소윤이 지금 50에 돈 많거든요.
예.
이거 트루샷 근데 지금 왔으면 그냥 쓰는 게 나을 수도 있겠어요. 어차피 이제 공 타이밍이라서 지금 동급한 게 아니라
예.
그냥 워커랑 코도 데미지 올린다
Seems like here with a good position, Soen can now expand pretty easy.
치고 별로 필요가 없죠.
네, 그래도 어쨌든 뭐 지금 무페이스가 없기 때문에 홀 짓고 무페이스까지 살려면은 일단 뭐 파는 게 맞긴 합니다만은 이거 그냥 불만 빠지는 게 낫지 않을까 싶긴 하거든요. 시간 3렙 찍으려면은.
같이 먹었을 때 안 되겠네요.
팔플로 좋았어요.
Claws plus 8. Hell yeah.
자, 일단 이번
Everything is coming together nicely here for Soen on map number 3. Big lead for him now.
결국은 데몬이
Position's looking great.
탱킹이 안 된단 말이죠.
Just lacking the level 3 Shadow Hunter, but he's about to get that here. Little green camp will be enough. Demon needs another good tank item. Ring plus 5 would be amazing. Claws plus 8 is...
저라면 그냥 팔 것 같아.
I mean, it's a good item, but not really what he needs.
보통 키퍼 같은 애들 주지 않나요?
Not really what he needs. It's a squishy demon,
70까지 문엘도 안 짓고
which is a problem.
확실히 소인이 한번 주도권 잡고 기세 잡으니까 사양토 쭉쭉 이어가주면서 저 그레네드 플랜까지 먹어줍니다. 자, 이럴 때 아이템이 또
Oh, claws plus 12. Let's go, baby. Plus 27 damage.
자, 이러면은 2배 정도
And gonna hit that level 4 right here for the level 2 crit. Now we're talking.
맞습니다. 자, 근데 위스 잡는데 헥스를 너무 많이 쓰긴 했어요 지금 소인도. 시간 많아가 좀 빠삭하긴 합니다.
Lady Luck definitely on Soen's side on map 3.
이럴 수밖에 없죠. 지금 소인도
Bladen's an Invo Potion, and then he's ready to go. Maybe a heal scroll.
프로페셔널 팔고 힐스 샀어야 돼서
Soen has the money for a heal scroll here.
탱칸이 없어가지고 지금 힐스 못 샀거든요. 아, 근데 소인이 생각 잘해야 돼요 지금.
How high
힐스 없고
can we crit?
만 없어가지고 이거 잘못
50을
싸우다가
깨놓은 거라서 소위 입장에서는
Ring of Protection picked up, but it's on the Keeper right now, not on the Demon Hunter.
아 근데 이거 지금 트리퍼랑 버서커가
195 crit, that's pretty good already.
자, 그쵸. 드라나 코도 이런 애들 때리거든요.
216, hallelujah.
느린 애 때리기 때문에
That's a big crit.
1타겟이에요.
힐링 진짜 못 들어갔고.
지금 못 때리고 있고 지금 진영이 좀 깨지겠는데 그래도 파워 차이가 좀 나요.
확실히 블레드 마스터 아파요. 지금 데몬도 못 견딥니다 지금.
네.
그래도
It's a couple of losses for Soen as well, but he's close to the main base, reproducing pretty easy. That bear is going to be a big kill.
되면
And Cow has almost nothing left. No chance to cancel the expansion. That one's going to begin mining in a moment.
있습니다. 자, 일꾼도 옮겨주고 있고요.
Terrifying looking Blade Master over here.
거의 가져온 것 같아요. 자, 결국에 중앙 갔던 판단이 이제 좋은 판단, 옳은 판단이 됐어요. 중앙에서 이득 보면서 자, 결국에 일단 한 경기는 진짜 많이 할 수 있는 상황이 나왔습니다.
What is going on with the mayonnaise tag over here? It should be ketchup.
발러엔 뽑고 5레벨
Yeah, Neo and I were talking a lot about mayonnaise a couple of weeks ago.
해요 이거? 지금 공도 없는데.
And I thought it would be kind of funny to have a mayonnaise tag. It's amazing on Twitch. Like, there's a tag for everything.
맞았어요.
Oh! Demon almost dies to the creeps. We might be the only Twitch channel with mayonnaise. Wait a minute. Can you guys look that up right now? How many Twitch channels are live right now with a tag mayonnaise? You should be able to see that somewhere, right?
일꾼이 바보 돼가지고 다행이었습니다. 이거 크립 찍었으면 죽었거든요 데몬도 방금. 아, 이거 쥐지 나오긴
I have to check that after the game, actually. That's the really important information here.
그냥 불마가 한 대씩 쳐도 아프거든요 지금.
자, 소인도 이거 그냥 그쵸 양념돼 있는 거 그냥 먹어야죠 이거.
Oh man, that granite golem ripe for the taking. Soen though, he's being patient.
너무 이거 애긴 플레이 아닌가?
He's inviting rather, Kaho to go in, and then for him to hit hard with a creep jack. Oh, now who's gonna get it? It is the Blade Master. Use the Invo Potion, gets the Kaga's Pipe. Demon also wasted the Invuln trying to get it. Khadgar's Pipe, of course, incredible with Shadow and Walkers.
근데 그래도 잠시만요. 이거 살짝 진영이 지금 호크가 좋지 않긴 하거든요 지금.
There's only one mayonnaise tag right now on Twitch. Let's go. We are the mayonnaise masters.
워커수가 너무 많아서
예.
곰이고 나발이고 그냥 다 죽입니다 워커가.
잘 살리긴 했는데 코드 잡다가 지금 출혈이 너무 커요 지금 카우도. 자, 레드 하나 더 추가되고 있고요.
저 코도 잡고 그 숫자만큼
Cow still trying to fight on here.
맞습니다.
I think it might be a good time to call it though.
소모전 되면 이제 호크가 유리한 거거든요.
We've seen the Demon Hunter turn many crazy positions around,
해도 못 버틸 것 같은데요.
but for that he does need some mana.
도전도 없어요. 예, 그 영웅 우클릭하면 되는데 지금 영웅 우클릭해도 잡을 만한 딜이 나옵니다. 불마가.
맞습니다. 192 크리.
오직
Blade almost level 5 over here.
5가 된다고 하더라도 불마 시원이 같이 5가 되면 또 얘기가 달라지거든요.
맞습니다.
하나만 5 되는 것도 아니고.
자, 소인도 그냥 곰부터 그냥 곰만 그냥 점사를 하나씩 잡아주네요. 어차피 포탈도 있겠다. 적당히 이득 보고 빠지겠다는 건데 잘.
Actually, Kao is staying in the fight, staying in the game, forces out the TP from Soin, who's of course getting very rich here with the Expo mining.
잘 잡아냈고요.
Big supply lead.
대원도 몰아줘야죠 이거는.
And that Catgas pipe is running and running and running. Ooh, look at the mana value. 300 mana plus already from the Catgas pipe.
아 이게 참 쉽지 않아 보이긴 합니다. 나이테프.
그래도 오래 뺐고
헤드헌터도 하나 섞어주네요.
실수가 아닌가 싶기도 하고.
병력 구성이 조금 애매하긴 하네요.
레이더가 그래도 너무 잘 잡아줘가지고 카오가
지금
코도랑.
Oh, Tome of Retraining.
코도랑 레이더인데
Really? Okay.
전투 숫자랑 워커 숫자는 충분하거든요.
Normally we see orcs retrain into Tome of into Serpent Wards when they're facing mass dryads. Very good against dryads, of course. Not that good against bears normally. It's okay,
이게 소위
but not amazing.
어쨌든 좀 늦게 던진 편이다 보니까.
Level 5 Blade Master, let's go. Plus 28 damage. His max damage here is 81.
어택 클러가 좀 있기 때문에
That could be some big crits.
살사사 다 찌르기 하는 것 같죠.
300 plus.
손이 이번에 포탈 들고 가네요. 이러면 일단 바로 포탈 타야 될 것 같고요. 아니면은 자 지금 카오는 포탈 없어가지고 그냥 이거 나이트만 본진 날려 되겠는데요? 근데 레이더가 적긴 하거든요.
네.
근데 그래도 브레스가 건물 잘 깨긴 하는데.
Does the Flute Aura work on the Serpent Wards? No. True Shot Aura doesn't work on Serpent Wards. No auras work on Serpent Wards.
근데 포탈 위치로 곰이 좀 움직이나요?
Because I guess Serpent Wards are wards and not units or something. I'm not exactly why, actually, but it doesn't work. There are not enough Kodos here, by the way. Why is there only one Kodo?
코도 하나밖에 없는
Demon Hunter, very hurt right away. Has to go for Invo Potion. There should be a Rejuve on top. That's a lot of walkers here, my goodness. Staff out, Demon healing up. Demon staffing back in. Where are the Kodos, though? Seriously. I mean, he's got magic damage to kill the bears. I guess that's working. Look at all those walkers.
워커가 곰을
Walkers kill the bears, and then Serpent Wards are left against the Dryads. Maybe that's the plan.
지금 먹고요.
Wait, Cow isn't winning this, is he?
네.
Heal Potion on the Demon. Oh, wait a minute. That's a lot of red orc units. Wait a minute. Reinforcing bears now with Rejuve are gonna be sick.
멀티는 못 밀 것 같거든요.
근데 못 밀면 결국 이 자원 차이 지금
Oh, so you really have to win this map, buddy. You really have to win this map.
피가 간당간당합니다.
And he should be able to.
지금 드라이어드 잡을 게 없다 보니까
Took a lot of damage in this fight, but of course still had lots of gold to work with.
대문만 패면 이긴다는 마인드로 힐링 웨이브 3스킬 찍어야 될 것 같거든요.
Cow gets the Invo Potion heal scroll. He is very, very low on units.
이 불마가 세긴 세니까 지금
예. 자 일단 대본 다시 한번 문을 마시고. 자 카오는 이게 진짜 이제 마지막 러시예요. 쥐어
Only 40 supply.
물 마시고 온 거거든요 대본도가.
네.
자 소인도 앞마당에 가까이 지어주면.
Dryads looking very low HP over here.
한판 이기기 참 힘드네요 소인.
맞습니다.
한 대씩 톡톡톡.
드라. 자 잡아내주고요. 힐스 좀 늦었죠? 지금 불만테 달린 만화번 좀 아깝죠 만화.
그렇죠.
저도
Two bears, 4 dryads. That is the extent of Kaho's army. This demon really has to do a lot. 312 crit, by the way.
파고들면서
That was a big one.
잘 비볐어요.
근데 워커가 너무
One more crit and the game's over.
저도 한번 더.
Oh, fishing for that crit. Doesn't get it.
디스플레이 만화 넘쳐나요.
It's so many walkers here. Big heal wave, though. Level 3 shadow.
코도 하나 아피가.
And that's gonna be GG. Would have been almost embarrassing if Soen didn't win that game. Got very, very far ahead. Kaho almost getting back into a good winning position. Almost. Not quite.
전판에 그 상황을 깨버릴지 아니면 똑같이 따라갈지. 카오의 루즈메
And we're gonna go into our next map right away. And that's a specialty of the new WSB season. This map here. Because next up we got Boulder Vale. Seems to be by far the most popular for Night Elves.
그건 또 이제 다른 좀
Pretty small map.
공통인 게 공템 나오면은
Bad for expanding.
터져요, 이게.
Visually very beautiful, I think.
네방 뜯기 막 세 방 뜨고 막 이러다 보니까 두세 방
I just feel like the expo's too hard and the merc cap is too hard to reach.
쪽에 여기 1렘 용과의 템 일단 잡을 것 같은데 여기 템이 중요할 것
When's the balance talk happening?
한 번도 안 나왔거든요 지금 소위.
My balance, my patch suggestions are gonna be happening after the WSB VOD replays. So that's gonna be in like 90 minutes, roughly.
지금 봤는데 저
Maybe 2 hours.
유수쟁이? 뭔가 살짝 이름이 좀 깜찍하네요. 유수쟁이라니까.
아이템 번틀릿.
아, 저들리.
카오는 푸팅링. 분위기가 오늘 그 스코어 났던 대로 3대1 스코어가 오늘 쭉쭉쭉 나오지 않을까.
아, 시작의 팀이 안 좋거든요. 여기서라도 어떻게 또 하나 나와줘야겠죠, 소희는.
수능망토.
카오도 뭐 템은 별로고요.
여기 또 이제 플러스 2책을 아마 빼먹으러 가지 않을까 싶은데요.
어떻게 때 그럼 나와줬어요, 소희.
플러스 책 빼먹는 게 아니고 서클릿 사러 가나요? 카우? 서클릿 더스트?
그럼 나일주 중에서 노빌 현질 제일 좋아하는 거는 카오 같아요. 카오가 뭐 언데전은 잘 모르겠는데 언데전도 옛날엔 많이 샀었죠.
아, 예, 나 늦게 반응했어요.
Quick level 2 for both. Wait a minute.
일로 와.
Has this gate always been here?
노빌 하나 들고 있기 때문에 프로테션이랑 이건 데몬이 싸워볼만 하죠.
It must have been. What the hell?
했고요.
I never noticed this gate before.
여기도 아처가 그런트랑 만났어요.
What? You can destroy that gate, right? The Night Elf gate that we saw there?
하고 그냥 싸워보네요.
Am I crazy? Was this gate always there?
시야 이용해서 이렇게 불마가 못 쫓아오게 해버립니다.
월을 안 치지 않. 이렇게 세운
It
거예요.
must have been, I guess.
옮길 생각인 거 아니에요, 여기서?
그럼 용병 쪽으로 움직이겠죠 앞마당보다는.
용병 아니면 이제 상점으로 바로 보내는 건데. 빼먹어 보나요? 빼먹을만 하거든요, 이거.
아 이거 좀 빡세지 않을까요?
아, 가능합니다.
가능한가요? 아
네.
벌써 아파 보이는데요 지금?
아, 어차피 죽지만 않고 그냥 빼먹기만 하면 되잖아요.
There was an update as well to Boulder Vale at some point. I wonder if this is the newest version. Oh, last hit. Goes to the blade. Ooh, very hurt right here. Oh, man. Holy, another end snare. Cost him the grunt again.
본 장면이 또 나왔습니다.
And that item is not going to be... Well, it is going to be valuable in terms of gold, but not valuable for the fights.
아 어제 보던 장면 후회라도 나왔으면은 아저 그쵸 이렇게 하면 또
Lemes says, yeah, it's a nice map. Of course he says it. A small map where it's hard to expand. Of course the Pally Rifle player says, oh, it's a great map.
돈은 벌었으니까 그런트 죽은 값은 벌었네요.
I'm trying to remember if the shop creep was changed on the new version. The gold mine creep was definitely changed.
상노빌 자좀 위습으로 봐가지고 이건
I feel like maybe the shop creep as well.
만랑 빼먹나요, 이러면?
Okay, let's see what's at the gold mine. Is it the succubus? Then it's the new version.
자 지금 텔프 타고 3시 쪽에 데몬 왔거든요 지금.
Ah, it's the old version. I knew it. It's the old version.
와보는 같은데요.
With the skellies. Maybe the new version doesn't have the gate.
패클러? 패클러 나왔어요.
Maybe that's why I'm confused. Blade has wonderful items though.
자 카오가 이게 건드리려는 거 같죠 지금 보니까.
아, 멀리 빠졌구나.
Double circlet, double claws, and that's big claws, by the way.
자첫 윈더크로
One of them.
타이밍적으로 이거 딱 건드렸을 때 뒷방되면은 잠깐만요. 봤어요. 슈도 나왔고.
아니, 이게 무슨
버스코.
템도 좋고 반전의 시간이다.
Alright, Shadowhunter shows up with the hex. The shop creep was also changed, right?
미스해가지고
I'm pretty sure. I'm not even sure what the shop creep is on the new Boulder Vale version.
말립니다 이제.
자, 아초들의 버스커까지 다 잘렸어요. 3티어 누를 자원 딱 있었고.
But yeah, anyways. We're moving into Raider Walker against Dryad Bears again.
자, 반대로 유닛들이 다 잡혀버려가지고 자 카오가 이러면 좀 기분 나쁘죠.
그러니까 그냥 어쨌까지 내가 먹긴 먹어야 된다 이걸.
자 불락 가보거든요. 타이밍이 나가는데.
타이밍이.
Oh, Blade with the steal. Oh, we got it. Oh, shit. That's huge. Item and last hit stolen. Perfectly done right here. Blade, though. Blade, though. Oh, the Hex. Oh, my God. That was split second. He had the arm up in the air. Nice play with the shadow. Keeper trying still to reach. Hoi. Narrow, narrow escape. Demon items are okay, but they're not crazy. The blade items are looking a lot better here. Oh, one grunt died to the creeps though. There's one grunt corpse on the ground. So that makes for 2 grunt losses in the early game.
소인도 일단 양쪽 다 일단 여기 빨간색 빼먹긴 합니다. 카오 사냥 잘 가져가는 것 같은데요? 아닌가요?
Big item for Kaho right here. Kind of a tough camp with the rejuvenation.
자 리즈를 못 풀고 자 키퍼가 좀 많이 희생을 했습니다. 잡히지 않았습니다.
Medallion of Courage. Meh. It's kind of bad, right? It's okay for the keeper. Maybe even should be sold. Oh, Tome of Agi, let's go. Also for the Shadow Hunter here, the Medallion of Courage. And now a peon moving out for the expansion. But this expo is pretty far away from the Orc main base.
힐링와드 나오는 골렘 지역. 뭐 헬스스톤 힐링와드 이런 거 뭐 좋죠? 뭐가 나올지. 불마 위치를 확인이 안 되기 때문에 사냥 빠졌어요. 사실 불마 반대쪽 가고 있었는데.
자 곰. 바로 부탈.
판단 빨랐어요.
자 소인 이번 판 분위기 자 초반에 좀 말리나 했더니 자 카오 상금 사냥하는 딱 뒷방 이후로 자 완전 분위기 갖고 왔습니다.
네, 거기서 그냥 게임이 확 그냥 분위기가 좋아버렸죠.
Great levels for Soen right here. Level 4, level 2. Another Agi Tome. Let's go, Blade Master. He's got so much damage here.
대신 이제 5시 쪽은 멀티가 깨질 가능성이 좀 있겠는데요.
I would say Soen clearly has the better items. Kaho will have to have the better micro, I would say. Why was the gold mine creep changed, by the way? Did people not like the frost arrow skelly? I feel like I like that old creep better here, just in terms of visually. The succubus camp is kinda meh.
고만다 저거 이세 묶고 이세 묶고 자 코드로 먹어야 될 것 같은데요? 자 팰 수 있나요?
Cryptlord can't do his thing.
이걸 먹고 이제 도망을 가는 거거든요. 여기서 여기서 뭔가 하나 먹고 도망을 가야 돼. 먹었어요.
자 바로 디스펠.
Cryptlord? Is that a real hero?
할만해 보이는데 생각보다 레이더가 드라이더 쪽에 지금
Expo cancelled. Now fight in the Night of Main base. Got one bear devoured. TP out. Ooh, killing that bear would be huge, but good. Moon Juice healed just in time. Saves the bear.
자 일단 소인도 지금 다시 쪽에 1분 간거 그쵸? 돌아와야 되고 앞마당 쪽에 다시 한번 지어줍니다. 자 소인 괜찮아요. 지금 영립도 더 좋고 유닛도 그렇게 크게 출혈이 없고요. 정비 잘해주고 있고.
Oh, the map maker's in the chat. Ah, wait. Onions were complaining about the expo creep. Who complained? That's nonsense. There's still 2 corpses there. 2 corpses is fine. Like, you need to make sure that every creep camp at least has 1 corpse. That's true. But 2 corpses is totally fine. Too many high damage creeps. Okay.
근데 살짝 그 동선 아까운 거는 용캠을 아까 안 잡지 않았었나요?
Yeah, like I said before, I think the biggest problem with Expo on this map is that it points away from your main base. If the entrance of the expansion was not facing to the left right here, for example, but rather a little bit more north, a little bit more up, then it would be much better to expand on. So, and though he is managing the expansion now, it seems, got a big army here. Kao has the information. He's seeing this with the bear inside the Kodo. Chances to go to map 5 are looking pretty good, I would say. Good bounce back for Soin here. For the first 2 maps, he got just absolutely obliterated. Kaho probably looking for like a 60 supply timing. And then we go. Alright, 57 supply. Here we are. 1 more bear, 1 more dryad. Then it's go time. Blade could pick up another heal scroll. He's got the slot for it. About it level 5 as well. I mean, the setup here for Soin is so good. Love that shop as well behind the Great Hall. Alright, here we go. 10 supply lead. Soin looking favored for this defense. And he got level 5 somewhere. Wait, was it the bear being digested? Maybe. Here we go. Does he realize it's a fake bear? It's looking a bit suspicious how quickly that one's going down. Kodos come in. 1 bear eaten. Demon Hunter immolation coverage so far not that great. 1 Kodo's in deep. That one has to be punished right away with the target fire. Keeper doesn't hit the Kodo. A little bit of an oversight. But the supply lead here for Soin seems just to be way too big. 292 crit, baby! Staff out, demon safe, but much of the Night Elf army has vanished already. All the bears are gone. Just the keeper left with the dryads. He's got the invo potion. Crazy how different Soin is looking on these maps. After map 1 and 2, I thought he was going to be doomed. I thought there was no way he had a chance for the rest of the series.
타임인데
네.
뭐 스프링 타임 뭐 잘 모르겠습니다만. 자,
A lot of damage here done with the Orb of Venom with the Entangle, but that shop here is so amazing for Soin. 296 crit! Another big one! Oi! 272! Let's go! Blade Master's going crazy in the late game, delivering on his promise that he will be strong on level 5. Here, surely he is strong with some great items as well.
여기 잠깐만 여기 이게 링크 걸려 있어서
예.
피원들 피가 다 갈려 있어서 한번 잘 노려줬네. 저기 옆에 붙어가는 거 한번.
Yeah, we're going to a map 5 for sure.
어쨌거나 전판도 그렇고 이번 판도 그렇고 뭐 9쿨러, 12쿨러는 잘 떴는데 아직까지 이제 불마의 상징이라고 할 수 있는 쿠엘이라든지 발레만 안 나와줬거든요.
민첩 관련 아이템.
예, 다음 판은 충분히 나와요 이게 저 빅데이터상.
In such a late game situation, why do orcs never go one Master Witch Doctor? Heal award value would be insane.
거의 가는 거는 확정이라고 봐도 될 것 같은데.
It is very expensive. You need tier 3, you need the training, it takes lots of resources, and it takes lots of time. Lots of time. Time is the big factor here. You need to be ready at any point. Like, once the expo is finished, you need to be ready to fight and defend immediately. You don't have the luxury of going for higher tier 3 tech. Because Night Elf has to go all in. Night Elf here has to go all in because they can't just counter-expand, having gone tier 3 and stuff. What's going on with these walkers, by the way? What's going? Is this like a BM move? What the hell? The walkers are all ethereal. They're just watching. I think you just misclicked. You must have just misclicked and put them all in ethereal by accident. He could get sick heal wave value now. Heal wave does bonus healing to ethereal units. Okay, there we go. Now they're back in normal form.
불마 6레벨.
와, 지금 워커가 곰 때리니까
마나 포션. 근데 돌릴 수가 없어요 마나가.
예.
데모니.
뒤에서 그냥
데모니.
워커가 곰
Should be an easy game here now. A couple more crits.
다음 게임으로
And a hex for the final kill. GG.
소인이 2대2 만들어 됩니다.
저 1, 2경기까지만 해도
And with that, we got the series tied up 2-2. I'm glad to see Soen here bouncing back well. Those first two maps were looking very, very problematic. But surprisingly, on Kaho's loser's choice here, he's doing very well. Last map to determine our winner. We're gonna go to springtime.
불만 하나로 되던가요? 상점 빼먹기가?
좀 빡세지 않을까요?
Winner of this match plays on in the upper bracket, going up against Moon next, and the loser drops to the lower bracket against 1-0.
푸엘을 푸엘이나 뭐 대마법사만지 뽑을 수 있다는 그게 있긴 한데 여기는 이제 소수성 아이템이다 보니까 상점 빼먹기에 메리트가 크게 떨어지는 것 같긴 하거든요, 제 생각이. 아까 해머프처럼 해머프도 그렇고.
일단 민스림이
Oh, slippers. Yes, sir. That's exactly the start you're looking for.
이러면 랩업이 안 되죠. 하필 또 3렙
Scout, by the way, saw immediately the movement of the Blade Master. Oh my god. Team got extremely lucky. 2 perfect items at the start of the game. Big mana potion sold by the Blade Master here. That's also lots of gold.
이거는 위습이 들어만 가면 되는데
220. No, wait.
반대쪽 가서 서클릿 하나 더 사서 투서클릿은 시작은 해주긴 해야 됩니다.
어쨌든 지금 아이템 하나 팔기 때문에 이거는 바로 투서클릿 살 것 같아요, 소희 선수.
No, it's 240. It's 240, excuse me. 240. I was like, wait, is it 220 or 240? It's 240.
근데 카오도 예상 충분할 수 있거든요. 이거 상점 쪽 바로 가면은 좀 늦어요.
Double circle picked up. Pretty expensive, but of course, big value over the course of a long game.
근데 어디 가나요, 소인이?
자, 문학기로 가는데요. 위스 건드리러 가고.
오.
First time this series, Soen is going for a base attack.
줘요.
Going for Moonwells, rather. Not for the Wisps right away.
텔포.
여기 또 스노우빌 불마기 때문에 저 네번 저 옆에 위스도 문에도 한번 그냥 건드려 보면 어땠을까 싶긴 했는데
깰 수 있었을
그냥-
것 같은데.
자 그냥 위습을 더 뒤로 시키는 걸로
근데 지금 위습 치는 것도 꽤 아픈 게요. 이게
예.
처음에 위습이 하나 또 죽고 8위습 홀업이었거든요.
예.
애초에 홀업을 하는 순간에 8키 홀업이기 때문에
아, 이거 못 잡았어요.
Pretty good wisp save so far. Only one or two went down.
다 빼놓고
Nice juggling here by Kaho. Whoa! That one wisp though.
뭔가 하나를 먹긴 먹어야 되거든요. 센터를 먹든지 뭐.
I think that Moonwell was a bit too close to the trees, so the wisp couldn't pass between Moonwell and trees there on the upper Moonwell. Maybe one more goes down than necessary. Cow is certainly gonna have to make some more wisps when reaching tier 2.
그 맵부터 시작이었거든요, 사실 승리가.
그렇죠. 아, 근데 카오도 불만 피가 어쨌든 어느 정도 좀 트여져 있다 보니까 중앙적으로 못 건드리네요. 이거 키퍼 나오기 전까지는 그러면 저기 사냥 안 할 것 같아요.
네, 여기를 먹는 게 좀 더 안전하다.
I wonder who came up with the idea, by the way, when Blizzard made Warcraft 3, to give the Night of Worker, the Wisp, the ability to just hug a tree anywhere on the map, not to be harvesting it, cutting it down, bringing it back to the main and so on, but just, you know, be able to hug a tree anywhere. Great idea. One of the best ideas that they had. And then they had the idea that only bears should give a lot of healing, and then you never have enough healing if you don't go bears. That was their biggest mistake with Night Elf. By far the biggest. We have a shredder here for Cal, by the way. Not making more wisps, but making a shredder. Demon items are insanely good. Ring, slippers, big healing, that is 3 perfect items from the first 3 camps. So in hoping for something like Quel'Thalas here. Sobi Mask would also be great. Rune Bracers? Not so much.
여기서 무리하면 게임이 갈 수도 있습니다. 소인도 생각 잘해야 돼요. 데몬이 그래도 3은 찍어놨단 말이에요.
룬도 팔고 누빌 하나 더? 아, 진짜 하나 더 샀어요. 3누빌.
What tournament is this coming from? This is WSB Season 5. I didn't want to put the link in the chat because this is VOD replays. I don't want people to get spoiled too easily. But if you really want to find out the results in the tournament page, you can find it either on warcraft3.info or on Liquipedia.
자, 이거는 지금 안 돼요 지금 데몬터랑 키퍼랑 풀마나 풀피여가지고 뭐 쉐언이라도 지금 마나가 충분히 있으면 모르겠는데 헥스 마나 이제 없거든요. 자, 이제는 인텐그리 시간이에요. 자, 레드 일단 오긴 옵니다. 근데 카오도 이제 드라이더 와요 지금.
확실히 이게 슈레더까지 사다 보니까 드라이어드 추가 타이밍도 좀 늦긴 늦습니다.
근데 업그레이드를 상당히 빨리 해주고 있어요 지금 카오가.
이게 지금 홀업이 늦어서 그만큼 돈이 남고 나무도 지금 남는 빌드잖아요 결국은. 그래서 그냥 남는 자원을 저기다 쓰는 것 같아요.
아, 저 결국 소인 이거 건드려 보려고.
Cow contesting for his Furbolg creep, doesn't want to allow its opponent to get the second big permanent item. Blade Master here with triple circlet and gloves, looking decent, but not looking as insane as he was before, with the 2 claws.
일단 먹고 봐.
자, 왕건이는 이제 카오가 서로 마지막 게임이다 보니까 너무 신중할 수밖에 없어요 지금.
힐스건 무포건 뭐라도 하나 들고 와서 할 거면은 해야 되지 않을까 싶긴 한데요. 아슬아슬하거든요.
I still don't quite understand the healing thing. What units can Night Elf go because they don't have healing? What units can't Night Elf go? Well, Huntress strategies, Talon strategies, Fairy Dragon strategies, Mass Riot strategies over a certain amount of time. We are seeing Mass Riots here. It can be good for mid-game certain timing, but it will get weaker and weaker over time. In fact, the bear transition is already in play. This is something that many people pointed out, not just me. Every Night Elf strategy includes bears right now. Because you need the healing. You need the healing really, really badly. Everyone needs healing. And if you don't have bears as Night Elf, you don't have enough healing. Anyways, last hit goes to the blade, but item picked up by the Demon Hunter, Sobi Mask. Not a great find for Kaho, but could be sold for more gold. Oh, Keeper, he's in trouble here. This spell comes in, but the Entangle is still upon him, and that is a kill on the Keeper. Maybe should have had one safety item on the Keeper here. Someone is going for more, waiting for Ensnares to cool down. And will force out the TP as well. Very good exchange here for Soen. Gets that hero kill. Of course, Keeper level 1 is going to be back quickly. It did cost Soen lots of HP and mana as well. He would have loved to take that Sobi Mask for himself. Would have been amazing for the Shadow Hunter. To me, the Night Elf units seem to have other problems. Huntresses can heal okay with super wells, I thought. They just fall off by that point in the game. Masked Riots could be healed by moonwells if they only healed health and not mana. Same with fairies. I think Night Elf units are more playable if they have decent healing. I think healing is the problem here. Also, it's not just the units. Most importantly, it's probably the heroes. Not just units need healing, also heroes need healing. And if you don't have bears, you have very little healing. Super wells are nice, of course, but we've seen plenty of Talon games in the past where that healing isn't enough. It's just never enough. When you play without bears, you never have enough healing, in my opinion. That's why I think the Podum should really, really, really have a healing skill. They have the best healing in early and mid game with Moonwells, though. I don't think that's true. I think Orcs and Undeads have better healing already in early game and mid game. And it's not so limited. The biggest problem with the Moonwells is it's very limited. Sure, when you have full Moon Juice, it's crazy good. Hell yeah. It's amazing. But Moon Juice normally always runs out against a good opponent who pressures you, who forces you to take damage and fall back and heal up. Moon Juice runs out. Statues never run out. Heal salves never run out. Coils can run out, but you can get more back with more mana. Unholy Aura never runs out. Yeah, I think this is clear as day. If you guys don't realize that Night Elves don't have enough healing if they don't have bears, then I'm afraid you haven't seen enough Night Elf games. It happens literally every game where we see Night Elf in the late game without bears. It's the same problem every time. Not enough healing. Demon Hunter has very nice items now, by the way. Slipper's Ring, Talisman of Evasion, even a big heal potion. Soen's Expo attempt is coming up a bit late. We haven't had a fight here in a long time. Now we got big armies. Big armies on both sides. TP on the Shadow Hunter. Soen here going for the base attack. If he could devour some bears and then TP out, that might be the best thing you can look for here. Got some buildings early already. Here come the Kodos. Speed Scroll doesn't hit all of them, though. Dispel on the Speed Scroll. Oh, Kodo's taking a lot of damage right away. One going down. Second Kodo trying to escape with that TP. Good disenchant and barely saving it. Kaho is quite supply blocked now, but has more money still to make more Moonwells. Get back to 70 capacity. Or 2 bears actually got devoured. 2 bears in the Kodos, more Kodos being made. How many bears do we have on the field? Still a lot of bears on the field. I feel like Kao's position isn't bad here. He got 1-1 upgrades. Great items. And a good looking army here. Oh, Shadowhunter way too far in front. Lucky to not get mana burned. Ensnare and magic damage focus fire on the bears from the walkers. Doing some good damage here. Blade Master hits level 4 now finally at last. He gets the crit level 2. Needs to skill it as well. There's the mana burn. Heal scroll come in from Soin. 104 crit. You need to skill that crit, buddy. It's always a sign that the player doesn't have the level up hotkeyed. If he doesn't skill it for this long. Now he did, finally. Crit now looking better with 168. Not that crazy though, to be honest. And the Origami is dropping very low on HP. We gotta keep a level 4 mana again for at least 1 entangle. Demon about to hit level 5 over here. Got the Tele Staff, but no Staff of Preservation, so he can't just beam back to the Moonwells and come back quickly. Oh, Blade almost goes down. Invo Potion for him. Oh, everything seems to be crumbling for Soin right here. Yeah, he calls it GG. Kaho came out the gate, swinging. Won those first 2 maps very one-sided. Soin with a very strong comeback. Map 3 and 4, he looked really good. But on map 5, again, it was pretty one-sided, so I would say overall this series does clearly go to Kaho. He is the winner here. And he plays next against Moon. And Night Elf Mirrors, of course, all of our favorite matchup. I'm gonna be skipping ahead quite a bit here. If it's just slow standard Bear Mirror, I feel like that is not the most exciting thing of all time. Moon or Kaho, one of them will be in the upper bracket final after this, and that means they're going to be top 3 guaranteed already. Last year, Kaho had a couple of really good showings at WSB. So far this year, that was not quite the case just yet. Let's get into map number 1. Last Refuge. Gonna be our first map here. Demon Hunter start. So of course, Bear Mirror is the standard here. What we talked about earlier, same is the case also in Night Elf Mirror. If you don't go bears, normally you never have enough healing. Both these players have sometimes strayed away from Bear Mirror meta. But I would imagine for the most part that's still going to be their preferred strat. Yep. Demon Hunter, Keeper, Bears. We can skip ahead quite a bit here. Very often in Bear Mirror also, you creep up the whole map, then you just sit there and you go for upgrades. Oh, we got some high level heroes now. 5-3. Oh, entangle. Okay, looked like there was a first battle, but both players staying alive. Pretty competitive. Very competitive first map, actually. Okay. Skip to this part. Do we have anything else in the end game? Oh, we do. Moon is going for a Chimroost over here. Levels looking very even. Items looking very even. Nobody's got crazy late game items. First Chimera here from Moon in production. Very good, of course, against Bears with the magic damage. Can be also countered heavily though by certain units.
있나? 키메라스가 있나?
Crows, hippogriffs,
드라 두 개밖에
even dryads sometimes.
쫓아가면서 좀 때려봅니다.
장지호 선수한테 가장 좋은 그림은 카오가 남는 돈 이제 다 고물
And you need to make sure also that the chimps are attacking the right targets. The bears, obviously. If they're attacking the heroes, they are wasting lots of their damage.
남은 돈 드라 쫙
Then they are certainly not worth their cost.
또 어쨌든 또 이제 또 키메라 대응이 되기 때문에 저 키메라를 얼마나 안 걸리고 잘 모을 수 있느냐가 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 옆에 저 계속 검찍고 있죠 카오는.
저 이제 50을 깨면서
자, 장준 선수는 추가 병력 로에서 안 뽑고 진짜 키메라로 다 뽑으려고 하고 있습니다.
공 2업이라서
Will you be watching the World Cup? Not really.
그만큼은 키메라가 다 녹여줄 것이다.
I find soccer a little boring.
계속 공 뽑고 있어요 지금. 근데 나 돈은 많은데
Different strokes for different folks, of course. I know that many people love that game. That's great. I'm happy for you, but yeah, I find it a little bit boring. I find other sports much more interesting.
자신 리빌 뿌렸거든요 장준 선수 본진에.
If my friends ask me to watch a game together, if it's a hype game or something, maybe, but
보였어요.
honestly, I am
아저
not interested.
남은 돈이 이제 드라 하나 딱 뽑겠네요. 블래시업 하나요? 안 하나요? 안 하고 그냥 드라 둘 찍고 박나요?
자 일단 키메라 두 개까지 나왔거든요.
네. 이제 보였어요.
Okay, Zeppelin for Kaho does see the chimps now. The mains have run out. What? He doesn't even try to fight! No way! Come on, dude! They didn't even try to fight!
이거는 교전 해보지도 않고.
Man, am I glad that we
전이 상실이었죠.
ran through this game. Otherwise, there would have been such a letdown.
이건 싸워도 의미가 없구나. 키메라가 한기도 안
Okay, map 2. We have another Bear Mirror game.
마하보는
잘 들어갔어요.
We skipped ahead again a little bit.
마하보는 너무 잘 날리고 있어요 지금. 민채.
3레벨 데몬이 4렙 데몬보다 민첩이 높습니다. 카오 여기까지 왔는데 여기서 꼬리 내리고 저쪽으로 가버리면 기분 많이 나쁘거든요.
근데 카오도 지금 보존이랑 도구 없어가지고 좀 부담스러워요. 일단
사러 가네요. 이러면 클럽
도구만 사러 가는 것 같아요 이거는.
클럽 보존이 없이.
자 그래도 지금 데몬 레벨이 내가 하나 앞서가고 있기 때문에
네.
지금 싸우면은 내가 할만하다 이거죠 카오는. 안 빼겠다라는 거죠.
자, 지금 곰 4기 대 4기. 이제 저거 나와야 5기예요. 이게 아처 숫자가 많기 때문에 그런 건데 저거 나오기 전 지금 싸우면 곰 숫자 같은데 뒷라인 아처가 더 많기 때문에 카오가 조금 더 유리해집니다.
자 일단 그래도 디보쇼라 때문에 업그레이드 같은 경우는 지금 똑같긴 한데.
네.
Fighting for the red camp here.
병력의 파워도 좀 더 좋긴 하죠. 근데
Items looking pretty similar between the two. Supply also looking pretty similar. Seems like nobody really lost anything so far.
아처 죽어도 되죠.
Nice little surround by Kaho right there.
너무 지금 시간 끌다가 구석에 빠르게 먹었습니다 카오가.
Oh, almost gave the chance to steal that last hit.
드럼.
저기서 깔끔하게 먹고 싸움까지 깔끔하게 이어서
Probably not the best item. With the Warsong battle drums. Percentage-wise speaking, it's a lot less, considering there's also roar applied.
50-50 싸움은 정말
Ooh, nice hit scroll though.
히스까지 잘 들어갔고요.
Seems to be a great fight for Kaho here.
대승했었잖아요.
Getting that level 3.
보존 없어요. 보존 없어요.
Demon. Oh, staff is on cooldown. Demon is dead. And that's just GG.
1대1 동점을 만들어냅니다.
Alright.
아 이거는 카오가 진짜 장면도 살짝
Series tied up 1-1.
빠르게 잘 빼내가지고 마법 이문이라서 인터.
And guess what, boys? It's another Bear Mirror game here on map 3. We skipped ahead again quite a bit. This time Kao has a significant experience lead. Got Keeper on 3 already. He's got some crazy damage items.
같이 먹었나요, 방금 전에?
Lot of creeping again this game.
자 그러니까 데몬 레벨을 앞서가는데
안 되고 진짜 크거든요.
저거 5시 찌꺼기 먹고 갈 여유가 없죠. 카오가 찔렀기 때문에.
Kaho pushing in very aggressively. No TP. Oh, catches a bear though. Ooh, one bear for free at the start. Ouch. Moon needs to set up for the defense. Wisp detonates here. Need to connect well. He needs to remove the roar from his opponent. And that was a decent wisp. Pretty good wisp though. Rejuve running on the demon. Now we got the dispel by Kaho. Heal scroll committed as well. Pretty close fight here. Low HP bears for Kaho. Trying to get away. Oh, keeper. Oh, almost dead. Oi, he dies. Is that game again? It is. GG. Alright, another 11-minute game. Kaho, 2 maps in a row, gets the lead in the upper bracket semifinal. Moving on to map 4. We got another Bambara game. Skipping ahead again. We saw a lot of creeping here. Not much fighting. Both at 50. Stronger items currently on Kaho. It's kind of close actually with the ancient Django. You might argue it favors Moon more and more the bigger his army gets.
너무 애매해요. 51.
자, 그래서 위습을 투하기도 좀 애매하지 않나요?
투를 하든지 아니면은 아처를 하나 죽여야 될 것 같긴 한데요.
Kaho gets the last hit here. Item only, the crystal ball.
이 타이밍에는 일루전 빼면 다 쓸모가 없죠.
포지션이 지금 카오는 딜러서 직접 때리고 있거든요.
네.
No, one of the wind used on the keeper, but that shouldn't have too much effect. Ancient of War here for Moon, also helping to fight in this defense. Position for Moon doesn't seem bad. He's got Moon's support in the back. Demon Hunter protected by an Ankh as well. As some people like to say, best item for the Night Elf. Ankh will always save you to protect you from a B2W rip. Kaho with a level 5 demon. He's got a huge supply lead here actually. Lots of hurt bears, but still they're on the battlefield. Still they're taking up supply, and now the Demon Hunter almost dead! Staff! I think it was on cooldown. No, wait, he didn't even have a staff. Moon didn't even have a staff. Calls for the GG. And that makes Kaho the winner here. 3-1, Kaho takes this series. Moving on to the upper bracket final. Kaho gonna be top 3 guaranteed. Moon forced to the lower bracket. Alright. One more game for us to check out here from the WSB matches. 1-0 versus Soin coming up next. And after that, I'm going to present my patch suggestions. Alright, in we go. 1-0 suffered at the hands of Lin in the Gladiator Championship. Day 6, he was defeated soundly with 4-1, where Lin looked really good, but that seems to be a rarity. We'll see if this was just a little tiny blemish on the record, because normally 1-0 is really good in this matchup. He has been dominating most orcs in recent history. That goes for Focus, that goes for Lin, that also goes for Soin. But maybe this was a bit of inspiration from Soen, seeing how well Lin was doing.
아마 이거는 좀 박준 선수의 게임을 좀 보지 않았을까 싶긴 해요.
네.
소희 선수가. 박준 선수가 최근에 그러니까 저도 그 BCC 그 린데 120을 뭐 제대로 본 거 아닌데 3영웅에 그냥 지상 힘싸움을 했었더라고요. 박준 선수가.
저는 아예
It feels rough to see Moon lose 3 times in 5 minutes.
중간중간에. 그래서 그
Moon's gonna have a chance in the lower brackets.
힘싸움 오리지널틱하게 해보려는 게 아닌가 싶어요.
But it seems like the Moon that Hai was on over the last 2 months is kind of coming to an end. Impressive win against 1-2-0.
실제로 저거?
모르겠어요.
아랍도 아닌 것 같고 동남아도 아닌 것 같고.
But against Kaho, it wasn't quite enough.
AI 돌리면 어느 나라 언제 알려줘 이러면.
What Lin did, by the way, in the series against 1-2-0 was he innovated with old school, so to speak. All orcs recently were playing fast tech, fast wyvern, no creeping at the start of the game. They would always fall behind in experience. Lin, however, started playing grunt opening again. Barracks, grunt. I think he only played 2 grunts. And then into wyvern. This gives you way more creeping potential, especially in the early game. While grunts are terrible units in the late game, they are still good for creeping early.
최악이에요.
서로 반대로 뜬 느낌이거든요.
민책의 민슬이라니요.
소희한테 갔을 때 이렇게 160한테 갔네요.
이 게임 오래됐지만 사실 더 오래된 게임들도 많이 하잖아요.
Played here with a fast level 2.
그렇죠.
굳이 뭐 스타크래프트만 더 오래된 게임이기도 하고. 20년 전에 120이 없었죠. 10년 전엔 있었습니다만. 자, 킬러의 어질리티. 딱 불마템이에요.
I'm a little late with this, but I just had a thought. What if MGs had an ability that healed them? Would need to have a drawback for sure, but something like Stoneform, where they hibernate and HP regen.
레드마스터 윈도우가 풀려버려가지고.
I think there would be too much overlap with Bears, you know? Frontliner that heals itself, and the frontliner that heals itself. No, I think Night Elf needs other sources of healing. Night Elf needs AoE healing that's available somewhat early in the game. That's what they need.
나 뺏을게.
Ooh, last hit.
뺏었어요.
Goes to 1-2-0. Item stolen though by the blade. Only a Cloak of Shadows.
꼈네요 저게.
Nice little ghouls around here.
여기 아이템도 60원이거든요 사실.
잠깐만요.
샀고요.
이거 좀 살짝 기분 나쁘거든요. 대놓고 과감하게 한번 사냥했는데 저 일단 아이템 뺏겼고 구나 잡혔고.
자, 그럼 3개까지 뽑은데요.
그냥 바로 3티어에 원은 그냥 진짜 힘싸움 하려는 거 같죠? 근데 소인도 이거 건드리는 거 맞나요?
아, 3그런 텔레다 그럼 하나 취소하고 버서커로.
자 근데 언데드가 안아주면은 좋은 판단이죠. 이러면 여기 다 살면 되거든요.
그렇죠.
So I'm going tier 3 here. As expected, there's going to be tier 3 on both sides. Soen's tech is nicely faster. Wand of the Wind.
이것도
There's going to be a window for that to be useful before destroyers are out. Then, of course, it's going to be not so good anymore. Oh, Blade. Timing for the last hit. Oh, no, he didn't get it. Wait, did he steal the item? No, didn't steal the item. But it forces the ghoul to go down, but the blade as well. Oi! So in there. Overstaying. That's a huge loss. Oh, that's very expensive. B2W RIP. For once not for Nidos, but rather for the Orc. Look at the Acolyte block.
이거 그런트 한 대 때리고
He wants to get the Bursey, not the Grunt. He knows the Grunt doesn't really matter.
너무 깊지 않나요?
But if it has to be the Grunt, then it has to be the Grunt. Gets that one as well. Hex is too late. Oh, this is a bad start for Soen. Okay, wait. One of the Wind. Okay.
잠깐만요. 이러면 또 게임이 이러면 또 소인 또 괜찮지거든요. 대상 3짜리
He can coil out maybe though against the Grunt. Oh, he's gonna get the kill.
디나이 못
That one of the Wind. Okay. Still has a charge.
잡는 기회인데요.
Gonna get a Ghoul as well. All of a sudden, we're in the game. 2 Ghouls.
그래도 이게 소인도 너무 크긴
Oh my god, that item. This is the best use of Wand of the Wind all year. Nice reaction by Soin here, realizing he had an opportunity to punish the DK positioning.
그리고 인구수 봐요. 23.
Game was just recovered.
언데드의 그 대장 영웅이 죽어버리니. 자, 그러면 소인 열심히 사냥해서 아이템 모아야죠. 영차 해서.
네. 이거 불매 아까 저희 불마도 같이 사냥해서 이제 4렙 5렙까지 그냥 쭉쭉 바라봐야 될 것 같아요 이거. 자 근데 어쨌든 120도 불만만 잡았다고 너무 안 이랬죠. 너무 파고 들어갔어요. 그런 타나 잡으려다가.
그쵸.
Blade inventory still looking pretty weak over here.
지금 돈이 진짜 빠듯해가지고 소희는 불마를 샀기 때문에 진짜 돈이 진짜 빠듯하거든요 지금. 그냥 목표 팔고 라옥 같은 걸 사야 될 수도 있을 것 같아요. 지금 소희도 치킨도 뽑고 헤드헌터도 준비해야 되는데
네.
확실히 불만한 거 하나 산 것 때문에 진짜 좀 쪼달리긴 합니다 지금. 멜리용도 덱스했다고 이전에 해골과 구울로 일단 리치 2레벨은 잘.
The Lich at least made it quick to level 2. Solo creeping, of course, with the absence of the Death Knight,
지금 소인 템
who was benched quite a long time. Oh, this is so much free creeping for Soin. A terrible position turned into a great position.
근데 리치가 오거든요. 타이밍 기가 막히게 오고 있는데요. 노바스틸은 헥스랑 뭐
Oh, Nova Steel here could be amazing. Shadowhunter needs to be on point with the Hex.
만화
Hex?
쓰고.
Oh!
소인 잘랐어. 나왔어요.
1렙 걸어서 근데
잠깐만요. 소인 이거
Skelly got the last hit, actually, not the Nova.
치는 거 아닌 것 같은데요.
Trying to kill the Lich now, but there is Frost Armor. Ensnare's over, DK shows up, and now we got the coil again.
화이팅.
Why didn't he use the Hex earlier, though? That seemed a bit weird.
뽑아서.
Oh, Blade. Very hurt again. Got the Quel'Thalas boots, by the way, which are, of course, amazing.
노바 있어요. 다행히 거리가 안 닿았어요.
그나마 다행인데.
I still think Mountain Giants with a tree in hand should be able to attack air units. Yeah, I think that would be cool as well.
있는 타이밍에 계속
I think that would be cool.
리치가 생각.
I don't even think that would be broken necessarily,
아이템은 초반에 완.
because MGs are really slow. Very hard to maneuver around, so if you want to stay out of range with air units, I think you can still do that. But yeah, I think also that's a cool idea. Neo first tried to troll me with that like 10 years ago, telling me that MGs can attack air units with trees in hand, and I believed him. But I actually think that would be super cool.
어쨌든 160 대난 비겠지만 160 대난 사진 않았거든요. 알테드 뽑았지.
그쵸.
4-3렙이에요.
4-3렙. 게나가 없는 타이밍에 오크가 일방적으로 좀 벌었어야 되는데
예.
이게 벌지를 못했잖아요 결국.
딱히 근데 병력이
Orc army here, not looking very big if you ask me. I mean, neither army is very big. Coil Nova takes out that raider immediately.
불 하나 못 잡나요? 후에 불만데.
So it has to work hard to get that ghoul kill. What is that army, by the way? 1 Kodo, 1 Berserker.
같이 해야 돼요.
Not too convincing just yet.
안 돼요 지금.
Blade has pretty good items, but he also needs that orb of lightning.
불한 마리.
Oh, triple silence! And Shadowhunter dead.
확실한 거 쳐서 잡네요. 확실한 거 쳐서.
Once again, it seems to be the case that Soin isn't quite on the same level as Lin.
수가 없어요 상황이. 어테클 하나 더 나왔고요.
That's the feeling that every pro player in Warcraft 3 must have had at some point. Ever since Lin's insane rise to God mode.
1대0 앞서가.
GG is called, and 1-0 takes the 1-0. The favorite, of course, in this matchup.
역전 하나 싶었지만 돈이 너무 딸렸어요 오크가.
역시 그 초반에 너무 많은 손해를 봐버려서 따라잡기가 좀 힘들었네요.
빨간 양말 같은 거 뜨면은 빨간 양말은 무조건 현질해주지 않을까 싶어요 소희 선수가.
Echo Isles coming up as our next map.
마찬가지로 160도 현질.
Important map for Soin if he wants to stay alive in this tournament.
서로 이제 어택클러를 사 모으는 그 싸움이 될 겁니다.
Going down 0-2 against 1-0 would certainly be a death sentence for the tournament life.
다크레인저 주면 되니까.
근데 초반에 그 다크레인저에서 서드용 거를 미리 사기는
에콜라이트 하나 더 뽑아요.
아 또다시 한번 혀를 찌르는 패멀인가요? 소인한테 저번에 한번 썼었거든요.
Oh, there's a 7th Acolyte coming.
근데 이 맵은 소인도 어쨌든
1-0 is going for a fast expo here. Oh, interesting.
애초에 또 에콜라이트를 보고 있을 거기 때문에 전략적인 1렘 멀티 한다.
He also tried that one game against Lin, and Lin just went tier 3 Tiny Great Hall counter expansion.
지금 구울도 2개밖에 조정 안 했어요. 이거 나무 관리를 엄청
I'm still a huge fan of Radar Walker tier 2 counter expo with TC second. I think that is so cool. Because you have a high level TC then very reliably for the late game, plus walkers to dispel silence in the late game, possible Tauren transition.
처음에 깨졌을 때 리스크는 분명히 이제 크지만
And look at 1-0 here, going for the instant Haunted Gold Mine. And of course, Orcs never Peon Scout in the early game.
자, 스노우볼 굴 수 있어요.
이러면은 직원에서 지을 걸 이런 생각이 좀 더 들겠는데요.
자, 근데 해글밖에 없어. 해글이 건물 깨기 좋긴 한데 진짜 공격력으로
So one can get one cancel here, though, for sure. The claws also help.
문제 없나요?
심지어 더스도 안 사갖고 와서 캔슬은 못
Maybe a bit too greedy by 1-0, going for the instant Haunted.
나간다.
Could have had that Ziggurat up earlier. Could have had that Narrow Tower up earlier.
자, 그런데 놓쳤어요.
Oh.
놓쳤어요.
If the Ziggurat gets cancelled, that's a disaster.
그것까지 깨는 건 좀 무리죠. 예.
But I guess the Ziggurat
아, 이거 지원
does get saved.
그냥 딜하다가
Next Haunted attempt.
판을 파면 나무가 좀 여유롭기 때문에
But Soen bought some good time here. Getting another cancel would be amazing. Oh, and he's coming back in. Where's the Death Knight?
너무 금방 멀리 있었어요.
Death Knight went to the shop. Oh, he's actually getting blocked. What? He somehow can't reach the Haunted. What is going on here? Oh, sick blocks by 1-0. Yo, that was a sick block.
있어요. 이제 조심해야 돼요.
Blade couldn't use the Windwalk to get in because he needed it to get out. That was an amazing block. I thought for a moment that the DK was too far away.
근데 때릴 수가 없었어요.
야, 그렇도 그냥 도끼를 던졌어야 했을 것 같은데
And with that, the expo is going to be done in 60 seconds.
수가 있는 플레이죠.
그렇죠. 브레이드 마스터가 칼 없으면은 블레이드 빼야 되거든요. 그냥 마스터가 되는 거예요.
그렇죠.
원투만 해야 되는데.
DK finally getting level 2 here. That makes everything easier.
자, 일단은 이러면은 세컨 파로 원래 같으면 소인이 이럴 때 세컨 파로 같은 거 뽑고 금강 캔슬
템
들어가는데
안
Claws? Okay, thank you.
이런 거 하나
You don't want to leave those behind. Soen going for double bestiary. That means no tier 3. This is Mass, Wyvern, and Raider all in.
해머풀이 딱 그 게임이었었거든요.
You know me, Chad. I'm a big fan of Counter Expo.
인드라이더 같기도 하고요. 그때 빨간 양말
Lin also seemed to be in his series against 1-0, where that worked out very well for him.
정말 잘 썼거든요 초반에. 근데 패머를 너무 쉽게 줘가지고 템 좋은 게
Oh, blade items are incredible, though. 3 perfect items. Let's go.
사주면 하지 않나요?
사야죠.
그렇죠. 못 참죠 빨간.
Buying another pair of slippers.
그리고 어차피 투비스 올인은
Yeah, this blade is giga stacked. He doesn't have crazy levels, but the items are fantastic.
봐야 될 것 같아요. 레이더면 충분히 영웅 깔 수가 있긴 한데 윈드라이더면은
뭐 섞어서 쓸 수도 있고 좀 확실히 보긴 봐야 됩니다.
And a mantle for the Shadow Hunter is also going to be nice.
빨리 그냥 모은다든지.
어느새 사이트 3렙까지 찍었고 근데 1,
Starting off with Raiders. Ooh, timing for Soen here could be perfect. Catching the ghouls on the creep.
되지 않아서 다행이지.
Level 3 DK is really good, but the ghouls are not so strong now anymore. Ghouls have interesting power spikes. Good in the early game for creeping. Good on tier 3 with Frenzy,
꿀 맞으면 이거 불마가 위험하거든요.
but not so good in the middle part.
살리는 데 위주로 포했습니다 120.
레이더 하나 뽑고 윈드라이더로 전환.
But the Death Knight with the coils is keeping them alive for the most part.
공격 코일을 쓸만한데 그랜트 같은 거에 어제 멀티도 먹었는데 그냥 굴 살리는데 계속 써버립니다.
Couple of crits from the blade. So far the crits are low, but that's going to be changing soon.
시간이 얼마 남지 않았거든요.
자 멀티초 사냥하고 멀티하면서 압박할지 그냥 여기서 압박할지. 자 그냥 압박하려는 것 같은데요 소인. 자 근데 앞마당에 내르면 하나밖에 없기 때문에
완성돼서 스피릿까지 돼야 되는데 그 전에 충분히 재미는 한번 볼만할 것 같아요.
네.
파괴됐어요.
자 그리고 저 두 번째 지그러트도 이것도 깰 수 있겠고요.
이것도
자 레이더 두 개 더 오면 이거 지그러트 깨만해 보이거든요. 한 개밖에 없어가지고.
풀피를 안 치워놔서 이거 조심해야 됩니다. 이거 순간적으로 막 섀도우한테 엠신공이라든지 이런 거 해버리면은 위험할 수 있기 때문에.
자, 근데 120도 지금 코일을 너무 지금 수비적으로 쓰고 있어가지고 차라리 제가 봤을 때 이런 상황에서 공격적으로 불마한테 써주는 게 더 좋아 보이거든요.
지금 일부러 불마 쪽을 좀 많이 노려봤습니다.
네.
자, 이
자,
타이밍.
레이더 더 추가됐고요.
120은 이 타이밍만 버티는데
Alright, the Wyvern, of course, can now do some good damage. Got a good number of Raiders and Wyvern here, but so he needs to win the game within the next couple of minutes. Does not have really any late game available to him. Ooh, trying for the repair here with the Acolytes. He just has the repair in time, going for a Spirit Tower now. Lich is on the way. That's a lot of losses for 1-0, actually. Blade revealed. Could be killed almost here with the coil. He's about to hit level 3 as well. Death Knight. He's got good items, decent levels, but low on mana. And now he's getting Ensnare surrounded, isn't he? So, making the big decision to go... Wait. Blade is almost dead. Where's the Lich? Where's the Lich? It's still not ready, actually. Lich is still not ready. So many kills for Soin here. And he still has some heal salves left over. And he wins map 1. Okay. The tier 2 all-in works out. 1-0 maybe over-aggressive. In the middle they are losing ghouls early. Not ready yet to face those Wyvern and Raiders. Ziggurat may be too late. Ghouls may be too far out. Easy, of course, to say in hindsight. Always seems risky to me when orcs go for that tier 2 all-in, but here, Soin indeed. Executing it well, using his strength timings when he could. And off we go with map number 2. One to 0, by the way, the only undead in this tournament. Labby not participating, Happy never playing in WSB. All the Blade is going for an early Magi snipe here. Acolyte Scout. Seeing it. 1-0 can't do anything about it though. He picked up the first item. Claws of Attack right away for him is great. Scroll of the Beast, not so great. It's 1-1. Yeah, sorry. It's 1-1, of course. Autumn Leaves went to 1-0. DK here slowly and safely creeping up. Humble creep route. Green into green. Blade Master starting to fall behind in experience a little bit. But he has the double circlet. That is pretty good. A little bit too late for the last hit here. 1-0 has a good amount of coils still left. Blade still revealed, doesn't want to die again. Gets the last hit. Not the item though, but the last hit is also a big win. 1-0 calls GG. What? What? Wait, what? Because he lost one last hit. He got the claws. He didn't even lose a ghoul. Are you kidding me right now?
자, 은근히 지금 고추장 관리
What?
트롤들이 골드 다 갈아놓고 있어요 지금. 소희가 노래 보네요.
뺏었어요. 템은 못 먹었지만.
네.
What?
소연이 2대1로.
He didn't even lose a ghoul. Are you kidding me? That is such a premature GG. Because of one last hit. He had still more experience. What the hell is he doing? I mean, that almost seems like trolling. Maybe he forgot to tech? No, I was checking. He had tech on the way, he had graveyard on the way, he had all ghouls alive.
기회인가요?
그렇죠. 저도
Very strange.
그냥 그냥 당해줬거든요.
Thank you, Anxiety PB, with the resub.
가져올 때 그런 거 좀 잘 받아 먹어줘야 됩니다.
Okay, 2-1 lead for Soen, I guess.
너무 오래 살아가는데요.
1-0 now, trying with a fast expansion again.
네.
Acolyte scout bought time across the map.
저까지 딸려갈까요? 근데 너무 멀긴 하거든요.
과연
좀만 가까웠으면 딸려갔을 것 같은데
안
거리가
끌어가네요.
멀어가지고 냄새 못 맡네요.
식탐이 부족하다. 양말 진짜.
Slippers for the Blade Master. Here we go. That's a great start.
유기 잡은 판단이 총 판단됐을 결국에.
Oh, the grunt. Scouting the expo timing. Yeah, I feel like grunt opening is the way to go.
갖고 가면
Fast tech just seems so limited in so many ways.
스틸 안 됐고요. 그런트.
스틸 당했으면 110 기분 나빠서 또 지쳤을 것 같은데요.
이거 첫 공간 캐스 당해도 쥐실 것 같은데.
Oh, nice block here with the Acolyte against the grunt. It should be pretty easy surround. You can send the skellies in from the north. You can punish the grunt. What is that? 1-0 again misses the surround.
110의 지금 멘탈은 바사삭일 거거든요.
He is just not playing well right now.
말만 보면 화가 나기 때문에 화가 안 나는 사람이 어디 있겠습니까마는.
맞습니다. 자, 지구라트까지 근데 불만만 살아가면
Ziggurat cancelled. That's really bad. Look at the lumber.
네, 캔슬 못했어요.
He doesn't have enough lumber.
쥐시나요? 안 칩니다.
This is just...
어디까지 한 사나요?
사야죠.
어디까지?
It's just poor.
하나 더 긁으러 가나요 이제? 회복도 할 겸.
Also, not going for the Ziggurat first is so greedy in the first place.
시키면은 아이템 보고 110 쥐실 수 있어요, 진짜.
If you have Lich against Human, it makes sense. You can punish lots of footies, you get experience, you get ahead. Human is also fast expanding. Kind of a disappointing day by 1-0 today. Or yesterday, you might say. This might be the only undead in WSB getting eliminated right here. Why is he going for the Haunted first? Especially against a blade that makes no sense.
또 팔아요.
Once that Nerob is finished, the blade can do nothing anymore. So weird that he doesn't go for the Nerob first. Oh, blade getting blocked. Grunt getting through though. You gotta surround that grunt at least, bro. Oh, okay. Saves it though. Good save this time by 1-0. If that expansion is cancelled again, the game is basically over. But I think 1-0 has to go for Graveyard and Towers first, right? Before tech? Oh, but so in this time, doing it different. He's not going for the Mass Wyvern again like before, or Wyvern Raider. Rather, he's going for fast tier 3. And with that, Tiny Great Hall counter expansion is going to be ready quite soon. He's going to be only like 2 minutes behind the ended expansion. And he is going for an early graveyard here. He is worried about getting pressured again. Blade items again looking very nice. Already early in the game. This should be a great equipped blade. Ring +5. Ooh, that's wonderful for a TC. Who is surely going to be the third hero here. Some orcs like to go for the tiny first and then TC. Some rather go for TC first and he brings the tiny.
시간이 충분히 될 것 같아요.
I'm not really sure what's better. I think it might
근데 그냥 프로테신이 파는 게 어떨까 싶긴
be a case-by-case basis kind of thing.
캔슬 될 때쯤에 팔 생각을 좀 해야 될 것 같아요.
그냥 근처를 데스나이트가 다 먹습니다. 이거 시간 꽤 오래 걸리거든요. 2티어 될 때까지.
I like the Acropolis though by 1-0 here.
일단 해골이
His tech is pretty late though.
헤어 포션도 지금 먹을만 했는데 불마가 그냥 팔아버리고 자 프로테신도 팔았습니다.
그래서 그냥 연구소도 잡으면서 데몬.
This is the big problem when you fast expand against Orc. You give up map control for a long time.
그렇죠. 소인 이거 소인 이길 것 같아요.
Love that Shredder for Soin.
해골 게임에서는 나무 타임이 빨리 되는데 나무 관리 안 되는
Orc tier 3 can be amazing, but it takes a lot of lumber as well.
판단 너무 좋은 판단.
Robe of the Magi, another good item. This one's going to be great for the Shadow.
되자마자 타인이 던질 거라서.
그렇죠. 그 다음에 그러면은 소인도 이제 돈만 되면은 토템도 바로 올리면서 타워링까지 준비 바로 가능할 거거든요 이게.
Lots of experience on the Death Knight here. It's going to be hard to level up the Lich, but also a high level DK is worth quite a lot.
기다렸다가 이제 바로 타임 사야죠.
안쪽까지 보지는 못했지만 알긴 알 겁니다. 아 이거 포트는 갔겠구나.
Tier 3 done, and the Blade picks up that tiny immediately,
바로 그냥.
delaying the TC by a little bit.
자, 아직 언데드 테크가 야드 짓고 했기 때문에 이제 아직 2티 완성도 안
Yeah, it's a very early tiny Great Hall. It's like 8 minutes tiny.
써가면서 사양토 좀 손 좀 더 하면서
That is fantastic.
7시 조금만 좀 한 두 군데만 더 먹어주면은 이거 영웅의 힘에서 소인이 앞서갈 수 있거든요.
이거 160이 이기려면은 2티어에서 엎어줘야 되는데 지금
Burning Oil! What?
누른 것 같은데 버닝홀 찍고 있거든요.
Is that a mystic?
뭐 하려다가
That's like the worst upgrade in the game.
저거는 버서커 스트렝스 잘못 찍은 것 같은데요 느낌이.
그게 N이었나요?
Wait a minute.
한 번씩 양악할 때 찍을 때 보면은 그냥 마우스로 찍거든요.
이제 버서커 팔려고 했던 것 같아요.
Did he finish it? Ah, no, he canceled it. Yeah, I think he thought he was upgrading Berserker training.
충남기고.
완성된 게 아니라 취소했나요?
네, 취소했어요.
다행이네요. 그러니까 갑자기 나무가 확 들어왔네요 지금 소인. 출도 나무 옮긴 건지 모르겠지만. 자 근데 지금
Blade Master level 3, not even too far away from 4. Last seals here would be amazing.
핑드 이거
Hell yeah.
팀 안 찍고
DK is level 4, but that Lich is going to be mighty underleveled.
자 근데
Wonders are already going for a Temple of the Damned.
NC죠 이거는.
그냥 아예 갖출 거 다
Banshees, I would think.
업그레이드 열심히 눌러놓고 있고 50세이브에서 이거 이러면 120도 안 깰 텐데 자 소인도 지금 50에서 건물 더 지어야 될 것 같긴 합니다.
그렇죠. 토템이라든지 투베럭이라든지 이게 멀티 있는 상황에서 생산건물 두 개면 돈 남거든요. 더
심지어
지어줘야
뭐-
됩니다.
I wonder what the third hero is going to be for 1-0. He still has to wait quite a while.
포탈 사갖고 옵니다.
자 리치 부대장 빠진 것 같은데요 120.
그러네요. 리치 챙겨가야 돼요 리치.
네 챙겼어요. 근데 소인 생산건물도 안 짓나요? 자 보로도 지금 지어야 돼요. 보로는 앞마당에 짓고 있었네요. 자 아니면 소일 뭐 상점 들려서 쿠엘 있으면 쿠엘이라도 현질하든지 돈 남을 수밖에 없거든요. 생산건물 두 개면은.
네, 쿠엘은 아직 팔고 있지 않고요.
자 근데 뒷
Oh, big creep jack coming in. Blade Master's giving all the vision. Someone is playing his map control very well here. He has the way, way stronger army. He can dominate the movement on the map. That is what we call map control. Lich might be out of range here. Ooh, just got into range for the TP. And look at the map. There's almost nothing left to creep for 1-0. Just the green in the north, the rest of the shop creep, and the red camp, and that's it. Soren can now take this turtle, and then the red, and then the other turtle, and maybe even the green.
너무 레벨이 안 떠서 리치가 빵이거든요.
So far, this expo for 1-0 hasn't really paid off. I mean, it gave him gold, but it didn't give him a great game state. Also, why is that orb not on the Lich? First hit purge on the statue. That's what the Blade loves to see. Purge again. Nice stomp there. We got the dust against the Burrow Fiends. TC. Oh, big stomp. Double level up, 4 and 2. I think this is over. I think 1-0 is getting eliminated first stage of WSB. That normally never happens. 1-0, the reigning champion of last season. Finalist also in season 4. Finally puts the orb on the lich. That should have happened a while ago. Great trades for so and so far. Oh, the ghoul counterattack though. That one did really well. Took out lots of peons. Reaction by Soin there a little bit late. This costs a lot of gold. This counterattack might be keeping 1-0 in the game. Takes out the burrow, takes out the last peon here. Now has to retreat, of course. Big Daddy Blade Master is showing back up. Now the third hero for 1-0. Finally, the army is fully there. Ooh, gets that Kodo last shot. Okay, Banshee needs to curse the Blade Master, though. So far, it didn't curse him. Now he did. Couple of misses coming out early. Oh, 1-0. Maybe he can still win this game. Nice Invo Potion there. Dodge the coil. Ghouls returning back for Harass. They're going over to the expansion again. So when it's falling far behind in gold here. The position looked so good. He had such strong heroes. But the gold for 1-0 might just be winning him this game ultimately. I was ready to count him out already. I was a little bit too fast on that. 72 versus 46 supply right now. So he just wants more time. He wants more production. Wait, are there peons missing in the main base as well? It seems like there's not enough peons in the main base gold mine. Kodo taken out, huge kill, obviously, and the Fiend focus fire now pretty strong. Oi! We're gonna go to 5th map decider, boys. I thought 1-0 was out of it already. Game didn't look too promising. But apparently, good enough still. Good enough still. Okay, very cool. 5th map decider between these two. We're going to Springtime to find out who gets eliminated in round 1. Would be a shocker if 1-0 is really eliminated from the tournament. Round 1 lower bracket. Normally he always does well in these WSB tourneys. Definitely a shaky day for 1-0. We have seen him play much better in recent weeks. 1-0 was the second highest ranked player in the world after Happy. That might be changing this week. The ELO standings always update on Saturday evening. First Acolyte goes down, seeing the Blade Master back to a standard opening. Blade grunts. Is 1-0 gonna lose a creep blasted again and GG out again? I still can't believe he just GG'd on Last Refuge. He lost one creep blasted and he just GG'd. Mantle of Intelligence here, very nice for the DK. So in going for the big item here from the Magi, big Invo Potion. Sells it right away. What is the item there that he even keeps? Is it just the big healing? Thank you, Perception, with a resub. Last hit there goes to the DK as well. Oh, nice surround. Grunt in too deep. Blade can't pop him out because then he would be surrounded. Oh, he gets a deny actually. That is decent recovery. But that Grunt was not supposed to be that close, to be honest. Good items for the Lich already picked up. Mantle and gloves. Blade, wait. He ran into another surround. Grunt and Blade Master dead in the early game. Well, that is definitely not good. What is going on in this series, by the way? This series is kind of weird, right? We are very far from perfect play here. Oh, if the Grunt gets surrounded as well. Oh, imagine if he gets ensnared there. It was a nice round by 1-0, has to be said. Well done, but also someone kind of ran into it. Full level ahead on the Death Knight. So in rushing tier 3, where is that Shadow Hunter, buddy? Now he starts him. 20 seconds late. What is going on? It almost seems like these players are playing hungover. Was there like a Korean holiday yesterday, by any chance? Blade Master does have decent items at least. Got that double circlet. Has a chance for some more claws maybe later. Grow the beast. Again, not great though. 2 coils will kill the Grunt. Pretty easy. Oh, look at the Skelly block. Oh, dodges the Skelly block. Pretty well. Shadowhunter shows up. He's late, but finally he's here. One zero feeling strong in this game. Taking away the furball from the enemy side would be huge. Sentry ward placed here for Soen is kind of nice. Coil Nova locked and loaded. There's no easy healing here for the Blade Master, so he has to be careful about that. All ghouls still alive this game, not a single one has fallen. Almost the creeps getting one here. Okay, so in defenses camp pretty well here. Speed scroll going in. Shadowhunter. Ooh, almost getting surrounded. Blade gets the kill there. Picks off 1 ghoul at least, but that's all he got for his efforts. TC also super late, by the way. Could have had him almost a full minute earlier. No third here yet for 1-0. He's gathering the resources. Dark Ranger is 325. Could get her now. 1-0. Also late on the third hero. Now it should be time to pick her up. There she is. Dark Ranger joins the fray. Oh, Blade here! Was looking for an item steal maybe, but DK gets the Sobi Mask. That's a great find. Absolutely wonderful, that one. Look at the experience on Soen. 1.2 on Shadowhunter and TC. 1.3 and 1.2. That is not good. 2 1-1 levels on the Orc. And the Orc is more level reliant than the Undead is in this matchup. Silence on the TC, not allowed to use that stomp, getting blocked by the ghouls, Coil Nova, and of course no heal wave to save him. Might still survive though, TC makes it to the back, gets the heal potion, survives that coil as well. Now we got a Wyvern for some more damage, and there's no Fiend Web yet in this battle. Heal wave of course is desperately lacking. TC silenced again, still hasn't gotten off a single stomp. I wonder if you should just go for Aura in these fights when you're getting pushed like this. Since you can never get a good stomp off anyways. But the Berserkers are holding, we got some decent piercing damage here in the Orc army. TC this time though is doomed. Still no heal wave and the Shadowhunter isn't that close. Blade. Low HP still. Coil Nova is ready. Ready now. Heal potion. Ooh, I think that was the last one in the shop. Heal pot's now on cooldown for a little while. TC and Shadow and Blade all needed one because of the lack of heal wave, of course. This Dark Ranger isn't even level 2 yet. No Black Arrow yet. GG's called. And so 1-0 wins this series. 3-2. You know, if WSB normally is the first division, the Bundesliga, so to speak, this game today kind of looked like second division. Not the very highest level, to be completely honest. But still a good showing, especially by Kaho. Finally time for Kaho to shine again. And tomorrow we're going to be back with the next half of the bracket. Focus and Sock and Lin and Colorful. We're going to have 4 matches there tomorrow in the WSB VOD replay cast. And of course we're not done yet with the day, boys. We're not done yet because now I'm going to present finally my patch suggestions. I made a little PowerPoint presentation for that as well. Get yourself settled in, get some popcorn. Because now we're gonna get to them. I'm just gonna need to go to the bathroom real quick, get some water, and then we get this started. Alrighty. I am actually excited for this. Now, I have done patch suggestions like these many times in the past. And I wouldn't be too surprised if I'm going to be faced with a lot of negative feedback. That is the way that the community will often respond. But I have put lots of thought into these changes. And I think by far most of them are well thought out and would be cool to implement. There are one or two which are a little bit risky and experimental. I'm going to point those out when I get there. Okay, I need to open up a couple of tabs to do my presentation. Hold on. We are almost ready. I just need this page and this page and all right, I need to open that. Thank you, Mullah Jack, with the resub. Thank you, Perception, with the resub. I'm going to open the game as well because I'm going to have to show in the custom game test map a couple of things. Yeah. We got this one. We got this one.
Problem.
Oh, wait. Okay. Now I got it. All right. Put this one over here. I'm going to be closing chat as well because that one is too distracting for me. Otherwise, I'm going to be not able to focus on my presentation here. Okay. Just let me make sure I'm not forgetting about anything. This one, this one, this one. This one, this one, this one. Yeah, I think I got everything. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, boys, here we are. I promised in recent weeks that I was going to do again a patch suggestion video. It has been roughly 6 months since Blizzard updated the game. We had the PTR cycle, feedback was given, and so on. And we're nearing that new 6-month mark where we've gotten used to new patches coming out from Blizzard. We don't know exactly if this is going to happen, but this has kind of been the pattern that we're expecting. Neo gave his thoughts already a couple of days ago. Most of those I agree with in concept. He rather, I would say, focused a little bit more on issues rather than giving specific suggestions. I'm going to give a lot of suggestions and also try to vocalize what I think the issues are that we have right now. Of course, there's two sides to this coin. One is fixing the balance issues in the game, and I think there are some of them. But I think that's the rather simplistic and boring way to approach a new patch. I think the more interesting way is to encourage, enable new playstyles that can oftentimes then also solve balance issues. So these are my goals for my patch suggestions. Wait. There we go. So the first one is the most obvious, and I think that's the one that nobody can disagree with. Enable and buff all the underpowered heroes. Right? We see all the heroes all the time, the same ones. DK, Lich, AM, MK, Demon, Naga, lots of Demon Naga, and Blade Master, and Shadowhunter. And it's nice to see them, but we also like to see other heroes. There are some heroes who are way, way, way weaker than others. Alchemist, for example. Podem, for example. Even Keeper, I would say. Dreadlord. And I address all of the heroes in my change that I think clearly need some help with buffs. And not just buffs, also some reworks on spells in some regards to give them more potential and more role applicability, possibly. Second point, also buff the underrepresented, and you could also call them underpowered units. Witch Doctors come to mind, Demolishers come to mind. Fairy Dragons also come to mind, although I didn't touch the Fairy Dragons. I didn't know how to handle them, actually. But many of those units I will try to address. The third one is enable more expansion play. Now, this is the first controversial point, I believe, in my presentation. And it won't be the last one. Just wait until you see the changes. I think that Warcraft 3 is way more interesting, dynamic, and exciting to see when it involves more resources. 2 bases, ideally, maybe even 3, but mainly 2 bases, that allows for more tech transitions, it allows for longer games, it allows for a more exciting back and forth. The really cool thing about expansion is also, while it is very rewarding later, it exposes you to a moment of weakness. It's a bit of a risk-reward. When you go for the expansion early game, there's a lot of tension for the opponent to do something against this. We see this especially in Undead versus Human. In general, every time Human fast expands, there's always tension to do something to try to punish the opponent. Then there's a lot of skill expression. If you can defend really well and you force back the opponent without taking too much damage, as the expanding player, you might get ahead. If you're the attacking player, then you can get ahead by doing big damage and outplaying your opponent. This is how often Nyla versus Undead, for example, Undead versus Human, for example, gets decided these games. Both try to expand early game, both test each other, and both then will discover together against each other who is stronger and who deserves to win more. If we play just 1 base versus 1 base, especially tier 2 against tier 2 only, both players are strong pretty much at the same time, with some exceptions, and attacking into the enemy main base is oftentimes a mistake. So we just creep up the map, and then there's a stalemate with the map being crept. Those are kind of the most boring games. If expansions are involved, there's always reason to attack. There's always need to defend. There's always back and forth, and there's always dynamics in the game. That's my opinion. I've noticed also that not everyone agrees with this opinion, and some people more prefer the 1 base playstyle. This is certainly a matter of opinion, obviously, but I want to make my case as well with one recent example we had. So, Orc versus Human is most of the time 1 base versus 1 base. It used to be pally rifles, not anymore. Now it's more Archmage into either rifle play or more breaker play. Lots of 1 base, lots of creeping, not much interaction. This game here was a break from the norm, and it was amazing. This was just 2 or 3 days ago. Lyn versus Sok. Now, it starts with fast expansion. We're on Autumn Leaves here. Sok fast expands, and you can see Lyn is forced to attack. He wants to look for weakness. He wants to look for damage early. He wants to keep the game even. He's going tier 2. He'll be counter-expanding as well later, but he's poking. He's prodding. He's testing the opponent. This is what we want to see. On high level, we want to see a test of skill between the two, not just a test of who can creep better and faster. They're testing each other. I think this is a very exciting start to the game already. Sok defends really well over here, and the game goes on. Expo comes up. And we keep on going. And it's very interesting where this game goes, because at some point the Orc counter expands. We see a retrain into Blizzard. Sok plays a very late game turtle style with Griffins. And again, Lyn is the onus is on Lyn here to be aggressive, to try to punish Sok as much as he can before his ultimate army, so to speak. The Griffin army is ready with all the upgrades and everything. Lyn has full map control for a long time. Sok has to be creative about how he wants to deal with that, how he wants to still be active, and he's playing from behind for a long time. I'm going to have to skip ahead a lot here because we don't have time to watch all of this game. Lin even gets up to a third base, but at some point Sok gets really strong and finds the will to fight and finally feels strong enough with lots of heal scrolls and so on and so on. And this could have even been a third hero possibility here for Lin. And look at the armies. Look at the armies. We got Bloodlust, we got Berserkers, we got Coders, we got big armies, big levels, big items. We got a very diverse, well, not a diverse army for the human here. That's going to come on the next map. But there's so much potential for the players here to do something, to get active, and not just to look for 50 supply timings. There's way more depth, in my opinion, with this strategy. I think Sok ends up winning this game. No, wait. No, he does. Ends up winning this game with the Masked Griffins, which is still very under-discovered by the orcs of really how to beat this, because this certainly is not the meta. Orcs don't really know how to face this anymore, because nobody really does it. Anyways, this was map 1. Map 2, it's another fast expansion. MK first this time, but a very different outlook. Gonna have to skip a bit ahead here, otherwise, we're stuck in here way too long. But look at this army. We got a Blade Master third, we got Witch Doctors this time, we got Witch Doctor Master Training, Tauren Master Training, Shaman Master Training, crazy armies. The human army also has lots of Master Training, triple hero on both sides, wild fights, and high level action, lots of AoE, super fun back and forth. This game goes to Lin with ultimate late game orc tech, you could say. Then map 3 is looking similar again. I think this was another Griffin game. Yep, and map 4 was tier 3 again, caster again. Sok wins this one, this time with casters, where he didn't do it before on Tidehunters. So it seems to be going back and forth. And then map 5 even, it's a fast expansion again. This time Lin plays way more aggressively. This time, he doesn't go for ultra late game, ultra heavy tech and such, but rather he goes very aggressive with raiders to attack the expansion, try to go all in. Sok realized very well what was coming, went for heavy towers, but the raiders with good upgrades, with pillage, Lin is able to break him here. So this is to show, if Fast Expo is played, there's lots of branching paths that can go into the mid game and late game. If we play one base versus one base, there's normally one best strategy, very often one best creep route, and we follow that path for the most part. The games are very predictable. In two base versus two base, in Fast Expo meta, I think the game is way less predictable. Way more options are available to the players, and also the armies are bigger, the heroes are higher level, the game goes longer, it's more exciting. This is my opinion. This is my take on the meta. I also find it weird that Warcraft 3 seems to be the single RTS game where expanding has so little relevance. Like, if you think about RTS, real-time strategy, what's it about? You build a base, you build an army, you fight your opponent with your army, and may the better man or woman or orc or night elf win. But also, in RTS, normally it's about building, about, growing an economy, growing a base, about expanding, so to speak. Being stuck on one base, I think, is weird for an RTS. Now, it doesn't have to be like StarCraft 2. I'm not really up to date with StarCraft 2 meta, but certainly that they do expand there. I remember when I watched last time, they had like 5 bases, 6 bases. It doesn't have to get that crazy, okay? It doesn't have to be 6 bases for Warcraft 3. It gets perhaps a bit too wild, with heroes also involved and everything. But at least 2 bases, in my opinion, that should be the baseline. Again, I know not everyone agrees with this. Some people more like 1 base play. But I will say my view is that 2 base play, expo play is way more exciting. So, just to show you my reasoning here. Next point. Encourage more diversity through more tier 3 incentives. Tier 3 enables a triple hero. Tier 3 enables master casters. Tier 3 enables lots of other units and other upgrades. Tier 3 just enables way more of the toolbox that is available to every race, to every player, to every strategy. Much like expansion play, I think tier 3 play makes the game way more interesting, way more deep, and way more exciting and cool also in the things that you can do with them. And then lastly, of course, one thing that has to be addressed as well in a new patch is balance. And balance is not perfect right now, if you ask me. I said this before, in fact. I think this is kind of the worst patch we've had in a while. With good intentions, the outcomes weren't that great, in my opinion. I'm going to get to who I think, which are the problematic matchups later, because I have slides for all the different races. But yeah, there are a lot of imbalanced matchups right now, in my opinion, especially for the humans. Speaking of which, here are the humans. What are the current human issues? First of all, Archmage first is too prevalent. He seems to be the only hero right now that works as a first hero. If our goal is to have an interesting strategy game with lots of diversity and depth, then you want to have different strategies. Now, I see this one point being made a lot by chat, and I think that's a point where they're missing something important, and that is, yeah, sure, it would be nice to have other heroes in the game, but not everyone has to be a first hero. And that's true. Not every first hero has to be a first hero. But the first hero, in my view, greatly determines the strategy and the flow of the game. If you have a Demon Hunter first, for example, you kind of have to play Bears for the most part, because Bears synergize so well with the Demon with Rejuve. If you have Bears, you also have Dryads. If you have Bears and Dryads and Demon, then you can go for, yeah, maybe it's a Keeper second, maybe it's a Naga second, maybe it's a Panda second. There's some changes here, but it doesn't change the strategy much. What most determines the actual look and play and feel of the strategy is the first hero. For that reason, I think we have to encourage as many different first hero options as possible. Some heroes just aren't made to be first heroes. Blood Mage, for example. Naga, for example. Panda, probably, for example. But many heroes can be first heroes, and there more can be done, especially for human. There is a bit of MK play also that we're seeing for humans right now. Almost only against Night Elf. Now, this also, I'm doing this presentation on an interesting day because just 5 days ago, Sok all of a sudden, he is showing up, and after 5 months of human suffering, he is all of a sudden coming out of the box, swinging, and suddenly giving hope to the humans again. But because of one good week, we shouldn't forget about the evidence that we've had over months of humans really doing poorly, and other first heroes doing poorly. So I think humans can use a lot of help there indeed. Like I said, Blood Mage, I think, never really works well as a first hero. Because he doesn't have summons, he doesn't have slow, he doesn't have big impact. He mainly is good for, if you have a strong first hero already, then you use Siphon to give him mana, then he's really good. So making Blood Mage work as a first hero very tough, but Pally, certainly possible with Pally rifles. MK, certainly possible with the right support. Fast expansion, in my opinion, although human is pretty good with the strategy, hasn't looked the best, hasn't looked good enough recently. Against Night Elves, it mainly was failing. Against Undead, it mainly was failing. Against Orc, it was never even tried. And before that, also, it was failing. Now, again, this comes at a weird time. This last week, the last 5-6 days, Sok all of a sudden is changing the narrative a bit. But again, I say, let's not forget about those months before, right? It might just be a flash in the pan. And yeah, obviously, humans have been suffering in all matchups in these months that I mentioned. I think I have to make my cam a bit smaller for the following slides. Okay, now let's start to get to the first couple of suggestions. Archmage first, Water Elemental nerf should be reverted, in my opinion. Why the humans were hit so hard on the recent patch was Water Elemental nerf plus Rifle nerf, and all of a sudden everything was terrible for them. And was the Militia nerf as well? No, there was the patch before. Militia nerf on Armor. That also seemed to be becoming more and more felt. People have been debating, oh, should we revert the Rifle nerf? Should we revert the Water Elemental nerf? I think we should revert the Water Elemental nerf. So, Water Elementals look really good for a while, and kind of OP, because human can creep so fast to level 3 with AM and Militia, faster than anybody else, and then you have Water Elementals at such a fast timing, faster than anybody else is level 3 normally, and then they looked super good before we had the Heavy Armor buff. After the Heavy Armor buff, to help footies and grunts and ghouls especially, Water Elementals were no longer too strong, in my opinion, pretty clearly. I think it was an overnerf, very unnecessary overnerf that should be reverted, in my opinion. Now, what about the rifles? Shouldn't they be buffed? What about them? Aren't they too weak? I don't think so. Riflemen still have more DPS than Fiends. They are a little bit cheaper than Fiends. And they are way more microable than Fiends. If you guys don't play Warcraft 3 yourself, you might not know this, but in Warcraft 3, it's not just about attack speed, it's also about attack windup. If you move and then try to shoot something, there's this windup that needs to happen first for you to fire the projectile. Fiends, very low, a very high attack windup, it takes a long time. Rifles, very fast, you can stutter step really well with them. Similar to Marines, perhaps, that you may know from StarCraft 2, that makes them very, very microable. So they have huge cost efficiency for DPS output, and they're very microable. I don't think rifles should be buffed. I think they're good in the spot that they are right now. I think it was a problem in the past where human tier 2 could reliably beat Night Elf tier 3. Human tier 2 with expansion on 80 supply would beat Night Elf tier 3 with expansion on 80 supply. And this would be rifle armies beating bear armies. That should not really happen. This should be the Night Elf having the edge, having the better counter units with a higher tech. I don't think the human army there should be meant to win. The power of the rifles, the overstatedness of the rifles made that possible, in my opinion. Now, if human goes tier 3, involves more tech than just tier 2 and rifles, then there should be absolutely a way to win. But just beating tier 3 Night Elf army with tier 2 human army with even supply, even upgrades and such, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good design. So I think rifles are in a good spot, and Watch Elements are not. Speaking of rifles, speaking of pally rifles, the way that Blizzard tried to nerf pally rifles was by Giga nerfing the Blood Mage. I think that was a huge mistake. Blood Mage got gutted. His first of all, Banish was nerfed, but I think that was a minor part. Cooldown was increased on Banish. But the Siphon mana was absolutely gutted. The cooldown was increased. The range was decreased. The mana cost was increased. And that was, along with Banish, so many nerfs for the Blood Mage. And it was kind of a sad nerf as well. It was effective in nerfing pally rifles, but the Blood Mage was only playable in pally rifles, nowhere else. Then we nerfed the Blood Mage. He's certainly not playable anywhere else. All of a sudden, pally rifles is too weak, and now Blood Mage is just an unplayable hero. And I find that so sad. I think Blood Mage is one of the most interesting heroes ever made. He's got mana drain, which can be annoying, but there's a very good counterplay option to it. You can interrupt him. You can play out of range. You can be forward-looking in your positioning. Lots of counterplay, unlike against Mana Burn, against which there's very little counterplay. Secondly, also, the Siphon mana cost increase, this one here, I think this was the single biggest mistake. This means that Siphon mana is now very expensive with 25 mana. This means that you almost never can play Blood Mage now without Archmage. Blood Mage uses Siphon mana on an ally to give him mana. Then he very often runs out of mana entirely, 0. Then he wants to get a little bit of mana back to use the next Siphon. But if it's 25 mana and you don't have Brilliance Aura, it takes forever to get that 25 mana again in the time when you really need it. This has to be 10 mana on the Siphon. And yeah, let's just go through these changes here as well. Flame Strike. Sometimes we saw it in pally rifles against Berserkers, can be pretty nice, but nowhere else really ever. It's not a good spell. This is a minor buff, a tiny buff that I'm suggesting here to the damage. This is less than 10% on level 1, less than 5% on level 2 and 3. This is kind of a psychological change to give players more of an excuse to play Blood Mage and Flame Strike. Also, channel time should go down. This is when the Blood Mage casts the Flame Strike before it starts, where it can be interrupted. I mentioned this a couple of times. It's very interesting, actually, that there's only one hero in the game whose basic ability can be cancelled in such a way in which there is 0 effect and you lose all the mana. If you use Flame Strike, and in that 0.8 second channel time, you get interrupted by Hex, Ensnare, Stomp, Stormbolt, Impale, whatever. The Flame Strike doesn't come, there's 0 damage done for you for that expenditure of mana, and all the mana is gone. Now, where does that design come from? We don't have that anywhere else. Impale still lands, even if you get interrupted, if you spend the mana. Clap still lands, Stomp still lands, Nova still does the damage. Of course, Blizzard can be interrupted, obviously, but that makes sense. It's a channeling ability. Channeling for a long time with lots of damage potential. This kind of feels like Blizzard thought Flame Strike was the strongest ability in the game. Which it is not by a mile. The other things I mentioned are way better. Clap, Stomp, Nova. Those are the best abilities in the game. What we learned over the years is, yeah, damage is great, but what's really great is damage plus CC. Crowd control. Flame Strike has no crowd control. You can always move out of it. This is also, I think, a victim of the times where Flame Strike was made. When this was designed in 2003, Reign of Chaos, or the years before, people were bad. Internet connection was bad. Ping was high. Reactions were slow. Nobody could micro out of a Flame Strike well. Nowadays, everyone knows how to micro. Everyone has good micro for the most part. And people know how to move. People know what to expect. I think Flame Strike was way overvalued by Blizzard back in the day. And it would be very interesting to give Blizzard finally a time to shine. I'm misspeaking with Blizzard here. Flamestrike, of course, I'm talking about Flamestrike. It would be interesting to give Flamestrike a time to shine because we never really saw it. Although the Blood Mage is such a cool and interesting hero, so complex in its design, it never really had the chance to shine unless you're Angry Korea Man. JK, that's, legend in the game. But of course, not really relevant on the pro level, which is what we're focusing on here. So Flamestrike, in my opinion, could definitely use a buff. Banish is okay the way it is. Banish is also the more boring ability. It was nerfed, but I think it's a fine nerf. However, Siphon Mana, this is the one that really makes the Blood Mage the Blood Mage. He needs to be able to use Siphon Mana well, and here I think we should give this the... first of all, mana cost reduction. Like I said, he was over-nerfed to try to deal with the Rifleman. With the mana cost reduction, he's especially more playable without AM Brilliance Aura, right? Like I explained. And also, I think we should give this the Immolation treatment. Improve the tick rate from 1.0 to 0.5. This would make this ability way more responsive. You could way better time your Siphon Mana and would feel way better, way more up to date. If anything ticks every 1 second only, every 100 milliseconds, it just feels too outdated. It feels archaic. What the hell ticks if it has a consistent damage profile or a drain profile? What ticks only every 100 milliseconds? It feels outdated. And we saw the huge change and the huge strategic revolution that came with Immolation tick rate improvement. If you improve the tick rate from 1 second to 0.5 seconds, it is so much better. It feels so much better. I'm going to make the same suggestion later with the Dark Ranger, by the way, as well, which would also make her feel a lot better. Then we would need to give it a tiny buff on the drain per second because 0.5 is, or 15 rather, 15 damage mana per second is not divisible by 2. So it has to be divisible by 2. So tiny buff on level 1 mana drain, tiny buff on level 2 mana drain, just to make it divisible by 2. 18 and 13 in those cases. That will finally make the Blood Mage playable again and give him a role again in the meta, where at the moment he's missing. Blood Mage is basically nowhere to be seen and just bad. All right, next hero, Paladin. Paladin had 1 or 2 years of a lot of excitement and popularity with the Pally Rifle strategy. Got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and weaker again. With this Blood Mage change, by the way, I also think Pally Rifles are going to be better again because Blood Mage is a very important part of Pally Rifles. And I think that's the better way to buff it, not just to buff the rifles, like I explained before, because they are very well statted already. But yeah, Divine Shield. I think Divine Shield is weird. Anything that is invulnerable for a very, very long time, or God forbid, permanently invulnerable, I think is stupid. Now, Divine Shield goes up in duration, the way it is right now, 15, 25, 35 seconds. But to make up for it, so that there's not too much or too little of a window where he's vulnerable, the cooldown goes up immensely. I always thought that was a dumb design. I think we should just decrease the duration, just make it 10 seconds flat on every level, and also then make the cooldown lower on every level. Maybe this could even be a 30-second cooldown. Maybe it shouldn't be even 35, but 30 seconds. Debatable. And I think it should give HB regen to the Pally as well. Now, why do I think it? First of all, it would be a great quality of life improvement. Every noob player knows this. It's especially cool for the noobs. Pally is really low. You're panicking. You're hitting the button, and then you're invulnerable for 15 seconds or 25, whatever it is. But the invul is over, and then you're still hurt. And then you might still die. And that kind of sucks. If you give him health regen here, like I propose, you hit the invul button. It's shorter now. It doesn't go as insanely long on high level anymore, but it heals up the Pally a lot. 250 on level 1, 500 on level 2, 750 on level 3. This gives the Pally maybe first hero potential. Maybe. I'm not saying that it will, because you have to give up something very meaningful for it. But for first heroes, and in general in the early game, healing is so important. Healing is such a rare resource in the early game. And the reason why we see the same heroes all the time, guys, in case you guys didn't know, a big reason is healing. Blade Master and Demon Hunter, they can't heal innately, but they have very high armor, which means they shrug off lots of damage, they heal efficiently, and they have very high stats, damage, to trade well, to need to heal less than the opponent than they're damaging. Healing efficiency is so important for first heroes. Death Knight, he's fast, decent stats, and inbuilt healing, and healing for others. And then what else do we have as good first heroes? Summoner heroes. Summoner heroes, they kind of bypass this healing issue because they don't need to heal, because they have summons to tank for them, and then they don't need healing. They can reserve the little healing that there is for emergencies. If we give other heroes more innate, inbuilt healing, that enables them way more, especially as first heroes, and maybe also in other scenarios. Now, this is, of course, a big buff to Divine Shield. I'm not sure that this is enough to really make something like Holy Light plus Divine Shield a viable pally first build, because you have to give up something big, and that is the Devotion Aura. Devotion Aura is really, really strong. Could you ever go something like Divine Shield plus Devotion Aura build? I mean, it might depend on the stats. If we crank up these healing numbers even more, maybe yes. But then there's an interesting tension of what do you want to skill? Because right now, basically nobody's skilling Divine Shield. There's not much reason, especially if you position well. I guess nowadays on pro level is always Holy Light and Devotion every time. I think this would be interesting to give the pally, first of all, that nice little comfy blanket of giving him some healing when he really needs it. And yeah, maybe also some other first hero and build possibilities. Okay. That was the heroes, now the units. First of all, Knights. Knights once upon a time had Sundering Blades by default, and it used to be 15% bonus damage to medium armor. That was too much. That was really, really, really strong. It was born out of a need to deal with undead and with fiends, and that was too much. And then Sundering Blades was reduced to 10% bonus damage innately, and I think that was perfect. And then Blizzard, at a time when human wasn't doing really well against undead, then they made Sundering Blades an upgrade, a researchable upgrade. Still only 10% damage bonus. I think it was perfect when it was 10% damage bonus against medium, like it is now, but give it to the Knights innately. And also give Annual War Training to Knights, or in general to be researchable on tier 2. This would be a huge buff against undead right now, where human needs it. It seems like human right now is struggling a lot against undead. Again, the last 5 days with Sok were looking a bit different, but you want to consider the big month span as well, that certainly looked that way. Would help a lot against fiend play from undeads where they are needed. And also, one of my biggest gripes, it would be a huge help to possibly encourage more tier 3 knight play in Human Mirror to finally get rid of Breaker Mirror. Because Breaker Mirror is maybe the most boring thing we've ever had in Warcraft 3. And beyond that, we can keep going. Knights right now are not too strong anywhere, so it's really safe to give them buffs. That's the cool thing here. Knights against Night Elf, we not never see them, but we almost never see them. In very long games, 2-base, tier 3, we sometimes see them, but Knights normally take a ton of damage from Dryads, so they never really seem that good. They can benefit from Inner Fire, but they're not really a big factor. Against Orcs, we never, ever, ever see Knights. If we buff Knights this way, maybe there's more potential to play them in the matchups where they are never or almost never played. And the matchup where they are needed, we give them the role that is necessary, I think, for a healthier meta. Like I said, to make matchup against Undead more fair, and against Night Elf, also where they could help. Secondly, now this is my first really daring change here, I would say, with the Sorks. So, Sorks tier 3 master training never really does anything, because it's too much mana. You don't have that much mana to waste. A valuable lesson to be learned over the years was, we have lots of Dispel in the game. Whenever a spell from a caster, be it a buff or a debuff or whatever, whenever that spell costs a lot of mana and it's easy to dispel, it's a bad spell. That shit is not worth using. That's why Invis is good, it's cheap in mana. Inner Fire is good, it's cheap in mana. Slow is good, it's cheap in mana. Dispel is kind of cheap in mana and sometimes very necessary. Heal is good, it's cheap in mana. You see the trend here? Whatever's cheap in mana and spammable is worth using if it doesn't matter so much if it gets dispelled, right? Polymorph, 200 mana. That's too much. I suggest giving it a huge mana cost decrease to 50 to finally make it worth using, so that if it gets dispelled, it's not the end of the world. Now, of course, if Polymorph is so much cheaper, then it also has to be a lot less impactful. And I was thinking about these numbers a lot, but I will admit, I'm not 100% sure that these numbers are perfect this way. This means duration on units would be only 8 seconds. So even if it doesn't get dispelled, you return to normal pretty fast. Duration on heroes would be only 2 seconds. It used to be 1.5 before. Blizzard first suggested 3. We all said, oh, that's way too much. Then it was 2. And then we noticed, wait a minute, Sorks never had mana to use that anyways. So I am feeling pretty confident that this is the right approach. Maybe you could say it's too little mana. If it was up to 75 mana, I could also say, okay. But 200 mana is way, way too much. We need a more usable spell. And something that I'm also going to be introducing here as an idea is 30% healing reduction. Now, this is not a new idea. Many of you will remember the Orb of Fire. Orb of Fire used to be the human orb that used to reduce healing on the target by 30%. That was a great idea. That was a great idea. However, on an orb, kind of weird because it's sometimes useful and sometimes really not useful. I think we should have healing reduction in the game as another layer in terms of strategic depth that you can apply, especially to certain armies. If the enemy army is healing really well, really efficiently, then maybe you want to make some units to counter that, like Sorks with Polymorph. It's a difficult tech tree to get to, but maybe if you really need it. Also, I'm going to have some more ideas for that later, as you will see. In my opinion, in general, healing is insanely good in Warcraft 3. Every amazing late-game army, you will notice, works with lots of healing. Bear Army, Rejuvenation. Undead Army, Coil, Unholy Aura, Blight, Statues. And of course, Ritual Dagger in the early game. Healing is premium. Healing is premium, ultra premium in Warcraft 3. In all stages of the game. Healing reduction, I think, should be part of the game. Also, Orc armies, of course. Shadowhunter healing, right? Heal wards, in theory, if you ever have the time. Human armies with Priest healing and Scrolls of Regen. Healing is so important to this game. I think we should have a counter in place to that. And the goddamn door is ringing. Don't have time. Militia coming up next. Okay, if it rings again, maybe I have to get the door. God damn it. These goddamn neighbors. Militia duration coming up next. As I pointed out in my goals earlier, I think expansions are good. I think strong defenses are good. I think being stable on 2 bases is good. I think militia is a key part of that. I think we can also, 2 patches ago or something, we had armor being reduced by militia. I didn't really like that. So I think we can buff that duration even more, in my opinion. Human oftentimes is the race that sets the momentum with when to expand, and then the other races can respond. And I think the good thing is, if human can expand, everyone can expand as well on the other side. Nihilists can counter-expand, Undeads can counter-expand, Orcs can counter-expand. But human needs to feel safe to play that expansion. And the second point is, this would be a huge quality of life improvement, call to arms range. Now, this might not be very clear what I mean by this, so I'm going to show it in the game. So, here we got a peasant, right? We're going to build a town hall. Now, the way call to arms works, you use call to arms, and then the peasant has to run to the town hall. No, wait, shit. He's trying to run up here. I have to upgrade this thing. He runs to the town hall, but the range is really short. He has to get really close to the town hall into attacking range. I think if this was just a little bit longer, if it was just like 40 range longer, so that you can maybe get call to arms like here. This makes it way more microable. Oftentimes you call peasants and they're running to the town hall, right? And then there's a couple of peasants here, maybe a few footies, and they block each other and they walk around weird and it feels dumb. You have to wait, blah, blah, blah. If there was just a bit more range, I think there would be a huge feel-good quality of life improvement. Yeah. Next up, Breakers. One of the spell immune units in the game. I think it's always stupid when mass spell immune units is a viable strategy. I mean, every game designer must agree with this. Spell immune units are obviously very powerful in certain scenarios because they are spell immune. So they should never have amazing stats, right? Because then why would you ever make anything else? They should have weak stats. And the stats should be weak enough that they should never have the ability to be masked, only them, and then it's a viable army. That's just dumb. And of course, exactly what's happening in Breaker Mirror. However, I don't think we can really nerf the armor or the stats or the damage. for breakers because they seem very well balanced everywhere else, especially against Night Elf and against Orc. Against Undead, they're not really a thing, unless there's Banshees. So they seem to be very well balanced, but in Human Mirror, it is so annoying to have Breaker Mirror this long. Now this idea came from Sini, the Chinese pro Warcraft player, and I think it was a really cool idea. Just increase collision size on the breakers. That means that you can't stack them up like we see so much in Human Mirror. Sometimes there's 10, 15, sometimes even 20 breakers in a Human Mirror. If they have bigger collision size, if they're blocking each other more, they can't target things so well anymore, they're more clunky to move, then there's less reason to mass them in huge numbers. Very smart change, I think, that Cine suggested, because they still work well then as a front line against breakers, as a front line against orcs, because against those races, you can never make like 10 plus breakers. You need other units as well. Just in Human Mirror, it's only breakers and a couple of priests. And that is dreadful. That is such bad meta. And this change would be trying to address that. Will it solve the issue? I don't know, but it's an interesting step. Next up, the priest. This would just be a tiny change, mainly a feel-good change to improve the AI. With priests, especially against Disease Club, but also against other things, it can be annoying. There's like a unit in the back that is missing 10 HP, and the priest wastes a heal there, when rather you should be healing the low HP units in front. So I think it would be cool if the AI automatically made it so that the auto heal only works on units that are missing 25 hit points. And also a little heal range increase, because it seems like the priests are oftentimes out of range. Or, not out of range, but too close to the front line to try to heal. If people say that this would be too big of a buff for priests, then maybe I can believe them. It's only heal range, though. It's not like it's more healing. It's not like it's more damage. So I have a tough time believing it. But, yeah, maybe. Maybe they might be right with that. All right, next one. This is the last slide for the humans. As I've said now many times, I think fast expo meta is really good. I think expansions are really interesting. I think all expos should be made a little bit easier. A little bit cheaper with 15 gold. A little bit less lumber as well with 10 less lumber. More incentive to go for expansion. Pretty straightforward. Now, I think we shouldn't tweak the numbers here too heavily, especially for human, because human with a power build will be double dipping into these resources. If we go even lower with the resource and then there's the power build, then there's even more resources being saved. So here I'm being rather conservative with the resource decrease. And Orb of Slow. I think all orbs should be 300 gold flat. I think that's nicely symmetrical. If every single orb is only 300, it is again more reason to go tier 3, more reason to go triple hero, more reason to explore more of the tech tree to have more diversity. Orb of Slow is kind of good already in the right army, but only with the right army. And to have the Orb of Slow be good, you have to have the chasing army. If you're chasing an opponent and you're slowing down units, and that makes it easier for you to get those kills, like against Fiend armies, for example, really good. If you're playing against Night Elf, and the bears are chasing you, and you're running away, you're the way kiting, this orb does basically nothing. And for that reason, also, humans never get it against Night Elf. I think it would be cool if the orb had an additional effect of doing 30 extra damage to spell immune units. Now, as you can tell, this is also born out of my disgust for Human Mirror. This would be a huge buff, or a huge tool against Breaker Mirror. The Night change would be a huge tool against Breaker Mirror. And also the Breaker change itself would be trying to tackle the Breaker Mirror issue. Of course, it would also work against Destroyers and against Dryads, not against Orc. So it is not super elegant, this suggestion, but it will help a lot against certain issues. And yeah, against Undead also it helps a little bit. It's difficult to get to Dryads though, but this is mainly to battle the scourge that is the human Breaker Mirror. Alright, that's it with humans. Next up, we got Orcs. And Orc is looking decent in the patch. We've been seeing some more strategies as well. On the new patch, we saw some Witch Doctors, for example, but only very little. There is two big overarching issues with Orc. The first one is first heroes. There's only 2 viable first heroes for Orc, either the Farseer or the Blade Master. You can't play TC first on the top level, you can't play Shadowhunter first on the top level. And that's a shame. We've seen in other races, in other metas, that having more hero diversity can be very exciting for different playstyles. Undead did it very well. For Undead, every first hero is playable. That's a dream. Night Elf, if all the heroes were in the right spot, they could also all be playable as a first hero. It doesn't have to be the case that every hero for Orc has to be a playable first hero. That would be asking for too much. But we need more than just one hero to be a first hero strong in the late game. That is not good design. Right now, of course, it's only the Blade Master. Blade Master is playable as a first hero, kind of weak early game, but can be insane in the late game. Farseer is the complete opposite. He is strong in the early game and then very weak in the late game. We need to find a middle ground here. I'm going to suggest elevating the Farseer, or rather elevating him and giving him a different toolkit possibility, and also possibly enabling the other 2 heroes, as you'll see in a moment. That's the first issue. Secondly, Orc seems to be the only race that cannot tier 1 expand. Everyone else certainly can. We've seen it from humans and undeads and night elves. And I'm not sure if this is absolutely fixable, but we can try. Now, the issue with tier 1 expanding is you need to have a good early game, right? And you need to have a hero that soaks up lots of experience to then be worth the investment in the late game. So, if you play Lich first and Mass Ghouls, you're going to be stuck on one hero for a long time, and you're going to be soaking up lots of experience with that hero. And you need to be able to fast expand with that hero. Now, Blade Master, as I said, is kind of weak in the early game. Can you fast expand on tier 1 with a Blade Master? Probably not. Probably never. But you probably could fast expand with a Farseer. With a Farseer, with Wolf's Chain Lightning, if you have a good creep route, if you have a good build, you can probably fast expand with him. But fast expanding means late tier 2, late second hero, late tier 2 units, and the Farseer soaks up a lot of experience. And that's the big issue with the Farseer. He is not going to be carrying the weight properly in the late game as a Demon Hunter would, or a Keeper. Okay, no. Let's forget about the Keeper for now. But the DK would, and the MK would, and the Archmage would, these are heroes that will be delivering in the late game if they soak up so much experience as a first hero, fast expo kind of playstyle. Orc normally, yeah, as I said, can't hit tier 1 expand too well, also because they seem to need tier 2 so much. They seem to need the second hero and the tier 2 additions so much. Nobody else seems to reliant, especially on a second hero, as much as Orcs are. And as far as balance goes, Orcs have been looking too weak lately against undeads and a bit too strong against humans. That's mainly because humans have just been looking weak in general. And against undead specifically, it is the issue of Ghoul Destroyer, which seems to be destroying every strategic option for Orc outside of Wyvern. And little spoilers ahead, by the way, there are some Ghoul Destroyers nerfs coming later. First though, Orc heroes. Blade Master here in the top left. Blade Master's in a pretty good spot. He's a good hero. He's not too strong early game, but he can be very strong late game, as we all know. It's a really fun, exciting hero. I think it's always a shame that when the Blade reaches level 6, he never seems to have the mana necessary for Bladestorm. And Bladestorm isn't even a really good ultimate. Bladestorm was buffed significantly in damage. I think it used to be 110 damage per second, and it was buffed to 140 damage per second, and it still wasn't a very good ultimate. So I feel like the mana cost could be brought down significantly here. The second point is, while the Blade can be really strong in the late game, but struggles in the early game, I think sometimes it gets too insane in the ultra late game. If a Blade Master crits for 300, 350, 400, that is insane. That is way too much power in one hero, in my opinion. Now, this is very, very rare in 1v1. Extremely rare. But you know where we see it a lot? In FFA, in timer tournaments, Mirror Image, Blade Master, Master, Orc casters, unbelievable. Almost look unbeatable in that game mode. This nerf is mainly targeted at FFA and like timer game modes, because there I think the Blade is just way too crazy, way too insane. I'm willing to go back on that though. If people are saying, oh, don't touch our Blade Master, we never get to this stage, I'll be saying, okay, alright, fine. But I think this would make sense. I think this would bring his insane, sometimes unfair feeling limit cap down a little bit. I used to be against damage caps a lot when I wasn't very experienced yet in Warcraft 3. When, looking at the Wikipedia and at the different spells, Shockwave has a damage cap, Carrion Swarm has a damage cap, Blizzard, I think, has a damage cap. Many abilities do, also Breath of Fire. And it seemed kind of lame, it seemed kind of weird, it seemed kind of strange. But over the years, if you watch lots of games and you consider balance, you will also realize that shit is necessary. If Carrion Swarm level 3, or Shockwave level 3, or Breath of Fire, before it was nerfed, didn't have a damage cap, that would be crazy. You could be doing like 3,000 damage with one spell. That's crazy. And I think the Blade Master is kind of similar here. If the blade crits for 300 plus, requiring no mana, it is just insane value. Too much value, I think, in that hero. If people heavily disagree with this, then I will be conceding this point and saying, okay, fine, I guess not. But I think this would be largely healthy for the game. All right, next up, Shadowhunter. Serpent Wards level 1, I suggest a big damage boost. This is especially to make Shadowhunter playable as a first hero. Serpent Wards level 1 basically never matter if the Shadowhunter is a second hero. Serpent Wards are only ever played against a Night Elf, against Dryads and Hunts. In the Keeper Day, of course, we used to see it a whole lot. But where we never see him is basically anywhere else. Serpent Wards also suffered from the heavy armor buff, where piercing damage has less damage against them, against heavy armor. And I think one thing that we overlooked, certainly I overlooked, was the consideration of summons in the heavy armor buff, right? So before heavy armor was buffed, it was all piercing damage all the time. We used to call it the piercing damage meta. And I think that was appropriate. It was appropriate to name it that. It was Farseid Hunters all the time. It was Fiends all the time. It was Rifles all the time. It was not really Archers all the time, but lots of Dryads. Archers are just simply not really good enough. But so much piercing damage. So we said, okay, too much piercing damage. The heavy armor with normal attack type is supposed to counter the piercing damage, but doesn't work. So how about we buff heavy armor? I think that was a great change. I still think that was a great change for the game. And that brought down the piercing damage strats like Fiends, like Rifles quite a bit. But I think what he didn't consider was it also means a considerable nerf to piercing damage summons. And they never really were a problem. Water Elementals maybe for a short while were considered too strong, like I mentioned earlier, before the heavy armor buff. But since the heavy armor buff, certainly not. This is why the Water Elemental change was an over nerf and unneeded. But things like Serpent Wards weren't really too crazy, except against Hunts maybe sometimes. Quill Beasts were never a problem. Whatever other piercing damage summons do we have? Do we have any others? The Necro Skelly dudes, the Skeletal Mages maybe? But yeah, the piercing damage summons really suffered from the heavy armor buff. And I think Serpent Wards level 1 deserves a big buff. Serpent Wards level 2 does enough damage, but Serpent Wards level 1 really doesn't. It seems like it almost does nothing. Also, when you're fighting against an enemy army, those die so quick. They can be sniped super fast. This is mainly a buff intended to be for Shadowhunter first. Shadowhunter first, Serpent Wards first, creeping. Creep speed is another really important factor in first hero choices. And if the Shadowhunter had stronger level 1 Serpent Wards, maybe that could give him an option to be played as a first hero. Many years ago, Lynn played a couple of games of Shadowhunter first into like Blade second and TC third or something. Would be kind of cool if it works out. Does it work out that way? Does that make Shadowhunter first playable? I don't know. Does it make Shadowhunter second too strong with level 1 Serpent Wards? I really don't think so. I really don't. Another strat that gets empowered with this, by the way, is Shadowhunter Pitlord. That's something we saw for a short while. That also faded into obscurity and is sadly no longer playable anywhere, it seems. Creep speed would be helped a lot with this. Shadowhunter first could be helped a lot with this. I want to bring something else up. Yeah. Like, Shadowhunter normally, it seems like he has the right tools to be a good first hero. He's got a strong early game disable before there's easy dispel against it with Hex. And he has summons to do good damage to help you with creeping. It's a little bit similar to the Keeper. Keeper has the Treants to help you with creeping. Keeper has Entangle to lock down units. Keeper, if he's well statted, is a good hero Just right now he isn't because the stats are terrible and the keeper is bad. But it seems like Shadowhunter on paper should be a viable first hero. Also, he's got good move speed. That's another factor. He just has very weak right click, which I think is the way it's supposed to be. He has summons, he has hex, he has heal wave. All can be great abilities with the right tuning. Having him also do big right click damage, I don't think would be right. But yeah, I think Servant Boards here would be very interesting for him. Now, I feel like I spent too much time talking about the Shadowhunter. Next up, Farseer. So, remember how I said the big problem is we only have 2 viable first heroes as for the Orc, and only one is good in the late game. That's because Farseer is bad in the late game. Wolves normally never do anything in the late game because in almost every 1v1 army, there is always a good amount of Dispel. Chain Lightning has decent damage, but no crowd control, a little bit heavy on the mana. And of course, Farsight is useless, absolutely useless. So my suggestion is make Wolves a little bit cheaper in mana. They were perhaps too cheap once upon a time when it was 75 mana. Then Blizzard increased it to 85 mana. I think that was overshooting it a little bit. I think the middle ground of 80 would be sweet for the Pharaoh Spirit Wolves. And Chain Lightning, I think it's just too little damage. Especially level 2 Chain Lightning, it only goes from 85 to 125. It seems like a tiny jump. But speaking of jumps also, it jumps more to more targets, so that's also where the damage is increased. But I feel like the Farseer should just be more of a scary hero in the late game. You have big armies, maybe you have expansions, you have 70, 80 supply. The Farseer never seems to do anything, and that seems sad to me. However, the most exciting change that I thought of is Farsight. And I think this is my coolest change that I'm suggesting here so far. And that is to give Farsight a new ability. Wait a minute. God damn it. Why don't people just leave me alone? Alright. I turned everything off. Alright. Farsight. So, Farsight is only vision at the moment, absolutely useless. But I think it would be cool if we gave it a mana component. Now, I suggest, when you use Farsight, it's a 30-second cooldown. It gives you 60 mana on level 1, 120 mana on level 2, 180 mana on level 3. But also, how about you can target Farsight on an ally unit, or ally hero, and then it gives them 60, 120, 180 mana. I think this is a really neat idea. Gives the Farseer a new option. I was thinking about the numbers as well. First of all, this is a nice round number. 60 mana, 30-second cooldown. That's 2 mana per second. This is a little bit more mana than Dark Ritual, but of course Dark Ritual can also deny units, and it can eat bigger units for more mana. And it gives the mana to a stronger late-game hero, the Lich, who is insane, with Orb and Nova. So I feel like this is kind of a safe number. And the best thing about this is, guys, this might give the Farseer a new role. The interesting thing about these Orc heroes here is, they can all be played kind of in a different role. Blade Master is almost always played as a first hero, but rarely he's also played as a third hero. If it's a long game with expansions, big map, lots of items, Blade Master can be played as a third hero. In fact, we saw that earlier in the Sok vs. Lin series that I showed. Shadowhunter and TC can both be interchanged as second and third hero, not really as first hero, unless these changes that I suggest, they might help them in that direction. But the Farseer, right? Why is the Farseer only playable as a first hero? It's because you have to skill Wolves. Farsight is just completely useless. Absolutely useless, so there's no choice. You have to go Chain Lightning and Wolves. That is not the case for basically any other summoner hero. Cryptlord, for example, you can play him as a first hero with summons, with the Beetles, or you play him as a third hero with Impale and Passive. There's options there with the Cryptlord. With the Keeper, you can go Aura and Entangle if you don't want to go summons. Who else is there? Beastmaster, not really. He only has summons. Firelord as well. Firelord, you can go Lava Spawn if you want, but if you don't want them, don't want that, you can go for Incinerate and you can go for Soulburn. So different options. This finally gives the Farseer a different option other than have to go for other than having to go for summons. Maybe you could go something like Shadowhunter first into Farseer second to have that mana support plus Chain Lightning. Or maybe a TC into Farseer. Not sure if that's going to be good enough. Not sure if that's going to work. But there's options here. And speaking of TC, I suggest as well increasing base armor from 2 to 3 and base strength from 25 to 26. TC... Oh, wait. What's the stats on him again? Wait, I have to look it up. TC stats are surprisingly very low. For example, did you know Dreadlord always considered a very weak hero, right? Kind of squishy, doesn't seem to do much. If we count his stats together here, he's got 20 plus 16 plus 18. That is 54 stats. TC, 25, 10, 50, 15. That's only 50. He's got 4 stats less than the Dreadlord. And there's some stat monsters in here. Of course, the Blade and the Demon are stat monsters, obviously. They always are. But the Pit Lord, on the other side, he's got 58. He's got 8 more stats than the TC. Now, I understand that the TC shouldn't have the highest stats of all time because he scales well into the late game. He's got Aura. He's got, like, the literal Aura. Not what the kids say with Aura. You know what I mean. He's got the Endurance Aura. He's got AoE abilities. These can be quite good for the late game. But I think he's just a bit understated. Give him 1 more strength. Give him 1 more armor. I think that would help the TC. And it's most important for first heroes. These little stat bonuses, 1 strength here, 1 armor there. This is most important for a first hero because in the early game, you have very few units. You're working with very little. The impact there that a little bit of attributes can have is way bigger. If we're looking at a TC third or a TC second, there, just a little bit of stat boost isn't going to have that big of an impact. I don't think this would be a balance problem, so to speak, in the meta that we're looking at right now. It also helps with the TC's most common problem. If you don't find a Ring of Protection on the TC, he just always seems very squishy and kind of useless. And with that, just 1 more armor would help him a little bit in that direction. All right, moving on. I think this is taking way longer than I first thought it would. Okay, Burning Oil. Don't have to talk much about this. This is very obvious. Burning Oil is really bad. It is absolute garbage, useless, and it should be heavily buffed. And to give you a little example, there's also something very weird with Burning Oil. And I know that's something that game developers normally care about. So let me show that to you, Blizzard, in case you're watching. Okay, so here we got Burning Oil. And Burning Oil, visually, it lasts for 4 seconds. It's 4 or 5 seconds where you see the Burning Oil, but it only does damage for 2.5 seconds. Why is that? You see that? The visual effect is way longer than the actual damage effect. The damage effect is really low already. We need more damage. We need more duration. Make it fit the visuals. And I know that Blizzard cares about those visual things because the panda was giga nerfed because they didn't like that the visual of the Breath of Fire didn't fit the actual damage range of the Breath of Fire. So Blizzard, if you care about that, how about you care about this as well? Not a nerf where it's not needed, but a buff where it is needed. That would be nice. Next up, Taurens. I think they're too expensive in lumber. We've seen many times orcs trying to go tier 3, trying to play interesting styles, trying to play Pulverize and Torrents and whatever, and they just don't have enough lumber. So I think this could be decreased quite a bit on lumber. I will say it's a lot of lumber decrease. If people disagree with this number and they're saying, hey, this is too strong, then maybe I could see that argument. Maybe this is a bit too much. But right now it just seems like it's too hard for Orc to get to tier 3. We only really see Torrents in Orc Mirror. Nowhere else, really. Unless it's a crazy long game. 2 base against Undead or Human lately. Or against Undead or Human maybe. But that almost never happens. Okay, next up, Witch Doctor. Now, this is one of my more daring suggestions. And I imagine some people might think this is too good. I think this is fine. I will also admit, though, I'm not sure this might not be too strong. Let's get into it. So, Sentry Ward ability. This one is stupid, in my opinion. It just places a ward on the map, it's 50 mana, and then it looks at stuff. It's kind of like the Bottom Owl. Also very useless, also very stupid, also not fun, also not interactive. And it lasts 10 minutes. It lasts 10 minutes. It's absolutely wild. Yeah, Witch Doctors are almost never playable unless the game is super slow. We've seen a little tiny bit of Mass Witch Doctor play lately in Orc Mirror, which was kind of exciting against Torrents with heal wards, but that didn't really seem strong enough either. So, one thing to consider here is to have a good caster. This is a general rule to consider if you're Blizzard game developers, if you will. To have a caster be decently playable in the meta, that caster unit needs to be doing at least something decent on initiate training. Ideally, you want that caster to be doing something really good on initiate training. Let me give you an example. Priests with heal, really good. Sorks with slow, really good. Walkers with Spirit Link and high damage, really good. Shaman with purge, really good. And also Banshees with curse, really good. All these units are really good with initiate training already, and they get better with more upgrades. That is how you make these units playable the best. Doesn't have to be that way necessarily. There can be exceptions to this case as well. But if you look at other examples, like Talons, for example, Talon, Fairy Fire is okay, but it's not really good enough, and we don't really see play from them. But that's probably more because of other issues I'm getting into later. So, the Witch Doctor is not really playable right now because he's just too useless for too long. And the terrible thing about the Witch Doctor is, he doesn't get good with adept training. He only gets good with master training. And I think that's a big balance issue. That's a design issue, actually. Not a balance issue. That's more a design issue. You cannot have a caster unit take until master training to do something for you. So, for that reason, I think heal wards should be tier 2. Now, this is the point where some people might say, hey, this is too strong. I think it's okay, though. It's still a heavy investment to get heal wards. You need the supply, obviously, the gold cost, and that Witch Doctor doesn't provide much outside of heal ward. Also on tier 2, he has way less mana than he would have with master training. So I think heal wards being available on tier 2 adept, I think would make this unit finally way more interesting. And yeah, like I suggest here, just remove Sentry Ward straight up from the Witch Doctor and kind of combine Stasis Traps and Sentry Wards into each other. So that if you place a Stasis Trap, that thing also gives you vision in 1200 range and detection. And I think we should also increase HP by 25. Right now, Stasis Traps, it just takes one hit from a hero to kill. I think that's a bit too easy. I think that should be 2 hits, and then maybe there's more way to make Stasis Traps work. And if we have that on tier 1, and Healer Wards on tier 2, and Sentry Wards is gone, which I think it should be, because it's just too boring, uninteresting, then I think it should have a new master ability, Mana Totem. Finally, a mana sustain ability for orcs. 1 mana per second, 25-second duration. So 25 seconds is the same as heal wards. 1 mana per second is less than statues, less than level 2 Archmage Aura. And of course, it doesn't last very long. And here, we would have to figure out what the right number is. I think 25 seconds is the right number. I think 1 mana per second is the right number. The question is, how much mana should this cost? How much mana should a mana totem cost? Is 150 the right amount? That is the same as healing wards. Maybe it should be higher. I could see this having to be higher. Maybe it should be 200. 250 would be crazy high. Yeah, but I think this would make this Witch Doctor way more playable, way more interesting. Lastly, the Shaman. The Shaman is really good with Purge. The Shaman, in theory, if you ever get there with Bloodlust, is really good as well. But Lightning Shield is kind of bad. Lightning Shield is too expensive. 100 mana is too much, especially nowadays where everyone knows how to dispel properly, knows how to micro properly. I think Lightning Shield should just be straight up cheaper in mana. Alright, that is it for the units. Next up, buildings. Like I said earlier, Orc is the only race that cannot really fast expand. Orc can, however, counter expand against everyone. Can counter expand against human, counter expand against undead. Night Elves don't really fast expand because they have to go tier 3 bears, but in general they can. But if this expansion was just a little bit faster, just a little bit cheaper, then maybe also tier 1 expansion could be possible for the orcs. I think this would be a step in the right direction. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased here. As you have now no doubt seen, I am a big fan of expansion play. Part of expansion play is also having strong defenses. For that reason, I think spiked barricades should research a little bit faster to have it available a little bit quicker if you need it. And I think burrow damage could also be increased. Maybe I overdid it here with +3 damage. Yeah. I was debating these numbers a lot. Maybe +2 damage is enough. But orc bases are very frail, as we know, if they don't have reinforced defenses. I know that some people say bases should be attackable and, you know, frail in some regards. Orc bases are by far the most frail. And I think good defenses is actually good. Good defenses leads to expansion play, leads to, again, more diversity, leads to more interesting game states and armies and strategic depth, like I pointed out earlier. That's my view. Now, another thing that would help a lot with Orc Fast Expo, again, Fast Expo means late tech, means being stuck on tier 1 for a long time, means being stuck on one hero for a long time. If Troll Region was available on tier 1, this would make Headhunters a lot more playable in the early game, and I think, for thematic reasons, would be also cool if it worked on the Shadowhunter. Now, having Troll Region on a Shadowhunter 2nd or Shadowhunter 3rd doesn't really matter. 1 more HP region on that hero, it's absolutely minimal impact. But having that on a Shadowhunter 1st, that would be quite a considerable improvement. I wonder if there's going to be some people panicking here, seeing this change, saying, oh my god, no! Farseer Headhunter in the early game now going to be way too strong. Don't you remember the Farseer Headhunter days? I remember those days, but lots of things have changed since then. Especially the heavy armor buff has hit since then. And I think everyone has good tools against Headhunters. So I don't think this would be hugely overpowering for Headhunters. I think it would be a nice little help for the Headhunters and also a nice little help for the Shadowhunter to possibly make Shadowhunter first, Fast Expo, a thing. And here as well, Orb of Lightning, gold cost reduced to 300. Like I said, I think this makes more tier 3 incentives are good. More options, more diversity, all that. All right, that's the last slide for the orcs. Moving on to undeads. Undeads have not the same issue as orcs. Undeads are actually very, very diverse in first hero options. All heroes work as first heroes. That is actually amazing design. DK works as a first hero, Lich works as a first hero, Crippler works as a first hero, and even Dreadlord works as a first hero. The issue is tweaking. The issue is balance. Some are way stronger than others. By the way, the big reason why they work as first heroes is because of a smart design change by Blizzard. They introduced the Ritual Dagger to give independent healing. Once upon a time, only Death Knight was ever playable as a first hero because he had the best healing. Nobody else could really heal. That was really, really painful and annoying. And with the Ritual Dagger, way more options were enabled. However, at the moment, clearly, DK and Lich are very good. And the other two heroes are just way weaker. It seems like there's no reason to ever play the other two heroes because you're just left with worse heroes, right? So those heroes deserve a buff. Next point, Frenzy Ghouls and Destroyers. We've seen them for so long. They're insanely strong on the tier 3 stage. As I'm going to get into later, there are some strats and some heroes, especially Demon Hunter and Mana Burn, which are bad for the game. They limit so much what the opponent can do that it erases half of the opponent's options just by one hero or just by one ability. And I said that for a long time. I think it's really, really unhealthy what Mana Burn does to the game. But I have to admit here as well, it's not just Mana Burn that can do that. If one strategy is so strong at a certain point where it can be so deadly at a certain timing, like Ghoul Destroyers can be with Frenzy Destroyers, that's also a problem. That's also not healthy for a game. Take, for example, Night Elf versus Undead right now. It's almost always 1-base. We're creeping up in the early game, fighting. And then Undead goes for a tier 3 timing attack, most of the time. And quite often he wins with that timing. And this strat is so strong and so dangerous that Night Elf has to play a very, very specific style just to survive against this. How they win the game in the end, that's plan B. You know, that we'll cross that bridge when you get there. The most important thing, you have to be strong enough to survive that point in the game. And there's only one way to be strong enough against that. You need Demon, you need level 3, you need Naga, you need Dryad Bears. You need to have that. Anything else and you're dead. You're playing Warden, you're dead. You're playing Keeper, you're dead. You're playing Potom, you're dead. Tavern Hero, dead. And so this is a similar problem in concept to Mana Burn. This limits strategic variety a lot. If something is too strong at a certain point, it's a problem. Same for Orcs, by the way. You play Fastia first, you're dead. You're playing Headhunters first, you're dead. You're playing, I don't know, Witch Doctors, dead. You can only play Blade, Wyvern at the moment. So this is oppressive. This is oppressive for the opponent, too oppressive. Of course, it's a real-time strategy game. There should be moments of weakness, there should be moments of strength, there should be power spikes, of course. Otherwise, if everything is just even all the time, it's boring as hell. And why would you ever look for fights, avoid fights, and, you know, go for tactical maneuvers? But if it's something that's too strong, it is not good for the game. And I think that is where we are right now. Now, the second last patch, we had ghouls being nerfed on damage. This was the right and the wrong approach at the same time. It made frenzy ghouls worse, but it made ghouls overall worse. Ghouls were then not good enough in the early game, and certainly not in the mid game. In the mid game, they were a complete joke. So I think ghouls are fine the way they are. Just frenzy ghouls are too good. And I'm going to suggest a nerf in a moment. And yeah, because of Frenzy Ghoul Destroyer, Undead is looking definitely too strong right now against Human and against Orc. And maybe also a little bit too strong against Night Elf. But against Night Elf, I would rather say the problem is the oppressive nature that they put forth with their strategy. So, here are my suggestions. Let me just put the camera up here a little bit. So, Cryptlord first. Impale, I think Impale was handled really well. Impale used to be too strong, then it was nerfed in power, but then the mana cost was too great for the lower power, so the mana cost was decreased to 90. That was great. Impale now in a very fine spot. The passive is also in a very fine spot. I think the ult is too bad. It's kind of a weak ultimate. It's fine to have a weaker ultimate, but if the ult is weak, the cooldown needs to be low. So 100-second cooldown on the ult, I think, would be appropriate. Carrion Beetles, I think the mana should be reduced from 50 to 45, from 50 to 45. And the most important change, the biggest issue with the Cryptlord is he cannot impale webbed or entangled or ensnared targets. And I don't really know why that is. Blizzard made this exclusion for some reason. Maybe it's visual. I don't really know why. And it's kind of annoying and it's kind of weird. It's really jarring. And this is also something that I want to show you in the game. Okay. So, wait. Oh my god, come on. So, I got Cryptlord here and Raiders. Now, of course, you never have this army unless you're playing 2v2. But also, from creeps, this happens a lot when units get ensnared. So I'm going to show you this here. We're going to aggro these guys. Then we're going to ensnare a couple of targets. And now, I'm going to use Impale. And it doesn't hit the ensnare targets. It's really weird. And it's really jarring. And I don't really know why. Maybe it's because the Impale lifts them up in the air and the ensnare, like the visual, the model of the ensnare, so to speak, is connected to the ground. So if it's thrown up in the air, then the ensnare would be pulled to the air. I think it has a visual reason, although I'm not sure. But if the reason is visual, then just don't throw them up in the air or something. But this is what holds back the Cryptlord the most, because Cryptlord can be good in the early game, although right now he's not even that good in the early game. In Undead Mirror, he's barely not playable. In Human Mirror, or against humans, barely not playable. And against Night Elf, he's never really playable because Mana Burn and Detonate. So, if this was changed so that Impale can hit targets that are ensnared and webbed and entangled, this would make the Cryptlord way, way more playable and finally give him more of a role in the meta. It would be a big buff, of course, because nowadays, counter to the Cryptlord is oftentimes you just make air units. You're playing against Cryptlord, you make Wyvern. You're playing against Cryptlord, you make Griffins. And that's also very boring, just having huge air armies. They are by nature less interactive than ground armies. So I think this would be a very good change to the Cryptlord. Next up, we got the Lich. Lich is a very strong hero, and especially he is too strong in the late game, in the end game against human. Like I pointed out, I just forgot. I wanted to mention something else. I'm gonna try to remember in a moment. So when I was talking about the Blade Master, I was saying Blade Master is strong in the late game, but he might have too much of a cap in the ultra late game, in the crazy end game. And I said also how I didn't used to like caps in the past, but I have come to think now that caps are necessary in some cases. And I think the Dark Ritual needs a cap. If you use Dark Ritual on a Skelly, it's fine. If you use Dark Ritual on a Ghoul, it's fine. If you use Dark Ritual on a Fiends, also it's pretty fine, especially if you're playing one base. But if you have two bases and a lot of gold, and you use Dark Ritual on an A-bomb, I think that is not fine. Dark Ritual level 2 is basically the only thing we're talking about here, because Dark Ritual level 3 is very rare to reach. Dark Ritual level 1 seems fine. But Dark Ritual level 2 on an A-bomb is 600 mana. 240 gold for an A-bomb, 600 mana. Of course, you have to kill the A-bomb with that, but that is way, way too much still. This is way too much value. It's, yeah, a 240 gold mana potion for 600 mana. Way too much. I suggest we introduce a cap here. For level 1 Dark Ritual, the max cap of mana you can get is 150. For level 2, it's 300. For level 4, it's 450. Then there's more reason also to go for level 3 Dark Ritual. This will make the end game for human way more manageable, way more playable against undead, when the Lich doesn't have just absolutely infinite mana. And next up, the Dreadlord. He is... let me think about that. He is definitely, must be, definitely the least played hero in the game. He is similar to the Warden, kind of weak early, and completely insane in the late game. Not so crazy on level 5, but completely insane on level 6. I think we need to bring the Dreadlord somewhere in the middle. We need to make him a bit worse in the endgame and a bit better in the early game. So for the endgame, reduce Infernal Duration by 60 seconds, reduce Carrion Swarm level 3 damage by 10, to again make him not so insane in the late game, end game. But I think early game he should do much better. I think the Dreadlord actually has really cool design. He is this hunter in the night. Dreadlord, interestingly, by the way, he is the lowest strength hero in the game, and I think that's cool. He's like this demon, so to speak, this predator in the night. He has lots of damage potential, but not very tanky. There's other tanky heroes, especially for undead, who would fill that role. Cryptlord being number 1, with lots of HP and armor. Dreadlord actually has really good attack speed, but low strength, not very tanky at all. Biggest issue for the Dreadlord, though, is when he runs out of mana, he does almost nothing. So I suggest we buff Sleep. Sleep is a little bit too expensive in mana. I think we should bring down the Sleep mana cost just a little bit. 5 on every level. And the more important one, increase the Sleep invulnerable duration. So when you use Sleep on a target, the target is slept, obviously, but for the first 2 seconds right now, it can also not be attacked to be woken up by anyone. There's still a counter to this, of course. You can still always just dispel. You can dispel always immediately, but woken up through right-click, he cannot be. But 2 seconds is a very short duration. I think we could bring that up to 3 seconds. That gives the Dreadlord more control in the early game, more potential to be perhaps played as a first hero, which seems to be the only way that the Dreadlord can really be played. But perhaps, if the invul duration is longer, if you can use more disable, maybe Dreadlord can even be usable as a third hero. But it seems hard to make work. And this would be kind of a ambitious change. I would think it would be cool also if you could sleep an ally. This is mainly there so that when one of your units gets focused heavily with something like Ensnare, Hex, Target, Fire, Stormbolt, whatever it is, you could sleep your own unit, make it invulnerable for 2 or 3 seconds, and then break that damage chain. That's something that has been implemented in Dota 2, by the way, a long time ago. Gives him a very interesting different role, could give him a very interesting different role. But I could also understand if people say this is too complicated for an RTS. I could get behind that as well. Maybe that's a bit too complicated, but I think it would be cool for the hero. The big problem, though, and I think this is not really arguable. Oh my god, there's only slide 12. Holy shit. I got 24 slides. The big issue with the Dreadlord is Vamp Aura does not work. I think we should just straight up remove Vamp Aura. When Blizzard designed the races, they wanted to have 2 auras for every race. Brilliance and Devotion. Kodo Aura and Endurance. Thorns and True Shot. And then Unholy and Vamp Aura. Funnily enough, Vamp Aura works the least for Undead. Because Undead, especially because of Orb of Corruption, they want to have, especially later, largely a ranged army, so you can focus all your damage on one unit and have maximum impact with that orb. And of course, that doesn't really fit well for a melee army. To have lots of value out of Vamp Aura, you need a melee army. In the early game as well, ghouls can heal maybe a little bit at the creeps with Vamp Aura. But specifically early game, when armies are small, it's very easy to target those ghouls. Target them one by one. Very little value for many ghouls. So there is basically no value for ghouls. It's just value for the Dreadlord for the most part. Vamp Aura doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't build big ghoul armies. It's not an army you can play. A-bomb armies, probably also something you can't play. But even if you could, you can't design an aura about being, first usable with the A-bomb army 20 minutes into the game. So Vamp Aura, I think, should just be scrapped from the Dreadlord. It's fine to be kept as an item, but it just doesn't work. With the way Undead is designed, with the way the units work, with the way the game is played, it straight up doesn't work. Simple as that. So, I suggest we replace the aura with a passive, and the passive only works for the Dreadlord. We call that Vampiric Touch. I think this is a cool name that I didn't come up with myself. This was a talent or something for the Dreadlord in Heroes of the Storm. I think this sounds very cool, very poetic, if you will. Vampiric Touch. This still gives the Dreadlord lifesteal, just as before. We're going to boost the lifesteal a little bit, because it used to be 20, 35, 50 for a whole army, but now we remove the aura. We give a little bit more for the Dreadlord solo, 25, 40, 55. So this is the baseline. It just gives him lifesteal. But then, how about we lean into the fantasy of the Dreadlord? How about we play with his theme a little bit? He's a hunter in the night, right? He's supposed to be this terror of nighttime. He can put people to sleep. He haunts you in your dreams. He has blood on his mouth. He wants to attack you and kill you and suck your blood. He should be a terrifying hunter in the night. I think that's a cool idea. And that's not an idea I came up with. This is an idea, I guess, that Blizzard kind of had, and that Dota expanded on. Many of you will be familiar with the Night Stalker. Night Stalker, really cool hero in Dota. In Dota 2, I think in Dota 1 he even had the same model as the Dreadlord. And the Night Stalker is a very weak hero at daytime, and the craziest OP strong hero at nighttime. At least this used to be the case until like 6 years ago, when I still played Dota 2. I don't know what it's like now, but in Dota 2, his spells all got better at nighttime. He got crazy move speed and attack speed, and I think also damage. It was really cool because you knew at daytime he's weak. At nighttime, all of a sudden, you gotta be afraid. You gotta adjust your playstyle. You feel really strong with the Night Stalker when you're playing him. At nighttime, it gives you this great feeling of power, but then you know there's gonna be the daytime coming. You know you're gonna be getting much weaker. Like a vampire, obviously, is what this all is pointing towards. And the Dreadlord is that vampire hero with a vampiric touch, with putting people to sleep. and all that. Having high damage, but being pretty fragile. Now, we can't go as crazy as in Dota 2, because this is not a MOBA. We can't just give him like 50 damage, and I think he also has like an ability where he can fly during nighttime, which is amazing, but of course we can't do that in Warcraft 3. So here we gotta be a little bit more conservative, but I think we can still lean into this fantasy to make the Dreadnought more interesting and stronger in the early game, which he needs to be, and maybe most importantly, way more fun to play. So, at nighttime, this passive, so it always gives lifesteal, right? But at nighttime, it also grants 5, 10, 15 bonus damage, and most importantly, this is what makes heroes fun to play, feel fun to play, move speed. We give him 20, 40, 60 flat move speed. Boots of speed, for example, are 50 movement speed. So level 2 passive is still less than boots. But of course, it's not just the move speed. It's also a little bit of damage. It's also a good amount of lifesteal. And of course, the damage and the lifesteal will have synergy. And I think this makes the hero way more interesting, way more playable. I'm not sure if this is enough, but I think it would make him a lot of fun. How about having some fun with these heroes? Yeah, there we go. That's my suggestions for the heroes. Next up, everyone knew I was getting to this. Nerfs on ghouls and destroyers. Like I said earlier, ghouls and destroyers, especially around the 10-minute mark, are too oppressive for the game. We need to nerf them. We need to force undeads to play something else or to play around different timings so that also other races are capable to play something else and undeads are incentivized to play something else. So, reduce destroyer base damage by 1 and reduce ghoul frenzy attack speed bonus from 35 to plus 25. So this is going to be noticeable damage decrease by both these key units. Destroyers are still really good units. They still will be really good units. They are by far the best dispellers in the game. They're extremely mobile. They always get everywhere they need to be for dispel because they are flying units. They're super fast, even faster with Unholy Aura. They have 850 hit points. They're very hard to kill. If you don't have Web or Ensnare, you will know they're very hard to take care of. Gyros, of course, will win in the end game if you have a big army. This is the big reason also why Night Elf can struggle. They don't have Web. They don't have Ensnare. They have a very tough time getting to the destroyers against good undeads who pull them back properly. Destroyers are hard to kill. And I think it's okay that destroyers are hard to kill. They have lots of HP, they have the healing and the move speed and all that. I think that's okay. But what's not okay is that they, as being counter spell casters, that they do still decent to good damage with their magic. Now, it's not much. It's 20 damage, but they have high attack speed, especially good against bears and other heavy armor units. But even against berserkers, if we see Farseer headhunters being played against undeads, still we see lots of destroyers in that game, and they still do decent damage. They should not be doing good damage at all without mana, in my opinion. So their damage should be reduced. Ghoul Frenzy, attack speed, bonus damage, like I point out here, should also be reduced. And that will give a lot more room for other races to play other strategies and not just always be terrified of this Frenzy Ghoul timing attack. I think these nerfs are necessary for a healthier meta. Yeah. Next up, Necromancer. Up until 2 or 3 months ago, I would have said the Necromancer is the most unplayable garbage unit in the game. But that's not true anymore. We're seeing Necro Wagons actually a fair amount, especially against Night Elf. And if we get to a more of an expansion meta, I could also see Necromancers being played more there. Now, I mentioned healing reduction on some of the other units before, like the Sorceress, and the other units are still coming. And here I think also Necromancer should have a healing reduction on Cripple. So if you have healing reduction on one of your units, it has to be a debuff, of course. You debuff the opponent, and then that reduces also their healing. So it cannot be Unholy Frenzy, because you mainly want to Unholy Frenzy your own units. So yeah, I think that would be cool. New addition, giving that ability a new component, rather. And like I said before, with healing being so strong in the game, I will repeat this point, with healing being so strong in the game, I think we should have healing reduction in the game from many different sources. More sources to be shown later. Next up, statues. I think statues, we all know statues are insanely good. Still the best unit in the game, even after some heavy nerfs over the years. But they have some annoying tendencies. Especially the interplay between Necros and statues is terrible. If you play Necros with Unholy Frenzy, your army always loses a bit of HP, 2 HP, 2 HP, 2 HP, and the statues, stupid as they are always healing up to 2 HP, and they're wasting so much of their mana. You can almost never, it feels like, play Necros and statues together, because they always immediately run out of mana then. So, similar to what I suggested to the priest earlier, give the statue an AI improvement that it only heals units that are missing at least 10 hit points, so they don't waste so much of their mana. And statues also waste lots of mana on their Spirit Touch, that's their mana regen ability, on destroyers. When destroyers are on top of your army and you use Spirit Touch, the more targets it hits, the more mana it drains, and that drains a lot of mana completely needlessly, because destroyers always go very quickly down to 0 mana, and that mana regen is useless. So if you exclude destroyers from Spirit Touch, then that makes it a lot less annoying. You don't have to send your destroyers away all the time. Would be a small buff to statues as well, I suppose. Okay, now, this is what I wanted to remember. I didn't point this out earlier. When I talked about expansions, right, this is again a little fast expansion buff. All of the expansion buildings I suggest buffing, because like I said many times over, Expo meta is good. What I wanted to point out there as well, before I stormed ahead to the other topics, just to go through the matchups, by the way. Undead Mirror, way more interesting with expansion, in my opinion. If it's just Ted Fiends versus Ted Fiends, it's just creeping, going to tier 3, 1 or 2 fights, and then it's over. As I pointed out earlier in the Lin versus Sock series, if there's expansions happening, there's always moments of vulnerability. There's always windows to try to get aggressive. There's always opportunities to defend well, outplay, and get ahead by being stronger. This is certainly the case in Undead Mirror. Whether it be Cryptid expansion or Lich expansion, it gets way more dynamic, way more interesting, again, in my opinion. Night of Mirror, the same there. I think this is way, way more exciting than just one base Bear Mirror all the time. I would say what I've seen over the years, most viewers would agree with me, Bear Mirror one base, pretty dull. Orc Mirror, I was thinking about this earlier. Orc Mirror, we can't really say. There's never been, ever, fast expansion or even expansion meta in Orc Mirror. So there, we cannot really say what that looks like. But as we saw with Sock versus Lin earlier, I think Orc versus Human is way more interesting with expansions. Human versus Night Elf, way more interesting with expansions. Otherwise, it's just a one-base push strat with rifles. Same against Undead, way more interesting with expansions. Otherwise, just one base, rifle push into the enemy base. Then if we look at Undead versus Orc, I will say, they have to admit, even on one base only, it's very interesting, very exciting. That's because we have lots of tier 3 play there, lots of opportunities to still express yourself with different strategies, different heroes. Although I would still say tier 3 Expo play has more potential. We're seeing a little bit more Expo play lately in Orc versus Undead, although not very much. Orc versus Night Elf, that is the one matchup where we do see expansion play, and it's still very boring. But that's because we see the same thing every time. Raider Walker Expo into Dryad Bear all in. If the Night Elf could properly counter-expand, and it's 2-base, all of a sudden, that is also way more interesting. It's kind of like reminiscent, actually, of, if you think about it, the way Orc versus Night Elf is right now, kind of similar to how Undead versus Human was back in the day, where Human was the one expanding, Undead had to go all in, and then there's one attack, you win, and if you don't break him, you lose. Very binary. This is why Night Elf versus Orc is pretty boring at the moment. It is a very balanced matchup, Night Elf versus Orc, but very boring. The same thing all the time. If Night Elves could counter-expand, way more interesting in my opinion. What else are we missing as far as matchups go? Night Elf versus Undead. I think also that one is way more interesting with fast expansions. We used to have fast expo meta there for a while, until Night Elves got really good at that. Undeads didn't play it anymore. If expanding was more the meta again, as it could be with Destroyer and Frenzy timing being weaker, which is right now dominating the meta, I think that would also make for a more interesting meta game. Like I said before, I know it's a bit of a matter of taste, matter of preference. Not everyone sees it that way, but I certainly do think that the expansion play is a lot more dynamic and interesting. All right. Just forgot to say that earlier. Next up, Night Elf. All right, couple of issues here. Everyone hates Demon Hunter Dryad Bears, but as Neo nicely pointed out before, we can't really blame the Night Elf players. because it's just so good and so synergistic. I think more than Demon Hunter and Dryads, it's mainly the bears. That's why I have it here as my first point. Night Elf is utterly reliant on rejuve and bears, as there are indeed no sufficient other sources of healing. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the stream today. And not everyone realized this, I guess, but if you're watching lots of pro games, like I certainly am, and many of you certainly are, it is a very clear through line. Whenever the Night Elf doesn't have rejuve, there's never enough healing. And that's not a mistake by the Night Elves. That's a mistake by Blizzard. Night Elf is not properly balanced. The units and heroes and abilities are not properly balanced. Night Elf doesn't work. It simply doesn't work without rejuve. The bear is the most important unit by far for Night Elf. Once upon a time, you used to see Keeper hunts, and the Alchemist was trying to keep up with healing, but that didn't really work out over time. More so because the Keeper was nerfed and countered and properly dismantled by enemy races. But healing here also is a big issue. Like, hunts are not good units in any way, shape, or form. But even if they were good units, you still can't play them because they can't heal. This is the number one big problem. The healing problem. The rejuve dependence problem. And yeah, of course, that is the first big issue. And spawning from that is the reliance on Demon Hunter Dryad Bears. Now, this is a... Can we call it a vicious circle? Maybe it's more of a trickle-down effect. No, not a trickle-down effect. A cascading effect? I don't know the right word for it. Excuse me. But this is a downstream effect, perhaps. So, Night Elves, as established, extremely reliant on bears and rejuve. So, if you have to play bears and rejuve, then the question is, what is the best strat with bears and rejuve? And the answer is Demon Hunter. And it will always be Demon Hunter. Because rejuve healing is amazing, and you know where it's even more amazing? On strong heroes that can tank a lot of damage. That means they have to be frontline heroes for rejuvenation to be super efficient on it. If we see Keeper Bears, or somehow even Podem Bears, or Warden Bears, rejuve is good, but rejuve isn't insane. Rejuve is only insane on the Demon Hunter, and always will be. The way Demon Hunter works, he's got amazing stats for dishing out damage. He's got evasion, of course, which is incredible. He's got high armor, high move speed, just a stat monster. Rejuve will always be the best on the Demon Hunter. And the reason why people are annoyed with Dryad Demon Bears all the time isn't so much the Dryads and the Bears. Sure, it's dull to see the rejuve all the time and the same units all the time, but it's mainly the Demon Hunter mana burn. The Demon Hunter mana burn that is so toxic for the game and annoying and frustrating. But I think I may have gotten a bit ahead of myself here. I actually also watched Neo's video, of course, for suggestions, and Neo explained the Night Elf Holy Trifecta so well, so we're going to check that out as well for, I think this is like 2 or 3 minutes.
Too much. And of course, the problem has a name. Demon Hunter, Dryad, Bears. This is nothing new. This is in the game for 24 years. And it's still the problem. And I'm not gonna pretend that I have the solution. I just want to state the obvious
I might have solutions.
to give it a voice. These 3 units solve every problem. The Demon Hunter is a huge DPS machine that's also with mana, like, it has the best scaling stat type in the game with agility. It has a disable with mana burn that renders spell users useless. And thanks to the armor of agility and evasion, it's also a tank. And then you also slap a top tier ultimate on top that makes him even tankier and it gets rid of the one weakness that was melee damage and gives him range. And also AoE, it's pretty good. I have to also say, though, that the Demon Hunter needs to be enabled. And thankfully, we have the Dryads and the Bears. The Dryads is a tier 2 unit that is magic immune, fast, has an auto-cast Dispel, a free slow that costs no mana, and you have a damage over time that is stackable. That unit is bananas, man. It is range, it has catch, it has Dispel, it's amazing. You slow units down with the Dryad, you kill it with the Demon. Boom. Later on, you think like, okay, your one tank is maybe not enough. Maybe I need more. And how do I get all this healing? Thankfully, we have a unit for that. And that is the Bear. I know that the Bear is not the tankiest unit in the game, and I know that the bear is not the highest damage in the game, but it's pretty damn solid for what it is. It comes online incredibly fast because you can pre-upgrade it already, which you can't for like a torrent or an abomination. And it has the shortest master upgrade next to necromancers in the game. It also heals you for 400 damage that can't be cancelled by a hit, and it conveniently, if you thought that a demon hunter with immolation doesn't do enough damage, it buffs the entire army by 25% in an AoE with a single use. And if there's any weakness that you don't cover with this holy trinity, then you got the tavern that evens things out. You cannot blame a Night Elf player for not going for this combo. Why would you? Night Elf, the synergies between these units are so freaking good that you don't need anything else. So this is the best design part of any race in Warcraft 3. And the worst part is that you can delete 40% of the Night Elf tech tree, and most Night Elves wouldn't even notice this. You can delete Huntress, Glaive Throwers, Potom, Keeper, Warden, Ancient Protector, Mountain Giant, Hippo, Talon, and Fairy Dragon, as well as Chimeras, and you would do fine. No other race can say that. No race should be able to say that. And that is the problem that everybody has with elves, and this is why elves is one of the most hated races there is, the most hated races there is. I think everybody respects the players. We love to cheer for Moon. We love to cheer for...
Really good points. Neo sums this up so well. I think people like to meme on Night Elf, hate on Night Elf a little bit. It's boring, it's the same units all the time, you know, it's dull. But if not for Demon Mana Burn, the hate would be way, way lower. The tech tree issue is big, but I think the Demon Hunter Mana Burn issue is just as big. I'm gonna get into it.
Jens, Kevin, whatever it is, man. But we see this day in, day out. And I am so sure that even Night Elves hate it. There are. I don't know how to do this, man. Oh, I kind of forgot to show you the thingies here. Why is this another problem? Because the solutions that you also have are outshined. Mass Dryads is a better anti-caster than Fairy Dragons ever could be. You don't...
Alright. Yeah, I think this was really, really well done. Great summary by Neo. Now he says he doesn't know how to do it. I have some ideas. We're gonna get into it here in a moment. Yeah, this was the second part. Third, Demon Hunter outshines everybody. Other three Night Elf heroes are... Wait, let me put myself over here. Are way, way, way weaker. Warden never works as anything as a first hero. Keeper can work as something else. But especially Keeper should be a great first hero. Doesn't work, he's too weak. Potom is a joke. Absolute garbage tier hero. Yeah, Night Elf really, really needs some balancing on their heroes. And Mana Burn, I think, is the single most horrible, limiting, frustrating, bullshit mechanic in the game. And yeah, those are the big issues. Balance-wise, they seem to be in a pretty good spot against Undead and Orc. It seems pretty balanced, except against Human, of course. Human, as we mentioned, losing to everybody at the moment. Once again, Sok in the last 5 days might have changed something, but let's not forget about those other 5 months. So, here come my suggestions. Some are a bit more complicated, some a bit less. Can you read that over here with the Warden? Okay, let's do the Warden first. The Warden is the simplest and the least important. The Warden seems really good very rarely. Sometimes against Human on the right map in a macro game, 2 base versus 2 base, the Warden, if she gets level 5 and 6, is insane. The Warden, same as the Dreadlord, is too strong on level 5 and on level 6. But kind of weak, maybe too weak in the early stages. The Warden, Shadow Strike especially, sees almost no play. Shadow Strike has very weird scaling. It is 10, 30, 45, as if Shadow Strike level 1 was too strong. Shadow Strike level 1 is terrible. Why is Shadow Strike level 1 so weak? Why is this scaling so especially bad? I think we just give it simply 15 more damage per tick. That makes it a total of 25 more damage per Shadow Strike. I think that's totally fine. The bigger issue, and I think the really unexciting thing about Shadow Strike is it takes forever to do the damage. So it ticks every 3 seconds. It has 5 ticks. That is a total of 15 seconds for which the Shadow Strike takes time to do its damage. I think it's way too long. Let's reduce those tick intervals to 1.5 seconds. Still 5 ticks, so it's the same amount of damage. But I still suggest level 1 buff, damage buff. Same amount of damage over half the duration. That is a considerable buff for Shadow Strike, which I think it could use. Now, Fan of Knives, level 1, level 2, kind of weak. This is a considerable buff that I'm suggesting here. We straight up increase the target cap, the amount of units you can hit by 1 on all levels. Level 1, who cares? Shadow Strike, bad on level 1. Level 2, this is a significant buff to Warden on level 3. I think it's okay, but we have to seriously nerf level 3 Fan of Knives. The fact that the Warden can just blink around the map once she gets level 5 and harass economy and do thousands of points of damage and instantly kill workers so easily over and over. That is way too strong. Way too strong. We need to seriously nerf the damage on level 3. The overall damage is still going to be basically the same, increasing the targets from 6 to 7. But of course, the flat damage done is significantly lower. And that would make her way more healthy. She is going to have a better curve coming out of the early game, but isn't as completely busted in the late game, especially with that peasant / acolyte / maybe peon hunt. Peons have burrows, though. Especially peasant and acolyte hunt. Insane. And then she has an incredible ultimate. Ultimate is unbelievable already, and one of the things I hate the most, permanent invulnerability. The stupid Spirits of Vengeance. It has 100% uptime already, this ultimate. It's like 2-minute duration, 2-minute cooldown, or is it 3 minutes, whatever. 100% uptime on the ultimate. And the spirits are invulnerable. That is complete BS. We have to remove that invulnerability. Anything that's permanently invulnerable is some bullshit. And with all those changes, I think the Warden would be in a much better spot. Keeper. He's the easiest, most straightforward hero to fix for the Night Elves. Keeper has a decent toolkit. He should be good as a first hero, but he's not good as a first hero, simply because the numbers aren't there. The Keeper is too bad. The Treants are too bad. But we're not far off. We're not super far off from being decent, from being playable, so we just need a little tweak, make him a little bit better, to finally give the Keeper the presence that he deserves. One more base int for the Keeper, one more base damage for the Treants, and I think then we're talking. This makes the early game creeping for him much better. The harass potential maybe better. The expert potential maybe better. This makes everything a bit better. While also, by the way, not buffing the Keeper second. The Demon Hunter Dryad Bear into Keeper. We don't want to see that every goddamn game. Having him just have one more into there in the mid game won't have as big impact nearly as this is going to have in the early game. Especially, of course, because Treants are only played as a first hero. Almost only. There's these weird other cases, but for the most part. Now, the most controversial take that I have, perhaps. Mana burn, like I've said many times, today and in recent years, I think it is very toxic for the game, and I think I can prove that to you. When the opponent has a Demon Hunter, especially Demon Hunter first, there are so many things you cannot do. Like I said earlier, it's honestly kind of similar with Frenzy Destroyer timing. There's also a lot of things you cannot do. But with the Demon Hunter, it's even worse. With the Demon Hunter, it's not just about a certain strength of heroes or strategies. It's simply the design that doesn't work. Meaning, if, for example, Beastmaster was a very strong hero with his summons, you could still, even if he was very strong, never play him against Demon Hunter because the mana is removed. The mana. Only heroes playable against Demon Hunter are the ones that don't need mana, basically, and that is stupid. Mana is the source of life. It is the fun of life, and it makes Warcraft special with the abilities. It is the most exciting thing about the game. Let's go through the list, shall we? Alchemist, unplayable against Demon Hunter. Archmage, yeah, he's playable. He's got a mana aura, not so reliant on spells. Beastmaster, unplayable. Blademaster, he is very playable because he has crit. He doesn't need mana. Lucky you, don't need mana. Blood Mage, now this is the most egregious thing. Blood Mage, he's supposed to be a counter to Demon Hunter because he has the higher potential mana drain versus mana burn. If you don't counter mana drain, siphon mana, then there's higher potential there, but of course it's way easier to counter. Mana burn is almost impossible to counter. Blood Mage used to be a good counter to Demon Hunter. Not anymore though, because as I pointed out earlier, Blood Mage is just straight up terrible right now. Especially Siphon is terrible. Continuing on. Crypt Lord, unplayable. Dark Ranger, unplayable. DK, he's playable. He's got an aura. He doesn't need mana so bad. Demon Hunter, the only other hero you can play in Out of Mirror, because you need to fight fire with fire. You need to fight mana burn with fire. Dreadlord, unplayable. Farseer, unplayable. Firelord, he is kind of playable, because of Incinerate especially, and maybe Soulburn in the right spot. Keeper, unplayable. Lich, he is playable, because he is ranged and good right click and doesn't need mana so bad. Mountain King, he's right on that edge. I won't be lying to you here and say that Mountain King isn't playable. He is kind of barely playable. But in the last 5 months, with the exception of this last week, has also been looking useless for the most part. Naga, she is playable. Pally, unplayable. Panda, unplayable. Pitlord, unplayable. That's more the Pitlord's fault though. He's just straight up unplayable. Podem, this also makes me so mad. Podem, like, design-wise, she should be the perfect hero against mana burn. She has an orb that costs almost no mana, and she has an aura that costs no mana. Yet, the Podem is still not playable. That's mainly because she is hot garbage tier, though. This is not the Demon Hunter's fault. This is the Podem's fault, to be honest. Shadowhunter, barely playable, because this is the one matchup where with Mass, Ensnare, and big armies you can stay out of range of mana burn. TC unplayable, Tinker unplayable, Warden unplayable. So this is 14 out of 24 heroes that are unplayable. How did this ever get through QA? How did this ever get through quality assurance? One ability makes 14 out of 24 heroes unplayable. This is a disaster. This is a balance and a design disaster. I hate it. I hate it so much. This is the most bullshit thing in all of Warcraft. Something that I think we have had to live with for far too long. This is absolutely ridiculous. I think mana burn should straight up be removed. Remove it from the game. Replace it with something else. Replace it with a good ability. A strong ability. Nobody is going to hate the Demon Hunter if he doesn't have mana burn. It is just the most BS thing ever imagined. Now, I have tried to come up with other answers to the Demon Hunter, to what abilities you could have. Heroes of the Storm. Wait. There's this wiki, right? I tried to see if there's some interesting abilities here. On the wiki. So he's got like Dive and Betrayer's Thirst and Sweeping Strike. I think this is kind of like charge moves that he can do and flipping over opponents. I didn't really get a great inspiration here. I didn't find anything great. I tried to think about abilities that could work well on him. I tried to come up with a spell concept, but that is really not what I'm very good at. I am not super creative at coming up with something out of the blue, coming up with a spell that works super well with the hero, that ideally also is thematically tied in with him. This is where I would have to get help from somewhere else. I am not good at coming up with new abilities, but the best thing that could happen to the Demon Hunter, and maybe to the whole game, is to remove mana burn with something else. Now the cool thing is, game designers are way more creative, I imagine, than I am. So if they could come up with something to replace mana burn, that would be amazing. However, being realistic, I doubt this is gonna happen. It would be amazing if mana burn was finally removed, but I doubt it. You know what I just realized? I didn't mention before. Man, this presentation is all over the place. These stars represent the changes I think that will be the best and most interesting for the game, and in some cases, the healthiest. In case you were wondering what those stars were, that's what they are. Yeah, I doubt we're gonna see mana burn being replaced, though, like I say, I think it will be the best thing ever for the game. And okay, if it doesn't get replaced, I guess that's all right. It's not really alright, but I think it's what we have to live with. But it cannot be that the Demon Hunter can counter so many heroes so effortlessly in such a frustrating way. That just cannot be the case. So, if mana burn has to be in the game, then I think it has to be one of these two nerfs that we have to see. If the Demon Hunter can counter all the melee heroes that need mana, all of them, then that is some bullshit. But I guess that's something that he can do. But what cannot be the case is that the Demon Hunter counters all the melee heroes that need mana and all the ranged heroes that need mana. That is ridiculous. For that reason, I think the range should be significantly decreased on mana burn from 300 to 200. That is one way to go. The other way to go is to consider his mana pool. It is ridiculous how the Demon Hunter, who doesn't need much mana, can burn thousands of mana without ever being concerned about his own mana pool. Many, many, many years ago, Blizzard was trying to go that direction already, increasing the mana burn cost to 60 on all levels, especially in the early game. That made him very susceptible, way harder to heal from Moonwells and so on. So level 1 mana cost shouldn't be changed, but level 2 mana burn cost could be increased, and level 3 mana burn cost especially could be increased. Having 150 mana burn on level 3 burn is insane. Mana burn, by the way, also decreases in cooldown the higher level it is, in case you guys didn't know that. So these are the two things that you could tackle mana burn. Either increase the mana cost on higher levels, or decrease the range. To finally, at least, allow some more counterplay against this most ridiculous of all abilities, that ideally still should be replaced. But let's be real, how likely is that to happen? I don't think very likely. Okay, last hero for Night Elves. All those heroes are not in a good spot. All those heroes need attention. And most of all, it is the Podem. Podem, interesting hero. She is the weakest designed hero that Blizzard ever made. I feel like Podem must have been the first hero that Blizzard ever made. And it must have been made by like an intern who was only there over the weekend. Because the design is so dumb. It has an arrow effect that gives her more damage. Then it has an aura that gives her and her allies more damage. It has an ult where, in an AoE, it does damage. Pretty repetitive, as you might know. And then she has a summon, and the summon, very interesting, looks at stuff. And it's permanently invulnerable. Another bullshit thing, permanent invulnerability, like I pointed out before. The Podem also, she's so bad, like so poorly designed, and so weak as a hero. Just to put this in perspective, mana, right? Mana is an important resource for pretty much every hero, pretty much any game you ever played. Mana is an important resource. Not for the Podem. Not enough, certainly. The Podem is the only hero in the game where, with infinite mana, she would still be bad. That is not hyperbole. That is fact. If the Podem had 1,000 mana, she is still garbage. If the Podem had 1,000,000 mana, she is still garbage. That is insane. That is terrible hero design. There needs to be more mana, what's it called? Mana pressure? Mana tension, that's the word. There needs to be more mana tension on the Podem to actually have a good ability. However, also I think the Podem should work well without mana, especially to have a counter to Demon Hunter to finally free us from the oppressive nature of Bear Mirror. So I suggest 2 changes here to the Podem's abilities. The ult is fine, the aura is fine, the rest is not. First off, Searing Arrow is just straight up too bad. It is terrible. Like I said, even if you had infinite mana, Searing Arrow is still too bad. So we need to boost the damage, first and foremost. Go from 12, 24, 48 to 15, 30, 50. This might still not be enough, by the way. That's how insanely bad Searing Arrow is. Also, it is way too much mana. We need to get inspiration here from the Firelord. Firelord's orb can be really good in the right scenario. One of the great things about the Firelord orb is it's very low on mana, so you can still use other abilities. Or even if you run out, you have a decent uptime on Incinerate, on his orb effect. Firelord orb is only 3 mana. Why is the Potom orb 8 mana? That is some BS. There are some orbs that are lots of mana, like for example Cold Arrow. I think it's 10 or maybe 8. But Cold Arrow is crazy good. It slows down an opponent. It has proper target fire. The Naga is also a really good right clicker. Searing Arrow is none of those things. Potom also has very slow attack speed. Potom is just ridiculous how bad she is. We need a serious buff on Searing Arrow. And of course, the Potom Owl Scout is damn stupid. It is a summon that just looks at things and sees invis things. And even when you level her up, she only gets like more vision range and like maybe more duration. Boring, stupid. And here we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, folks. We can give the Potom a new good role to finally fill a missing hole and solve a problem the Night Elf has had for decades. This is the point, of course, I brought up earlier. Night Elf is utterly reliant on bear healing. They need Rejuve to function on the top level. They could play something other than bears if they had some other healing. And the Potom needs to be that healing hero. It makes sense thematically even. Tyrande, the priestess of the moon, she can also heal in Heroes of the Storm. It is in the name. The priests are the healers. In this case, this Potom would be a bit of a battle healer. She can be also doing damage, but she needs to be a healer. And she needs to have, obviously, an AoE heal ability. Because Rejuve is single target, and Moonwells are single target. The Potom needs to have an AoE heal ability. Now, I tried to come up with an AoE heal ability, and honestly, I will say, this is not the most exciting AoE heal of all time. This is not super fun and amazing of an AoE ability, but it is serviceable. It does work, and I think the numbers are right to make this playable. However, I am sure that someone can come up with a better AoE heal ability. I'm not saying this has to be the exact skill of the Potom, but what I'm saying is the Potom needs an AoE healing spell. This is desperately needed for the Night Elf race. And this is what I came up with. So, the Scout is replaced with a new ability. The name is changed, Guardian of Elune. It costs 80 mana, it's an 11-second cooldown. And it's a heal, as you will see. It summons an owl, so it's the same owl. 40 hit points, 80 hit points, 120 hit points on level 1, 2, 3. No longer invulnerable or spell immune, because that is some bullshit. And a 10-second duration. The owl possesses the Light of Elune aura. So the owl has an aura that it affects allied units with in an AoE, which regenerates hit points. 8, 15, 22 on level 1, 2, 3. Now, I spent a lot of time thinking about these numbers, and I'm not sure that these numbers are exactly right. We should be testing that on a PTR, ideally, but I think they are kind of in the ballpark. Now, this is healing over time, obviously, and it has lots of potential in the late game. The bigger your army is, the more the aura can affect, the better it is. So, 8 HP per second sounds a lot for level 1. That would be 80 hit points for 80 mana. Pretty straightforward. But to put that in perspective, Alchemist, for example, level 1 heal spray, 30 per wave, 3 waves, it's 75 mana, 75 mana, 90 healing. So, in comparison there, the Potom Owl is worse. But of course, there's some other drawbacks. With heal spray, you have to stay still. You can't be creeping too easily. The Alchemist can't attack. And so on. But we have to give the Potom... Whoops. Yeah, like I said, we have to give the Potom a healing ability. And I am, first of all, glad to be proven wrong that these numbers are either too high or too low. I feel like they're unlikely to be too low. Or I'm also happy to be shown a better AoE heal. If there's a better, cooler, more fun AoE heal, maybe more interactive, that's great. I'm glad to pass that one away. But we have to see and agree. Potom needs AoE healing. So bad. So bad. There's one other way to solve this issue, by the way, of AoE or of healing dependency. And that is to give a healing item to the Night Elf shop, similar to Regen Scroll, similar to Ritual Dagger. But I think that's kind of boring. I think healing abilities are always more interesting on heroes. And also, if we do that in the shop, then you might just have more bears with more healing. You have healing from bears, you make a shop, you have even more healing from the shop. The great thing is, Podem and bears are kind of mutually exclusive. Not exactly, but for the most part. Because the Podem has an early power spike in the mid-game. Also, she supports ranged units with the aura. Maybe there's a way to play Podem with bears, but it seems unlikely. So there's different styles, different strats, different ways of healing that are not just going to be stacked on top of each other. If we give a healing item to the Knight of Shop, like I said, it might just be bears for healing plus shop for healing. Nothing changes. Yeah. High potential, by the way, for lots of healing in the late game. So if you get to level 5 Podem, if you get the level 3 Owl, for 80 mana, you can heal 220 hit points on your whole army. Imagine, if you get to this game state, maybe it's possible, a big Huntress Archer army, if you heal up like 10 units at the same time, that's a lot. So this Owl has to be killable. It cannot be invulnerable, just floating across your army, giving you all that region all the time in the fight. You can use it in a fight, but there has to be counterplay as well, which I think is cool. That's interactive. Maybe you do use the Owl. Maybe you pull back herd units to the back of the fight. They're healing there, the Owl on top, but they're not in the fight having that crazy HP regen. A nice reference point here to take, by the way, also is statues. Statue healing, for example, is really good, as we know. And statue healing is roughly 7.5 per second. Is that right? I think that's right. More like 7 HP per second. So the Podem level 1 would be better than that, but of course the Podem heal costs a lot of mana. You can't just spam that endlessly. And also it takes a hero slot. It takes a hero skill slot, which is very valuable. Again, I come back to the Alchemist, who technically heals more, especially in the early game. But the late game heal potential here could be really big. And it seems like this would make sense with hunts as well, because hunts can have sometimes a decent place in the meta to be played, but normally hunts take damage, they're low HP, you can pull them back well because they have good move speed and decent HP, you save them, but there's never enough moon juice to heal them up. And of course you can't play bears, because if you go mass hunts, there's no time or money to go bears normally. But if you pull back the herd hunts, you have an owl somewhere there healing them. That is that healing tool that might be necessary. It also means the hunts are going to be less scary, of course, or the army, if there's either Searing Arrow or Aura missing. But yeah, I think it is clear as day that Night Elf really needs an AoE healing ability. With desperation. I think it's not even remotely a question. Alright. Sorry if I took a long time to explain all that and to state my views, but I think this is really, really, really desperately needed for the race. And for us to finally something else other than Demon Dryad Bears all the time. Okay, next up. Fairy Fire, or let's say Talons. Talons are one of those units that are never really played. Maybe Talons can be good sometimes, we don't really know. It's because we see Dryad Bears all the time. There's no good reason to play Talons. Like Neo pointed out earlier as well when I showed his video. Dryad Bears counters everything else better than all the other Night Elf units. So why would you play Talons? Well, how about we give them a new effect? This is the healing reduction again that I was talking about. I suggested it for the Necros and the Sorks, and I think it should also be on the Talons. This would be really good, especially in Elf Mirror. Against Bears, against Rejuve, this could be amazing. Give it healing reduction, give it less mana to be more spammable. This is the same point as earlier with Sorks. If the spells are more spammable, you don't care about them so much being dispelled. I think casters are very interesting and exciting for the game. I think Blizzard in general overdid it a little bit with countering spellcaster meta that was apparently so good in Reign of Chaos. I wasn't there. Anyways, I'm getting away from my point here, perhaps a bit. I'm ranting. But yeah, if Fairy Fire is that good and that cheap, we should just straight up remove the vision and true set aspect of this ability. It's very annoying if you're retreating from a fight, especially orcs will know this feeling still from back in the day. You're Fairy Fired up, you can't dispel it at the moment. Your opponent has perfect vision of you for like 2 minutes or however long it lasts. I think that is some BS. Remove the vision, remove the true sight, but give it healing reduction. I think that's way more interesting, way more exciting for the game, and less mana, indeed. And next up, Dryads. I think this is the single most important change that I have in all of my suggestions. And as you can tell, it's many. We should switch the attack upgrade from Strength of the Moon to Strength of the Wild to Strength of the Moon. I will show you here once again. Hunter's Hall. Strength of the Wild. What do we upgrade here? Bears, crows, dryads, MGs, fairies, hippos, chimps. 7 units. Nowhere else is it so many units being upgraded from one upgrade. It is crazy. And it is, conveniently, all the good late game units. Isn't that something? On the other side, Strength of the Moon, archers, hunts, glaives, hippo riders. None of these are good late game units. Maybe hippo riders in some weird meta that we haven't seen yet. These are all early game, mid game units. This is terrible. We need to give Night Elves more reason to play something else than just Dryad, Demon Hunter, Bears every game. The Dryad attack upgrade should be here, in the Strength of the Moon. This means also things like archers into Dryads are more playable. Hunts into Dryads, especially, are more playable. Then they share the Hunter's Hall as well. In my opinion, this is the most healthy change that we can make for the game. Especially in Night Elf versus Human, it has become extremely evident how cost efficient and too convenient the Dryad Bear army is. Like, we've seen so many games of SOC, playing Fast Expo, going MK, going Tier 3, going Frag Shards, Master Training, Inner Fire, Triple Hero, Siphon, Clap, Invis, crazy plays here and there. Night Elves against that, do they go Fairy Dragons? No. Do they go Chims? No. Do they go Triple Hero? No. Do they go Glaives? No. What do they go? Demon, Naga, Dryads, and Bears. And upgrades. Tons and tons and tons of upgrades. 1-1, quick. 2-2, pretty fast. 3-3, quite quick. Nobody can keep up with that upgrade pace. Dryads need to be in a different bucket. Dryads cannot be in the same upgrade attack bucket as Bears. In my opinion, this change has to happen. This is going to be finally a big incentive for Night Elf to play something other than just these 2 units all the goddamn time with these 2 or 3 heroes. All the goddamn time. And there's going to be more incentives coming. Stay tuned. I'm continuing right now. Continuing with the underused units, Warple Blades on Glaives, bad. Never really good. There was 2 or 3 weeks where we saw Life playing exciting stuff with Hunts and Glaives and Podem. There's some potential there, but again, it's too bad. It's too weak. The humans found out how to counter it, and then it was trash again. Glaive Thrower, one of those units that's just terrible. I don't think we want to buff the standard Glaive. That still serves the purpose to break a siege if you really have to, or maybe make a push happen if you really have to. But siege units with upgrades should be decent at least. Meatwagon with a Z is good. Mortars with Frag Shards, good. Of course, Demolishers are totally useless. But as I pointed out earlier, there should be a buff there as well. Hippogriffs, another very bad unit. We don't see them as anti-air. We don't see them as hippo riders. They're just not good enough. I think we just make them a little bit cheaper. Maybe that gives them more potential to be played. Next up, Huntresses. So Huntresses are by far the worst tier 1 unit in the game. If you ever build hunts on the pro level, you are making a mistake. Okay, there's some very few exceptions. If you play insane like Moon today with the Huntress AP push, but that normally doesn't work, right? That normally doesn't happen. Hunters were supposed to get a big buff with the Moonglaive upgrade that gave them heavy armor. Lots of people were concerned. I also a little bit. Turned out that changed nothing. Hunts are still bad. So hunts are bad with the upgrade, and hunts are bad without the upgrade, and hunts are bad in the mid game, and really bad in the late game, and also kind of bad in the early game. Huntresses are just insanely bad. In a recent patch, in a concern for the bouncing glaives against buildings, a change was made where bouncing glaives no longer bounce from buildings to anything. that was overly conservative, that was overly worried, overly concerned. And now they just, they seem to do nothing. Not good against buildings, not good against workers, not against armies, not good nowhere. Excuse me. So we should revert the bouncing interaction change with buildings. So the bounces just normally travel from building to whatever. And also, and this is a Huntress straight up buff, just Huntress as a unit baseline. I think we should change the damage reduction from glaive bounce from 50 to 40%. So what that means is, when the glaive bounces from the first target to the second, it reduces its damage by 50%, right? I suggest we make it so it reduces the damage by 40%. So it still does 60% of the damage on the first bounce. And then on the second bounce, again, it reduces the damage by 40%. This is going to be a significant buff to hunts without Moonglaive upgrade and with Moonglaive upgrade. And I think that's a buff they desperately need because they are terrible. Another issue with Moonglaive is, well, everyone thought it was going to be a very good upgrade. It really wasn't a good upgrade. And it's also super expensive. It costs a lot of lumber, especially, and also maybe a bit too much gold. I suggest we bring down that cost to make it more in line with how good hunts are and make it more playable. Now, first unit buff here, I suppose. MG nerf. MG nerf on resistance skin. This is targeted at exactly Night Elf Mirror. MGs right now serve as a good counter against Talons. Good Night Elves can make Talon strats work against bears. But the really sad thing is, if you're trying to counter bears and you're getting scouted, the opponent against your Talons isn't going to make bears, he's just going to make MGs. And the great thing is, it's from the same building. He doesn't even have to change anything. That Ancient of Lore, man, isn't it something? It's got all those things. It's got bears, it's got dryads, it's got MGs. Ancient of Lore has everything. So we at least need to widen the gap. We need to widen the window for the Talon player to be stronger. And the 15 seconds research time where MGs, that MGs will need for resistance skin is going to help a lot with that. If people are concerned about this affecting other matchups, then they shouldn't be, because we never see resistance skin basically anywhere. In a very, very rare case, we see it against Undead, when the Undead is trying to tech off of 2 bases into mass Banshees, and that takes like 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, you're going to find the time for 15 seconds of resistance skin. All right. Moving on. Buildings, items, and upgrades. Again, this is the Ancient of Wonders here in the top left. I think Night Elf is too reliant on Demon Hunter. This is the through line of this whole thing. If they played other heroes, Podem, Keeper, Warden, they need more mana. The great thing about Demon Hunter also is he needs no mana. He needs no clarities. If the shop was cheaper, then it's easier to get to clarities. It's easier to play mana heroes. Also, Wand of Negation, I think, would be cool to have in the Night Elf shop. If you don't play Dryads, you can get screwed a lot by certain strats if you don't have Dispel. If we put the Wand of Negation in the Night Elf shop on tier 2, I think that would be really good to make strategies outside of Dryads more playable. Now, there might be a little problem with this idea, because the Night Elf shop on tier 2 has all of these items already. So this is basically the tier 2 row, and that one's full already. I think we could put the Wand of Negation here and still make it tier 2. If it's grayed out on tier 1, that might be a little bit weird, but I think it would be okay. However, if we really want to have clear rows and all that, I think we could just put the Mana Potion on tier 1 and have the Wand of Negation on tier 2. Wand of Negation, of course, should certainly not be available on tier 1. That would be a little bit too good. Mana Potion, though, on tier 1, I think that's fine. Call me crazy. I think that's fine. They also have long cooldowns. Yeah. Okay, resource cost of the Tree of Life. I suggest slight resource buffs for all the races. on the expansions, because again, I think expos are the most fun way to play the game, and they're not encouraged enough at the moment. Now, the other expo buildings, you may remember, I suggested mainly gold being reduced, not so much the lumber. Here, this I think is the perfect number. And if you guys realize why that is, then you are expert players or viewers. A couple of months ago, Moon started playing Fast Expo with Tree of Life first. Very interesting. Very exciting. Very different from just the normal standard play that we see all the time. Demon Dryad Bears, 1-base tier 3, that we're all so sick of. If you play Tree of Life first, you have to play a Tavern Hero. You need to play a Tavern Hero. That might be your drawback, but you can get the Tree of Life first. And if we want to encourage this more, we have to reduce the lumber cost by 20. Why 20? Because when the game begins, you start with 150 lumber. What you want to do then is, you put 1 wisp in the gold mine, 3 on lumber, you make more wisps into the gold mine, and the other wisp, number 5, goes to the gold mine right away, waits for 1 tick of lumber to come in from the lumber wisps, and then you can make the Tree of Life. And that is so cool. And that is so cool. A totally different strategy available. A strategy that's kind of out there already right now, but too weak. Now, people who are very afraid might be saying, oh, this is too strong. It's such an early Tree of Life. It's an early Tree of Life, true, but that Tree of Life still has to build. It still has to walk. It still has to entangle. And all other races can easily fast expand against that, especially undead and human. Orc, a little bit more of a question, but Orc can be very aggressive early game if they have to be to do damage and create space. I think this isn't a necessary change for the meta. Like this Dryad change, I think, is very necessary for the meta. But this would be a very healthy change for the meta, in my opinion. This would be so exciting to see many new different strategies springing from this for Night Elves. Orb of Venom also cost reduced, just like all other orbs, 300 gold, make tier 3 more worthwhile. And then Nature's Blessing. Nature's Blessing, another upgrade that enables many different strategies. Ancient of War plays, maybe, getting aggressive with those Ancients. Also good defensively, of course, for expansion play, which, once more, I think is the right way to go. And also, considerably, good upgrade for Treants for the Keeper. Another hero and ability that is looking very underserved at the moment. This is, I think, way too expensive. 150 gold, 200 lumber. So expensive. I think we can cut that way down to 100, 150. Marksmanship, I think also pretty weak. Archers are the only ranged unit that you can't play in the late game. Fiends, Rifles, Berserkers, and Fiends, Rifles, Berserkers, right. Those 3 are all playable late game. Archers, not really, mainly because they're too low HP and they get blown up by AoE most of the time. They will still get blown up by AoE, I suppose, the same. But we could give them a little bit more damage. This is a very conservative buff, just +1. And I also think we could remove the Hunter's Hall requirement. I always thought it was weird that for improved bows, you don't need Hunter's Hall, but for marksmanship, you do need Hunter's Hall? Why? I feel like if you really wanted to play without Hunter's Hall, maybe this makes that more feasible, especially if we have other healing from the bottom, like we should have. And then also Ultravision. I think we should move that upgrade to Tree of Life. This again encourages more expansion play, because if you're just playing 1 base, rushing tier 3, you hardly have time to go for Ultravision, because on tier 2, you make your wisps, you make your buildings, and then you go tier 3. In the Hunter's Hall, of course, you have the time to go for Ultravision. But if you're playing an expansion and you have 2 Trees of Life, then you can either take some time and upgrade that and not go tier 3 too fast, or you go tier 3 on 1 tree and you upgrade that on the other tree, making that a little bit more tempting to play expansion. And of course, also, it's another incentive to move away just from Hunter's Hall play all the time and Lore and Dryad Bear all the time. So it tries to support that goal. Alright, that's it for the Night Elves. Next up, we got the neutral heroes. How many slides do we have still, by the way? Oh, we're almost done. Okay, 4 more slides, 5 more slides, and then we're done. So, Beastmaster. This is going to be one of my wilder suggestions. Beastmaster, normally, supposed to be a great early game hero because he's a summoner, right? In the early game, there's not much dispel, so summoner heroes just logically must be doing well then, if at any point. Beastmaster doesn't have an aura, doesn't have a supporting ability, doesn't have a great passive. He is the summoner. He is the dude that summons the beasts, which makes sense. He is the Beastmaster. But I think his stats are still too weak. We gave him +2 main stat, which is a huge buff. +2 main stat for a possible first hero. That's huge. And you know what? He's still too bad. I think his armor is too weak. I think he recovers from damage too poorly because the armor is too weak. And we should increase that from 2.2 to 3.2, similar to what I suggested with the TC earlier. More armor, more damage, mitigation makes you more playable as a first hero. I looked through different armor values, by the way, just on a little side note. It's very weird to me that many ranged heroes have more armor than the strength heroes, which are supposed to be the tanky heroes. Archmage, for example, and Farseer have more armor than almost every strength hero. Then there's some exceptions, like the Paladin. I think the Paladin has 3.8 armor. Yeah, weird. It makes sense for some heroes to be very low armor, like the Alchemist. That's kind of his thing. He's super low armor, but he has crazy attack damage, but low attack speed. Alchemist, interesting hero, also too weak. We're gonna get to him. Yeah, so first of all, I think Beastmaster needs more armor. Secondly, I think Quill Beasts, the lower HP summons, should be spell immune. Spell immune? And that means also dispel immune. As you may remember from my earlier rant, I hate permanently spell immune units normally. Destroyers and breakers and dryads. I hate that they're permanently spell immune, but at least you can't mass them. You can mass those, but you cannot mass summons. There's always a limit to how many summons you can have. In the Beastmaster's case, it's at most 3 Quill Beasts at the same time. It's at most 2 Bears at the same time. The Bear is very high HP already. I think the Bear is okay. He's not great, but he's okay. I don't think the Bear should be spell immune, but the Quill Beast should be. Since the Beastmaster is so reliant on his summons, I think he should have one spell immune summon, and that is the Quill Beast. Then, of course, in exchange, we have to decrease HP drastically. 35% here, I suggest maybe even 40%, because you don't want to have those endlessly in the bank. You can't kill them, and you can't dispel them. But if they have their HP significantly decreased, and the Beastmaster doesn't just get ultra countered by dispel all the time, I think that's interesting. You can still kill them, you can still snipe them, they're low HP, but they are way more reliable for the Beastmaster. And then, the Hawk. Oh man, I hate the Hawk ability. Hawk ability is kind of like Bottom Owl ability. It's just stupid. Level 1 Hawk. It can't attack. It just looks at things. It has a 70-second cooldown and duration. You have to wait 70 seconds to use the Hawk, which is so boring. It does nothing on level 1. It does a little bit of something on level 2. It's not even much. It's just like 20 damage or something. It's like a destroyer with less attack speed on a 70-second cooldown. That is dispellable. And on level 3, it actually gets really good. But good luck getting level 5. Hawk has the big problem that it's a flying unit. And if you get a flying unit on level 1, it has to be bad. You know, that's kind of how it has to be. So this is a design problem on the unit. I think we should drastically change the Hawk. Replace the Hawk ability with a new ability, Death from Above. I think it would be cool if the Hawk was a summon that you summon, but it only lasts a short while, like 5 seconds or something. You summon the Hawk, that one is invulnerable, but only 5 seconds, and you can't control it. You click it in the direction, the Hawk is spawned, and then it flies in that direction straight for like, what's the range? I'm not sure about the range exactly. Let's say 700 range, 800 range maybe, so pretty long. And in that range, the Hawk will damage everything in its path, all units. Biological, mechanical, flying, ground. It will attack all those units, not with a normal magic attack, but with spell damage. But the damage strikes when the Hawk hits them. And I want this to be like a thunderstorm. You summon the Hawk, and it's like a carpet bomber, you know? There's this let's say there's this footy squad on the ground. You summon the Hawk. It's like brrr. It's like lightning from the gods. Boom! So much damage. Also, we have to introduce a damage cap, of course, because we need damage caps, unfortunately. That shouldn't be much damage. It should be only like 60, 140. That's very low for an AoE ability. But, and this is the fun thing. So first of all, it's this lightning spectacle, right? There's lightning everywhere. Brrr, he attacks all those dudes in the range at the same time. The Hawk is like, is that like a carrier? I know. It's like lasers coming out from the Hawk and hitting everyone for a certain amount of damage and mini stunning them for 1 second. It's a tiny stun, but it's still cool to stun everything for a short while. Now, this is one of my more wild suggestions, I suppose, but I think it's fun. I think we should remember also that Warcraft shouldn't be only just purely balanced, it should also be fun. Playing should be fun, heroes should be fun, abilities should be fun. It's why mana burn is such bullshit, because it's anti-fun with less abilities. Anyways, enough about the mana burn. But speaking about mana, Beastmaster really struggles from low mana. He summons the bear, he runs low on mana. He summons the Quillbeast, he runs low on mana. This is an idea that is sometimes represented in MOBAs, not so much in Warcraft. What if we balance this ability more around a cooldown and less around mana? So what if the cooldown is big, 40 seconds here, but mana is really low with only 20 seconds? So you can basically always use it. It doesn't cost much mana, but you're really gated on the cooldown. If you have lots of mana on a Farseer, for example, you can do way more damage than this, but the Beastmaster is a very mana-starved hero. This also means, the way I see it, you play Hawk most of the time, because the Quillbeasts drain your mana a lot, the Bear drains your mana a lot, but then this Death from Above ability, the Carpet Bomber, where it's this lightning show, which I think would be so fun, it doesn't tax your mana so much, you can use it. And that also feeds into the exciting nature of it, right? It looks exciting, it sounds exciting, it's all this lightning going on. You can't spam it all the time. It's pretty rare. It's a 40-second cooldown. I'm not sure if this is exactly the right number. Maybe it should be 40, maybe it should be 30, maybe it should be 50. I'm not 100% sure on these numbers, but I'm pretty sure this will be fun. This will be fun and way more exciting than the stupid Hawk that does basically nothing. Yeah. All right, next up. Alchemist. Tragic hero right now in the meta. All of his abilities are kind of bad. We sometimes see him if you really, really, really desperately need healing. Human Mass Air, for example, with Dragonhawk, Griffin Strat against Night Elf. They play Alchemist, and I think only they at the moment. Sometimes against Warden. If you really desperately need healing, the Alchemist is there for you. But Acid Bomb is weak, and especially Chemical Rage is so weak. Chemical Rage has so much potential. First of all, let's get Acid Bomb out of the way. Acid Bomb, I think, is also way too weak. It does a little bit of damage, as you know, and also armor reduction. Armor reduction is the more impactful thing, but also that, I think, is too weak. It's 3, 4, 5 armor reduction right now. I think we can pump up those numbers real nice to 3, 5, 7, and that would make that a lot better. And Chemical Rage. Chemical Rage is so cool. It transforms the Alchemist. It makes him speedy like a race car. It makes him powerful for a short duration. But wait a minute. When you play him, all of a sudden you notice it's not that powerful. It's not that strong. I'm taking tons of damage. This isn't doing anything. Alchemist was supposed to be a good right-clicker alternative to other heroes. Of course, we all know the number 1 and 2 right-clickers in the game. The stat monsters, the demon, and the Blade Master. Amazing armor, amazing damage, amazing attack speed, amazing recovery because of damage and armor. They don't recover well because of damage, but they make the opponent, they make it hard for him to recover because of all that damage. Now, the Alchemist shouldn't have the same amount of armor, shouldn't have the same amount of attack speed. This is his specific nature. He is low armor, he is low attack speed unless he uses the ability, but he needs something else to be competitive. I think he could be a decent first hero. If you want to have a good right-clicker first hero, that guy needs to scale from the early game. You cannot add him as a third hero and hope that at some point he gets strong. He needs to be creeping early, leveling up, getting items, and getting stronger over the course of the game. Alchemist Could be a decent first hero option, especially for Night Elf, probably, because they are normally the best with Tavern heroes. We want to have another good right-clicker. Please, Blizzard. And Chemical Rage is the thing to target here. So, the number one most annoying thing with Chemical Rage is it only lasts 15 seconds, and then half the time you're okay, and half the time you're absolute trash. I think we have to pump up those numbers on duration level 2 and 3. Like I suggest here, increasing the duration by 3 seconds on level 2 and another 3 seconds on level 3. Now, if you have a level 5 Alchemist with level 3 Chemical Rage, that's a lot of duration, lots of attack speed, all of a sudden a serious right-clicker. Of course, also, you give up a lot with that. You're spending your level 3 ability just on right-click and not on something like Acid Bomb or Heal Spray. I don't think that's enough, though. The issue with the Alchemist, especially when you play him as a first hero, he has 1 point of armor. He takes so much damage from everything. And the way healing works is, healing always gives you the flat amount of healing that you receive, so it has great interplay with armor. That's again why Demon and Blade are so good. The healing from Salve, the healing from Moonwells is crazy efficient. The healing from Rejuve, crazy efficient. They are way better at getting healed, way more efficient than all other heroes. The Alchemist is the worst example of this because of all that low armor. He needs, in my opinion, inbuilt self-sustaining healing from Chemical Rage. This is also not an idea I came up with by myself, by the way. Here again, I stole the idea, or you could say I got inspired by Dota. In Dota, also Alchemist with Chemical Rage, which there is his ult, has the HP regen. Of course, also the Paladin, I had a similar idea, as you may remember from the start of this. In Dota, it's something crazy. In Dota, it's like 20 or 30 or 40 hit points per second. Those numbers are, of course, way too high in Warcraft 3, so we gotta be a little bit more conservative here. With level 1 Chemical Rage, you would heal 45 HP, which is not much, but it's a little bit of something that can help you. On level 2, it's 90 HP. Ah, that's nice, right? It nicely doubles with the duration increase as well. 90 HP on level 2 suddenly. And then on level 3, how much is that again? 147. Right? Yeah, 147. So it's a little bit more than 45 increase there. And also it's nicely symmetrical. Do you see that? 357 acid bomb armor, 357 HP per second regen. This would put the Alchemist in an interesting spot. I don't think it would be too strong because Chemical Rage has always been absolute trash. And it needs a big buff. This is undoubtedly a huge buff. I'm not even trying to debate that. This is a huge buff for Chemical Rage. Which it needs, because it's like the worst ability in the game along with Farsight. Alright. So much for the Alchemist. As you can see, these 2 stars again indicate that I think these changes would be really good for the meta. Next up, the Dark Ranger. Oh, the poor Dark Ranger. Previous patch, before the newest version, the Dark Ranger actually saw some play. The life drain was really good. Then the people were complaining on Reddit and Blizzard and on Reddit and the forums, and Blizzard swiftly nerfed the Dark Ranger, and there she was, useless again. Sag. Now, same as with life drain, we can buff the Dark Ranger here in the quality of life in the field department. We should change the life drain damage tick interval. Remember how I said the Siphon mana should be draining, ticking every 0.5 seconds. Same for the life drain, every 0.5 seconds. Just like Immolation was changed a while ago, which also made that a lot more responsive. Same here. And then we have to make this divisible by 2 once again. The life drain DPS. We can give the level 1 life drain a little bit of a boost because it's a bit weak. And we can give a big boost to levels 2 and 3. Because even when the Dark Ranger was good, now Blizzard, I hope you were watching those games. Last patch, when Dark Ranger was good, life drain still scaled like trash. It was so bad. Understandably, because it went from 30 to 45. That's only I almost said 15. Only a 50% increase. We gotta pump those numbers up. Like I show here, 32 to 56 to 80. And then we're talking. And then the Dark Ranger life drain might finally be playable again. Continuing on. Let's do the Panda first because my camera is in the way here. Panda! Really cool hero, very fun, and very, very bad at the moment. Blizzard decided that the Breath of Fire, the way it was not good, because the visuals of the Breath of Fire, cone fire damage, did not fit the area of effect damage. They didn't like that. Like I pointed out earlier with the Demolisher. Apparently, when visuals don't fit the effect, they don't like that. So, they didn't increase the size of the visual. They rather decreased the size of the AoE, which is very confusing to me. Blizzard, the easiest way you can fix this is just make the visual of the Breath of Fire bigger and then make the AoE fitting for it the way it used to be. Or just restore the old Breath of Fire where the AoE is bigger than the visuals, but I guess you don't want to do that. Okay, if you want to do neither of those things, then we have to amp up the damage a lot. If the Breath of Fire is really short range, I think that's kind of okay, sort of. I don't like it too much. It feels worse to play, but it's kind of okay. It gives the Panda the special role. He's an AoE hero, but very short range. He's like the sort of shotgun, kind of a blast hero. But then, the numbers need to properly reflect that. If you really want to have that Breath of Fire being so low range, so shotgun-like, then we need to buff those numbers a lot. 10% isn't enough. I'm suggesting going up by 10, 20, 30 damage here. That might not even be enough, but this is the minimum we need to do. Breath of Fire is way too low damage right now. Also, I think move speed should be increased. This is not a big increase. This is the treatment that many heroes have had lately. But if your Breath of Fire range is so small, like it is now, then at least you need to have high move speed to get in the right position, to get close enough to land a decent Breath of Fire, which is damn hard to land right now with a weird cone and the short range and all that. And the Panda is also the hero where I want to give him the healing reduction effect. I mentioned casters before that should have that healing reduction. I think this should be a tool in the game, like I said before. With how strong healing is all across the game, I think there should be more counters to it. So, Drunken Haze. Drunken Haze, of course, is a dispel. A debel. I feel like my brain is getting fried here. Okay, Drunken Haze is a debuff that can be dispelled, and that's the way I think it should be. Healing reduction, for the most part, should be dispellable. So, how about we give it to Drunken Haze? Drunken Haze is also too expensive in mana. Let's bring that down by 10. Let's give it healing reduction, and let's increase the duration just by a little bit, just a smidge, by 1 second. If you know why that is, then congratulations, you are an expert viewer. This is to make the double ignition easier and better. Right now, the way it is, you can use Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, ignite the targets, and if you're very fast with the next Breath of Fire, you can ignite it again. But the window to do that is like less than a second. It's a little bit too tough to pull that off. If we increase the duration on Drunken Haze, then we can make that a little bit easier to hit that double breath ignition, which is so cool. Incredible efficiency. That could be fun. All right. Fire Lord, very straightforward. He's decent. He's actually the most tavern played hero right now, but he's not really very good. I think we buffed the soul burn a little bit by reducing the cooldown. So you can use more soul burn against key targets. And also lava spawn mana cost can be brought down a little bit. 150 mana for a summon for a non-int hero is crazy high. I would say that's a bit too high. Incinerate seems fine, in my opinion. Tinker. Very fun hero, very interesting, not very strong. If we had talked about him like 3 months ago, we would have said nobody ever plays him. Nowadays, some Night Elves against human have been starting to play him in 2-base versus 2-base, Pocket Factory first and then Rockets later. So he's been seeing a little bit of play, but only in that one niche scenario, only really to cancel Blizzard with Rockets. So I think we could give the Tinker a little bit of a buff as well. Increase that Pocket Factory to make it better for fighting. And give him a bit of engineering upgrade bonus. Inbuilt HP regen. Once again, I come back to this point. Why is the DK played all the time? Why is the Demon played all the time? Why is the Blade played all the time because they can heal well, because they're efficient with healing. They have high armor, good damage, auras in some cases, high move speed. Tinker has none of those things. Not high damage, not great. Actually, he does have great armor. Excuse me. He does have great armor, but not really great damage. He could really benefit from some internal HP regen from engineering upgrade. It also makes sense thematically, right? He's an engineer. He fixes things. He's got the engineering on himself. Meep, 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 meep. He's using those wrenches. He's passively healing himself up slowly. I think that's cool. Also, it nicely fits the nature of the passive. It gives a little bit of damage. It gives a little bit of movement speed. It gives a little bit of HP regen. I think this really could help the Tinker a lot. Pocket Factory also is such an interesting ability. It is basically the prototype of StarCraft II force fields. You can manipulate the layout of the map, the terrain of the battlefield. Really cool. Really, really cool idea. But it's just a little bit too weak. A little bit too easy to kill, especially come mid-game, late game. So that's why I suggest the HP increase. All right, Pit Lord. Man, Pit Lord, weird hero, right? He seems like a great hero on paper. He's got great stats. As we pointed out earlier, 58 stats nowadays between the different attributes. But he's still bad. How is that? I think the issue is for the Pit Lord, while he can cleave, he's got that big attack wind-up. I'm not sure that we want to change that. I feel like that's a key thing of the Pit Lord. Getting into the right spot is hard, but then when you're in the right spot, cleaving could be good. I think, though, getting into the right spot in the first place seems a bit tough. Pit Lord, he's a melee hero, but with cleave, he's hitting so much in the back as well, right? So I feel like if he had a little bit more range, more than just normal heroes, give him melee range, plus 50, plus 40, plus 30. I'm not 100% right. I'm not 100% sure what the right number here is. But somewhere there, between 30 to 50 bonus range, to give him a little bit more of that cleave oomph and that special role, I think that could be cool. Also, we never see Rain of Fire. We never see Hall of Terror. If we bring down the mana cost there a little bit, I think that would also make sense. Speaking of mana, the Naga. Naga has one of the worst abilities in the game with the mana shield. Basically never used. Of course, she has a Fork Lightning and a Cold Arrow that she normally benefits from. I think we should buff the mana shield so that when you have mana shield active, it gives you a bonus mana regen. I think that makes sense with the ability. 1.5, 3, 4.5. This is roughly half of Brilliance Aura. That only works for the Naga and none of the other units. Let's be honest, the shield itself is hardly ever useful. But I think that's cool. I think that would give players finally a reason to consider mana shield. And let's be honest, mainly Night Elves. Night Elves can put the orb on the Naga late game. And this would be a good Night Elf late game buff. Which I think isn't a bad idea if we consider that Dryads should be getting nerfed late game with the attack upgrade no longer aligning with bears and everything else. We're almost done, boys. All right, general changes. Tower kill punish. At the moment in the game, if you kill something with the tower, you get 0 experience from it. I'm not sure, but I think Blizzard did this because back in Reign of Chaos, people were creeping with towers. That must have been a funny time. You send workers to a red camp, you build towers there, you pull out the creeps, you kill the creeps, boom, you're level 3. Kind of funny. Of course, that wouldn't work anymore these days. People know how to scout and punish and so on. Funny time that must have been, though. And I think that's why this change was made. I think this is not good for beginners and not good for expansion play. Make some towers at the expansion, be safe, and still get some experience. Now, there should be some punish on this. If you deny something with a tower, you shouldn't get full experience. If you deny something with the Ancient of War, you shouldn't get full experience. But if a noob Night Elf player denies something with the Ancient of War, should he really lose all of the experience? I feel like that's a bit too drastic. I think it would be much healthier if you only lose 50% experience. Next up, the Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest, of course, was heavily nerfed in the most recent patch. In an attempt to make summon heroes more playable, the Shadow Priest was nerfed. That was successful, but the unintended consequence was other heroes became way less playable. Things like Dreadlord First, rely on a fast Shadow Priest for healing. Things like Warden and MK and Panda, maybe if you're playing Panda somehow. All those heroes that are harder to pull off in a non-super standard game, they all really heavily rely on Shadow Priest healing. We need to give the Shadow Priest back at the normal time at 2 minutes, right away when you may creep the Merc camp first. Having the buff, or having the nerf rather, on the Dispel on the Abolish Magic, it was decreased from 250 damage to 150 damage. I think that's fine. I think we can keep that, absolutely. That still gives more room to those Summoner heroes, even against Shadow Priest. But the stock delay, which means the time at which the Shadow Priest arrives, that was nerfed too much. We need to get that back to 1 minute 20 to again give more different heroes a chance to shine, and not just always Archmage, Farseer, Blade, DK, Demon every game. That would be nice. Okay, next up. This is one of my most risky suggestions. I'm not 100% sure that this is a good idea. Almost all of the changes before, I think, are a good idea. This one here is a bit risky. I looked at the Goblin shop, and I feel like there's 3 boring, useless items in here. Periapt of Vitality. No one ever buys. Potion of Invisibility. This is sometimes bought when you have no map control and you're trying to steal an item. Sometimes. I feel like this is very boring, though. I think this doesn't provide much. And speaking of not providing much, Scroll of Protection, also, we never see that because everyone always has Dispel. And even if there's no Dispel, the scroll still isn't very good. I think we can replace all these items. First of all, Greater Clarity Potion. This one restores 200 mana, 150 gold, kind of like 2 clarities. And that gives mana access to heroes who might need it, who can't get it sometimes other ways. This again enables more mana casting heroes, not just DK Demon, Blade, Farseer all the time, right? Other heroes are playable. Oops. Then also Scroll of Mana. 250 gold, 100 mana. Now, I could see that this might be insane with some strats. I'm not sure. This is why I'm saying I'm a bit tentative about these changes. If you guys all say, this sucks, this is crazy, then I will say, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe this does suck. Although I think it would be interesting. I think it would be interesting, much more interesting than these items that we currently have. Especially Periapt. Nobody ever buys Periapt. We should certainly at least replace this thing. And Orb of Fire. This again brings me back to my healing reduction point. Orb of Fire was the first item to introduce healing reduction. I think that was a great idea, great mechanic. I think we should build on it. I think it would be great to have an orb in a shop in the middle. If you don't like your orb for the game, or you want to have another orb effect in your army, or you need some anti-heal desperately, that orb can be your window. But it should be a pretty late arrival, 11 minutes 20. Most of the big items become available at 7 minutes 20. Invo Potion, Heal Scroll, and all that. 7 minutes 20 is the second daytime. Then the second nighttime is 11 minutes 20. I think that's when Orb should be available. And Clarity Potion. Clarity Potion. This item is indeed very good for caster heroes that I think we should be paying more attention to. More mana-hungry heroes. I think it should be made a little bit cheaper to be a little bit more accessible. But most importantly, increase the stock max to 3. So there's a maximum of 3 items in the shop. This is for tier 3 triple hero play. One big issue when playing tier 3 triple hero is you run out of mana, you can't get all your mana back. This was always the most obvious for Farseer Headhunters. You have after a fight, right? You're taking a fight against Undead, let's say. You did well. You maybe won the fight, maybe it's even, you're falling back, you're healing up, heal selves, and clarities. But then, Farseer's out of mana, TC's out of mana, Shadowhunter's out of mana. Who do you give the 2 clarities to? There's only 2 in the shop. You have to choose. Some other army compositions don't have to worry about that. AM late game doesn't need the clarity potion. Demon Hunter rarely needs a clarity potion. But there should be 3 in stock here, in my opinion. So you can play 3 mana-hungry heroes. This also means that human can maybe play less with Archmage if there's 3 clarities to give it to other heroes when they need it. I think this would be a really good change for the game as well, for tier 3 triple hero play. Yeah, with maybe other hero options. All right, this is the most straightforward slide here. I think this is very obvious. Pendant of Energy is too weak. We should buff it up. Periapt of Vitality is too weak. We should buff it up. Mana Potion. I think this one is a bit too weak right now as well. 200 mana only. I think we should get that up a little bit to 220. It used to be 300 mana. That was definitely too good. Then it was 250 mana. 250 might be okay, might not be okay, I'm not sure, but 200 I would say is definitely too low. And also, I agree with Lin and Neo. I think the health, the big heal potion is a bit too strong right now with 500, bring that down to 440. Like Lin, our orc god, also said. And the same, of course, for Mana Stone and Health Stone. Those have the same damage, the same number values at the moment. Also bring those a bit closer together. And the neat thing here is, by the way, this nicely mirrors the small healing potion and mana potion from your shop. Because small healing potion costs the same as small mana potion. Small healing potion is 250 hit points. Small mana potion is 125 hit points. So it's 50% the mana potion. And this would be 50% as well. 50% mana of what the heal potion is. I think that's nice. You know, nice little bit of pretty symmetry. And the Cloak of Flames, I think this is by far the worst red camp item these days. Every other red camp item pretty good except for the cloak, in my opinion. All right, I think this is the last slide. Yes, slide 24, boys, we made it. So, the last slide, the previous slide was very straightforward with what items are too strong / too weak. This is a lot more creative. This is new items. I would love to see new items. I feel like this is where we can easily increase excitement and fun for the game. You guys probably remember that the Ring of the Archmagi was added to the drop pool not too long ago. The Ring of Superiority was added as well, and that gave a little bit more item variety, a little bit more chances for drops. I think that's great. I think that's beautiful. I think if there's lots of options from a creep camp to drop, that's wonderful. And there's one standout issue with drop tables, that is the Gloves of Haste camp. Always the same items. Every goddamn game. The same items. It's just 3 item drops. Here we are on Wikipedia. Let's take a look at the drop tables, shall we? Level 1 permanent items. We have 5 different item drops. That's okay. I don't think that's perfect. That's still rather few items, but it's okay, I guess. And then level 2 permanent items. 3. We only have 3 possible drops. This is ridiculous. This is terrible. This is so boring. Way too deterministic. So bland. We need way more drops than this. Looking at level 3, we got way more drops. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's great. 7 or 8 items. I think that is the perfect number for a table. Level 4. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 drops on level 4. Isn't that pog? Level 5 also, 9 drops. Or is it 8 drops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 drops! That's amazing. Just level 2. Level 2 especially. That is the biggest culprit here. This is ridiculous. 3 drops only from the same drop table. That is pathetic. Blizzard, if you guys made this game in 2003 or whenever, and you're a developer and saying, okay, Mr. Thornton, you're in charge of designing the drop tables. It's like, I got these ideas and I got these ideas, and this is the presentation. Here's the PowerPoint. And then you're like, wait, what? We got 9 items from level 4 drop table, but 3 from level 2. Why is that, Mr. Thornton? And what is the reason? What is the answer? This is horrible. Mr. Thornton, please do better. We need to do better than this. And I have ideas, of course. So, level 1 permanent item. This is the Cloak of Shadows. I think here also, we don't need items desperately, but I think we should add them. This also is relevant balance-wise, by the way. In the early game, the impact that Slippers and also Mantle can have are huge. On the right hero, Mantle and Slippers are extremely good. kind of OP, to be honest. But it's okay to have some very strong, exciting drops. Where things get hairy, though, is if you get 2 or 3 in a row. If you get a early game where you get 2 slippers or 3 slippers on the right hero, it almost seems unlosable. It's crazy how good it is. If we increase the drop pool from this item category, the chances of getting 2 or 3 of the perfect item drastically go down, right? And yeah, here I think we can introduce 3 items. Longbow is going to be an item that only works on ranged heroes and increase their attack range by 100. Nimble Striders, an item that only works on melee heroes, improves the turn rate, which means how quickly they are turning, by 0.2. That's actually very good. That makes them way more maneuverable. And Goblin Nightscope, already in the game, increases your night vision similar to Ultra Vision. Now, of course, if you get it on the wrong hero here, this item doesn't do anything, which already is kind of the way it works right now. Cloak sometimes doesn't do anything. Gauntlet sometimes don't do anything. Mantle sometimes doesn't do anything. If it's a very low level item, I think it's fine. If those items sometimes don't do anything, like here, they literally would not. And then, of course, Gloves of Haste. We really, Blizzard, please, we really need more item drops from this. And it's pretty easy to just give some stat boosting, stat increasing items. So from this camp, we have attack speed, damage, armor. It's very easy to go on from there. We could give it a mini Soapy Mask for my mana regen, mini Ring of Regen for a little bit of HP regen, mini Orb of Corruption for a little bit of armor reduction. That would be cool. Finally giving other races as well access to armor reduction. Of course, it's a small camp. It can't be much armor reduction. It can only be 1.5, I would say. Also, it cannot be a really orb. You can't attack air units with that orb. That would be way too good. So just, I don't know, Rusty Axe or something, that just gives 1.5 armor reduction. Mini Rune Bracers for a little bit of spell resistance. And also Aether Lens, another item that I stole the idea from Dota, which increases your cast range by 100. That would also be very interesting. Then level 2 charged items. That is the Sentry Ward camp. I suggested this before. I think a tiny farm would be super fun. Many, many years ago, there was this Chinese tournament where we had a special map, and there they had a tiny farm. That camp always reliably gave you a tiny farm, then you could just pop it down on the map. It gives you scouting. And of course, many of these items from this camp give you scouting. That's kind of the nature of this camp with Sentry Wards and Crystal Ball and Wand of Illusion. Now, some people have said this is too good. You can be really annoying with this. You can, for example, put a farm and place it somewhere where the opponent wants to expand. And I can see that point. Maybe that's annoying, but I think it's worth trying out. This is, again, me coming back to fun. Isn't that super fun? You get a tiny farm, you can place that somewhere, you can mess with your opponent, and it's just a farm. How much hit points is that? 600 or something? I think that's cool. I think that's fun. If it proves to be too strong, then maybe we have to remove it, but I think that's cool, man. That's just me. Also, give it a possibility to give 100 gold coin or 70 lumber bundle just to expand that pool. This drop pool is also very small with only 4 item drops. Next up, level 3 charged items. This is the Scroll of the Beast. I think there also, it's only 5 items dropping. Not very interesting. We've seen them so much over the years. And what I think is a little bit out of whack, out of balance, so to say, is we got 3 potions there. Invul, healing, mana potion, but only 3 potions, right? 1 scroll and 1 wand. Why is that? Why do you have so many potions but only 1 scroll and 1 wand? I think it would be cool if we had another scroll, like I say here, Scroll of Alacrity, gives 15% move speed, 15% attack speed, lasting 45 seconds, just like the Scroll of the Beast. And then Wand of Invisibility, 2 charges, same as the Wand of Mana Stealing, also 2 charges, can cast any friendly target invisible, including the wearer. I tried to come up with some other ideas for wand as well. What would be really cool here, really cool, really fun at least, would be Wand of Blinking, where your hero can blink somewhere for 2 charges. That would be sick. That would also be very broken, though, probably. If you do that with, like, Immolation Demon Hunter into a human main base, Probably not a great idea, although it would be fun. So if anybody can come up with better ideas for wand usages, I'm all ears. But Wand of Invisibility would be very safe, because it can be a playmaking ability, but there's also counters to it. We are familiar with Invis even from the early game. Of course, this can be an early game creep, as we know. Shadow Meld, Windwalk. Do I have anything else Invis in the early game? I guess not, but we certainly have those two things. Yeah, so I think that would be very safe. Wand of Invisibility. To again give a little bit more life to that drop table. And lastly, level 4 drop table consumable. That is the Mana Stone. Tome of Experience. I love the Tome of Experience. Now, of course, many years ago, this used to be part of the drop table of the level 2 Strength Tome. That was completely ridiculous. You could either get +2 Strength or plus 150 Experience. That was insane. The difference in power, the difference of impact in the RNG was absolutely insane. And we removed Tome of Experience as it should have been. But I think a better question to ask would have been, okay, considering the strength of that drop, the power of the Tome of Experience, instead of removing it, where can we place it? Where's the right place to put that item? In what drop table? It certainly isn't the +2 Strength Tome, right? So let's go up. Is it the Sentry Ward Camp? Nope, definitely not. It would be way too strong for the Sentry Ward Camp. Is it the Scroll of the Beast drop? Nope, definitely not. And of course, it has to be a consumable drop because the tome is consumed for experience, right? Not the Scroll of the Beast. You get that way too easy, way too early. That wouldn't be good. Then, Mana Stone. Is that the right drop table for the Tome of Experience? I think yes. It cannot really be crept super early in the game. In the mid-game, kind of, yeah. But normally not too early. And if you're aware of it, you can look for it and look for a Creepjack and so on. In the mid-game for a second hero, it can be a big boost. But let's not forget, if you get the Tome of Experience, that also means you don't get a big consumable item. That can be really helpful. Or a lot of gold that you get from selling the item, if it's not very useful. So it comes with a drawback. It still is exciting, though. It is the golden tome on the ground. This used to be our, well, I guess it still is, our sub-badge on Back to Warcraft, because the tomes are exciting. The Tome of Experience, especially, is so exciting. I would like to see a little bit of excitement and fun being brought back with this and other things that I suggested. And also we could expand that drop table even more with a greater replenishment potion. That is like the normal replenishment doubled, and that's already in the game, by the way. Now, I'm not sure here about balance, if this is too good or too weak. Because, of course, you cannot use the replenishment in the middle of a fight. It's going to get cancelled. But recovering 400 HP and 150 mana is really nice. And you can use that a lot on heroes, often in the game. But is that way worse than a health stone or a mana stone would be? I'm not sure. By the way, to get back to the Tome of Experience, the question of where does it drop properly? The next higher level drop table for this, level 5 charged item, would be Scroll of Restoration. Scroll of Restoration, Rock Golem, Stone Token. And I would say clearly there it would be underpowered. I think it fits well here. If people all say, though, that's insane, you're off your meds, then okay, fine, maybe not. But I think this would be so much fun. About the Greater Replenishment Potion, by the way, this is the last time I'm going to go to a different site here. There it is. So this is still the archive of the old Blizzard Battle.net, where we see lots of consumables. Here also is the Greater Clarity Potion, by the way. Or here it's just called the Clarity Potion. We have that in the game. Like I said, I think it would be cool to have that in the Goblin Shop. And here we have our very familiar Replenishment Potion. Apparently it used to be called Rejuvenation Potion. But this is the Replenishment Potion. No, wait, this one here. This one. Replenishment Potion that we have in the game at the Sentry Ward Camp. Now, this is the one I'm suggesting for the Mana Stone Camp. 400 hit points, 125 mana. If this is too weak of a drop for this camp, we could also go with this item here. Lesser Scroll of Replenishment. 250 hit points, 100 mana. For everybody. That one seems pretty damn good, though. I'm not 100% sure where the balance here stands. It's hard for me to judge if this would be too good, too weak, exactly. All right. I think that's it. How long did this take? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm done. All right. Just as a little recap. I forgot to mention this so late. The stars, I think, are the ones that would be the best for the meta. Give the Flame Strike a buff, give the Knight a buff, give the Town Hall a buff. Now, I think basically all of these changes would be good and safe for the meta. But I think those would be the most important. Farseer, especially the Farsight change, I think would be really good. Great Hall, Expos in general, Dreadlord change. Oh, I forgot to put a star here, but also here, star for better expansion. All of these Knight of Heroes need to be changed. Literally all of them, badly, need to be changed. And this one here, probably my most important change. The Dryad attack upgrade change. Tree of Life, this one's also really cool. 20 less lumber. And yeah, lots of heroes here, neutral heroes being enabled. Many of them, basically all of them, seem too weak. Clarity Potion, I think that would be great for triple hero play. And yes, please. Oh. Maybe this is the thing that I'm wishing for the most. Please give us more new items for this godforsaken camp with only 3 drops. Alright. I have no idea how long that took. At least 2 hours, right? Alright, I had the chat closed. Now I'm gonna open chat. And I am willing to go into a discussion. Let's see how much chat is gonna flame me. But I think this is where we can end the video. See you next time. Man, it's 8:30. Jesus. Hold on. Okay. Can you share the presentation? Yeah. Share. All right, I'm going to link it in the chat and on Discord. Someone posted this in the Discord. Underused item more ability, 30% healing debuff. I mean, something has to have the healing debuff, right? Does anyone at Blizzard watch this kind of content? Normally, yes. You know, last time, Saul Apeman and Grubby and Soy Vorkas and I and others did balance patch suggestions, and Blizzard did take a look at them. Do you think mana burn as a mana decrease over time would be cool? You mean like as a debuff? You get debuffed and then you get mana burned over time? I think that is too weak though, right? If you just get debuffed and you can dispel the debuff, then it's close to useless. I feel like healing debuff and flat or HP... Wait. Healing debuff and flat or percentage HP regen like DK Aura would not work. What do you mean? You mean the DK aura would not be good enough anymore? I mean, that healing is all dispellable. And the anti-heal is all dispellable. What about mana burn as a passive like Spellbreaker? That would be a lot better. Yeah. That's also how the anti-mage works in Dota. For every attack he does on the target, he drains mana. That would be much better. We can't just run in and instantly burn 100 or 150 mana. With regards to mana burn, I think it could be doing 25, 30, 50, 35% of current mana to heroes, double that to units, so it can reduce big mana pools, but not deny getting more 2 spells off at least. Not sure how I feel about that. It punishes heroes with a big mana pool even more, maybe? Mana burn never denies a spell being used, it only denies that you use your spell 3 times. Have you ever seen a TC trying to be played against Night Elf? Like, the design problem here is the biggest issue. Mana burn makes just so many heroes completely unplayable. That is not fine. Are you concerned at all about your suggestions when you... Wait, are you concerned at all about your suggestions when you say things like Orc is weak and needs buff versus undead, but Warcraft III champions at 2000 MMR, Beauty versus Orc 49%, I get you mean at high level, but yeah, what about ladder level? Yeah, that's always a long-standing discussion in Warcraft 3, and in many, many games. What level do you want to balance? And in my opinion, in a competitive game, you have to balance the top level. The top level, the highest level of play that you have from players. Okay, let's take a look. So, we could go to War 3 Champions. We could take a look at the ladder. We could take a look at the win rates. We could take a look at the different skill brackets. So we have a lot of skill brackets. Grandmaster, Master, Adept, Diamond, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze, Grass. All these leagues are very different in skill, very different in balance, very different in requirements and abilities for the players. We have to choose, for the most part, one to focus on. We have to choose one skill bracket to focus on. And if it's one skill bracket we're focusing on, then I think it has to be the top level. It's great if we can also at the same time make things less painful, less difficult to get into for lower level players, but I think that has to be secondary. We are a competitive game. We are an old esports game. And I get that some people view that differently, but I think the top level has to be the priority. Pros are actually a small percentage of the player base. Yeah, but so is Diamond. Diamond is also a small percentage of the entire player base. I agree, but at the moment, the same time, take care of abusive things like in the past, Paddy Rifle, or now Tier 3 Orc. No wood issues for Elf, etc. Wait, what? Tier 3 orc is a problem? Where is tier 3 orc a problem? I don't think I see that. Okay, let me just close all the million tabs that I have open here. Also, another thing to consider, by the way, if we're trying to balance the game for, let's say, 1500 MMR players, that's the middle of the road, right? That would mess up the game, the balance, big time on the pro level. The best example is always Night Elf, because Night Elf is the easiest to play. It is what it is. If, like, the best example of this always was Talon play, right? Talon play was really hard to beat on lower levels because it's so hard to play as Orc. It used to be against Night Elves. Way easier to play as Night Elf. On the top level, though, it was fairly even. Focus and Lin, the best, could beat Talon play, even if it was hard to do. You need to know all the right steps. You need to micro perfectly. It was a very demanding matchup. Lin, for example, said he used to like playing against Talons because it was so execution heavy, but he could shine with good play. If you would have balanced the Talon meta around 1500 MMR, then Orc would have been giga buffed to make it even on 1500. And then on pro level, no Night Elf would have ever won any game ever. So if you're trying to balance around low levels, that messes with the pro scene. That might go so far as to kill the pro scene in certain matchups. And if we're killing the pro scene, if we're killing a matchup to make it utterly unplayable on the pro level, what does that do long term for the health of the game, for the viewership, for the interest of players, even on lower levels? The collision size 31 to 32 on Spellbreakers I didn't understand in the presentation. Okay, let me show that to you. So, breakers are small units. Breakers have the same collision size as ghouls. That's why they can stack so much. The ghouls can stack a lot, they get very close to each other. Same for the breakers, they get very close. It's different for grunts and knights. Grunts and knights are a little bit bigger. If the units are bigger, that means it is harder for them to be massed and still be efficient in high numbers. Knights aren't super big units, but they're bigger. So that means that if you're going to 10 breakers plus, this is going to make it hard to properly utilize them and focus fire them, micro them, and play them in a mass setting. Like we see in Breaker Mirror.
Easily done. I'll handle it. Watch and learn.
It's also going to make them a little less maneuverable. Archers are big as well. Why? Yeah, I don't really know why. There's only very few small units, like ghouls and breakers and footies and casters. Archers and fiends and headhunters and rifles all have the same collision size. Sometimes it looks different, but they all have the same size, in truth. Oh yeah. All right. I think I'm going to call it here, boys. I always thought that Night Elves heavily lacking hero synergies like Coil Nova, Heal Siphon, Stomp Hex Crit. They don't support each other with heal. Even their auras barely help each other. Two-shot only for Keeper, Thorns only for Demon, hence Night Elves rely on the Tavern the most and require imbalances elsewhere. Yeah, not a bad point. There's no clear synergy between the heroes. There's incredible synergy, of course, between Dryad, Demon, Bears. Are you concerned that you suggest balance changes for top level and Neo talks more general? If Blizzard even takes a little of yours and a little of his, they missed the point of both of you. Yeah, I noticed that before in other Blizzard patch notes and PTRs. Like, many of my suggestions work in unison together to make sense together. And if you pick and choose from some people only, that can then lead to a bit of a mess. Not necessarily, though. Some changes are just independently, logical and useful. Especially all the changes to Tavern heroes to just simply make them playable. But of course, Blizzard's in a tough spot here as well. Blizzard doesn't have an internal guy who's really good at balancing, who understands the game a lot, to do the changes. They have to outsource their information. They have to get it from the community. And of course, they don't want to play favorites, right? They don't just want to involve all of my suggestions and none from Grubby, or all from Grubby and none from Save Orcas, right? So they, I think that's also a thought that they have to be kind of political here. And they have to suggest, they have to consider from many different sources. And the way they do that probably is they ask people that they know, like they probably have contacts to other balance teams within Blizzard and maybe outside of Blizzard. We know some people, for example, from Stormgate that sometimes helped with Blizzard balancing. That used to be a thing in the past, at least. And they're going to read through the community. They're going to try to see, okay, what do they think about that? What do they think about that? What makes sense to us? But yeah. Like I said, I think most of my changes make a lot of sense. The shop change, I will agree, that one's a little bit wild. With one or two others, maybe. But I am under no illusion. I'm sure Blizzard will, at most, include like 6 or 7 changes from me. Maybe 8. How many changes did I suggest, by the way? This was like 1 million. In this case, following suggestions straight up would create a mess anyways. What do you mean a mess, Dondo? It would be a beautiful mess. A beautiful new mess with so many new exciting things to discover. I really hope they do the thing with the items. Like, I am so sick and tired of seeing ring and claws and gloves every goddamn game. For the love of God, please. Do Blizzard pay you for the work? Hell no. Hell no. I'm playing CSW when you go off, by the way. A mess nonetheless. Dude, the meta that we're in right now is a mess. Orc versus Night Elf is balanced but boring. Undead versus Night Elf is probably balanced but also kind of boring. Every other matchup is imbalanced, guys. We are in a mess right now. Imbalanced and boring in many cases. You don't want my opinion, I think? I'm happily retired from these matters. No, I'm interested in different opinions. All right, boys, that's it for me. I'm going off. I'll see you back here tomorrow. We have WSB VOD Replaycast tomorrow. Neo's going to be taking over now, I believe. I wish you all a beautiful evening.